Okay. Hey guys. So yeah, I'm gonna do not Ukraine today. Obviously there are lots of other people much more informed than me talking about it. And so this is gonna be more for a space if you want to look at anything else. Ukraine is a nothing burger. I wouldn't say it's a nothing burger, but I think like whether I'm constantly like glued to the screen staring at live cams or not, I can probably find all the information in the next like hour or two, and you guys can too. And we don't need literally every single Twitch streamer talking about Ukraine, especially because I'm not as informed, which means I might just be contributing to the mass amounts of propaganda and misinformation out there, anyways. Instead, we're going to do something a little bit funner. So, have anyone, that music was Vibe? I know. It's so good, hey? That is written by one of my best friends. Her name is Rachel Gleddy. She's very talented. You can find her on Spotify anytime. I'm going to get more songs of hers out soon. She said she sent that to me, and then I don't actually have them. So, I'm going to have to figure out what went on there. So, has anyone ever heard of... well, first of all, we can vote. We've got Jubilee or Reddit Nice Girls. And then we're going to go through Nice Guys because we're not here to just like shit on women or men. But I want to talk about flags. So originally I wanted to go through some Love is Blind clips because there's some really great red flags in like a practical way. But I think just exploring people's relationships in general is interesting. Iron Preach review a lot of Jubilees. Yes, they do. And they do a fantastic job. I'm going to approach it from a less comedic end and more of a psychological end. So we'll see how interesting or boring, I suppose, that is. Yeah. So we're going to start, I think, with this one. We'll start with Jubilee, yeah. We'll ease our way in because Reddit Nice Girls and Reddit Nice Guys is fucking wild. It's just fucking wild. Okay. Jubilee is weird. And then we might do the cut after actually as well. Because the cut is like wild. And then if you guys know any other good channels that kind of do some like relationship stuff, you should apparently Glamour perhaps. This one might be interesting. Yeah, we can do this one next potentially. But let's pause it so that it doesn't blast us.
How would my exes describe
our relationship? This isn't for just shitting on people, by the way. We want the Nice Girls videos? Okay, we'll do the Nice Girls first. Okay, so this isn't just for shitting on people, but it's worth probably talking about like certain flags. The Nice Girls, I don't know if there's many flags that are going to be obvious. The Nice Guys as well, there's just a lot of cringe. Charisma on Command, sure. I find Charisma on Command very boring though. And it's not really relationship. It's more like public speaking skills, I find.
Good morning. Hope you have a great day. Do you not want to talk? Good morning.
Okay, first nice flag. Okay, look at the dates in between. Okay, so what's the first date we have here? Yeah, so she waits 2 days. Okay, every single day. Okay, here's a great tip. So this is a woman being a boundary pusher. Men are often also boundary pushers. Overall, don't boundary push. People don't want to talk to you. I would say message twice because anytime, I do this all the time, I fucking forget to respond. So message once, give them the benefit of the doubt, then message a second time. To be honest, especially if it's on like Tinder, if they don't respond after the second one, just leave it alone, all right? Quick tip.
Hi.
Is it going to be on screen? Sorry, yes. There you go.
Samantha, sorry, I started seeing someone around the time we matched. I don't want to lead you on.
It was at this point the young man realized he had made a fatal mistake. He had angered a nice girl.
Oh, that's cool. I'm so sorry I messaged you. I mean, I would love to get to know you sometime. I'm sorry I wasn't worth it. That's dumb.
Okay, I'm sorry I wasn't worth it. So this is something that really pisses me off, which is when people try to weaponize their own insecurities. So they basically are guilting you in this situation. Guilting people is terrible. It's fucking obnoxious. I personally have only dominantly... So in my interpersonal, I've experienced it from women, but usually at like a friendship level. It's weird. I've experienced it obviously a lot more from men that have been like pursuing me. I'm going to tell you right now, guilting people or weaponizing your mental health or weaponizing your insecurities by basically like, you have to, you're being a terrible person because I'm like unwell, is always a bad look. It's terrible. It's really unhealthy, and it actually borders into like emotional abuse at sometimes. So yeah. I'm going to pull out chat so I can see it a little bit better. I'm going to pull you guys on the side so I can see it better rather than looking away constantly.
You matched with me and then started seeing someone. That's not fair. And that's so rude that you denied my friend request. What a douche. And that's okay. You've led me on anyway. You'll probably regret it. You're honestly a dick. Whoa, jeez. Well, I'm still sorry.
Okay. So obviously there's not much to say. She seems not well.
Have a nice life. The thing is, most of the guys I'm attracted to...
It is absolutely, yeah, it's okay to feel rejected. It is not okay to lash out. In general, don't put your emotions on other people. Like, they're not responsible for your emotions. Don't put them on other people. Just don't do it. It's not a good look. This is, yeah.
Never give me a chance to show them what an awesome girl I am because of my weight. Ah, because she's full-figured. What makes some guys so shallow and heartless? Would you date someone who is obese? No!
Yeah, what are you, stupid?
But wait. Samantha's not finished yet.
There's nothing wrong with being friends. Oh wait, I'm not worth it to be your friend. No, you're not. Thanks for telling me I'm not worth it. It's rude to ignore someone, especially someone like...
No, you're not. Look, now she's fighting with an imagination of him. No, you're not. Like, I mean, like, now she's fighting with him and he's not even participating in this conversation. Okay, so first of all, if people are doing this, I'm assuming he's just not checking his phone very often because he's already gotten another relationship. But block these people, friends. Just block them. I wouldn't engage. There's not much point. You're not going to convince them to not be, like, kind of crazy and obsessive. Just block them. This shit's weird.
Me. It's also rude to call someone a dick and add them on Facebook when you've never met them or talked to them. You're being very mean right now. I have feelings too, you know. You were a douche to me in the...
Weird response. Okay, so he's trying to guilt back. Also not something that I would recommend. So he's basically being like, oh, you're going to guilt me? I'm going to guilt you. Which is kind of weak. Hey, Jules. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah. So this, not a good response. If people are getting kind of like... If people are boundary pushing, okay, that's one nice flag, boundary pushing. Another nice flag is, what's the second one that I said? Guilting, right? Or weaponizing your own, like, insecurities. Or even more so in this case, putting your feelings on other people. Those are all flags. Just block them. Especially on Tinder. Just block them. Don't engage.
And by the way, it's called getting to know someone, dumbass. Wow, you're dumber than a box of
Unless you want to. Unless you, like, think
you
it's fun,
called me
I guess.
dumb.
Then go for it, but...
I'm gonna go cry. I hate myself. I'm the worst.
Okay, so he's just having fun now with it, obviously, which is like... I'm not going to say it's bad. I would say it's probably not best practice, but, like, it is human.
Wait, smart one. Facebook is for making new friends. I'm glad you learned something today. Good job. I was a douche by saying nothing, and then nicely letting you know I wasn't interested. What was I supposed to do? Yeah, you're not interested because I'm not pretty enough. That totally makes me want to hurt myself. Oh wait, I wouldn't want to get to know some stupid nerd.
I'm a gamer girl. I'm so much better than the other girls. I play card and...
If you guys don't know who this is SocreaseTV. I was exposed to them yesterday, and I'm in love. So funny. I don't know their pronouns, but they're fucking hilarious.
No one gives a fuck. I'm so silly.
Oh, did you think you escaped from Samantha?
She's probably some slutbag who has AIDS. It's not...
We're still going! Holy shit!
I mean, I matched with you, but like I said, I'm seeing someone else. I didn't plan that, it just happened. AIDS isn't very funny, but okay.
This is terrible. Okay, there's so many red flags. Obviously, this person finds her kind of entertaining, but also not. Like, I don't know why he hasn't blocked her at this point.
No, I think it's hilarious, because it's probably true.
Holy shit! Can you imagine saying that unironically? Holy shit. Okay, don't say things like this. This is fucking terrible. Really, really bad.
That wasn't very nice to match with me and then go for someone else. It isn't. But, yeah. Thanks for being...
Also, it's not mean at all. False. Don't even concede there, my friend. Don't concede. Just be like, it's not mean to match with somebody else and then go for somebody else. You just don't... you don't owe anyone anything. And like, especially these, like, beginning relationships, like, you owe basic human dignity. That's a good one, which is why you, like, definitely when you approach... thanks, Headless! Very kind. That's why when you like approach new individuals on Tinder, you shouldn't be a fucking creep and ask them to like sit on your face. Those are not things that I would do. So yeah, there is, yeah, indeed, Simon. All right.
Well, at least I'm probably prettier than her. Well, it's just a dating app. It isn't like marriage. I match with lots of people. I don't even talk to most of them. It's not like you're gonna find your soulmate on here, FYI. I don't judge people based on looks.
Why are you engaging with this person? Just block them, because now he's arguing. You're not gonna convince somebody like this at all.
Here to find my
She's
soulmate.
literally unironically laughed about AIDS. Like, just block them. I mean,
Wow,
if they
you're really dumb.
if they
You
hadn't,
just
we
look
wouldn't
at
have
me
all
and
this
just,
glorious
like,
content, I
it's-
suppose.
How am I dumb? Oh, you're so fucking stupid. How's that? What did I say that seems stupid? Sad how guys only want girls with big butts and boobs, and not girls with good personality and good morals.
Yeah, every girl with a big body, you fucking bitch. I don't smoke, drink, or party every weekend. I don't sleep around or start drama to get attention. Yes, we still do exist.
So the pick me girl, basically. Is this girl a pick me though? I feel like, is Samantha a pick me? She's more than that. Here's the thing. There's pick me's like this emote cringe minion thing that like probably some 45-year-old like woman has posted on her Facebook. And then there's somebody who literally says that their partner has AIDS and that it's funny. Like, that's not a pick me. That's just like, that's a whole other level of like, not a good person, probably very mentally unwell.
We out there getting some minion dick.
Something.
Did I see that Giga Chad meme about me? Oh, I did see that Giga Chad meme, and I laughed harder than I've laughed in a very long time. If somebody wants to link the video, the person came in my Discord, fucking dropped it like it's hot, and then left. They just left my Discord, and it's so great. A pick me. No, a pick me. A pick me girl. Which is what they're kind of saying that she's being, but she's being way more than a pick me girl.
Samantha. The only reason why people match with you is because you're good looking. If you weren't, then probably no one would match with you. Oh wait, probably the ugly people match with you. I'm definitely
Yes,
prettier
that's
than
the point,
Thank
Whick.
God, thanks.
Bit of a
I don't
palate
know if I look
cleanser.
good, but I'm also a pretty nice person. I try to be nice to everyone.
You can probably watch all the live streams on 2 times and catch up in like an hour.
You
Anyways.
honestly ruined my whole day. I was so looking forward to talk to you, then you just said to be a dick and say, oh, fuck you. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm not being sarcastic. I hope that you're okay. I don't mean to hurt people. I didn't say, oh, fuck you. Oh, bullshit. You're probably...
What the fuck? He's like trying to do compassion and then also getting mad. Just block her. I feel like this guy is like probably nice enough. Seems like pretty like normal. Just block people like this. Like, holy
Well,
shit.
people
Just
fuck.
block.
Oh, well, you really hurt me. Nope, I don't really have much luck with that usually. Oh, wow. Is it because you don't shave down there? Sorry to hear that. I hope seeing a dick like me will make you finding the right guy even sweeter.
Wow, that's very nice.
Y'all know why. Men are never told to give an ugly woman a chance because she's nice.
No, actually, this would never happen because men don't read books. That's my funniest laugh.
Okay,
Dirty
move on.
forest down there. Ew, that's disgusting. Well, I hope I get my chance.
He's just like, okay, now I'm just trying to convince you that I'm gross. And now he's insecure because he's like, no, I'm joking. Just own it, dude. Scare her off by being disgusting at this point. Or block her. Like, I don't know why you're still engaging. Finally get to meet you. You don't know how refreshing it is to have more women who can hold their own on here. Absolutely. Zaximus, are you a streamer as well? You must be, I'm guessing. Or maybe you just are a big time Twitch follower of it and you want to see, anyways. Enjoy we're looking through warning signs. I mean, these are extreme warning signs. I don't think I need to like give deep psychological analysis as to why there's lots of warning flags in here. Okay, boundary pushing, obsessive, guilting, making jokes about AIDS, implying people have AIDS and then thinking it's funny, being kind of a pick-me girl, being like, I'm probably prettier than her, right? Which isn't really a pick-me, but it's kind of in that realm.
Honestly, though, you should give me a chance. Good thing I can delete this app. Sorry, Samantha. Bye. Well, that's rude. No, I am not done talking, so you should stop being a dickhole. Oh! So next time a girl asks if you already have a girlfriend, just, don't tell her. I'm gonna stay a virgin for life. I want to set a good example for my son. Do you...
How'd you get
a
him?
pack of Starburst? I saw that I got a yellow one. Immediately, I was upset because I was hoping to get a pink one. Then I realized that this mentality is polluting the male mentality. Guys sit here and want these pink Starbursts, but they overlook the yellow ones. Yeah, the pink ones are good, but the yellow ones are different. They have a little zing to them. I guess most guys can't handle that. Ladies, don't stress over being a pink Starburst. Embrace being a yellow. Find a man who loves your yellow zing. Could've just...
I fucking love on Instagram. It seems to be just a thing that some very... people who are LARPing at being edgelords do this a lot on Instagram, where they just take some obscure thing. Like they'd take like this fucking lifesaver mint, and they'd hold it up, And they'd be like, they'd get a cool photo of it. And they'd be like, wow, this lifesaver is such a, it's such a deep metaphor for life, you know, man. It really speaks to the white supremacy and how white supremacy has a giant hole in the middle of it. Because it's fucking broken and it thinks that it's going to save your life. But whose life could this save? I mean, I know the hole in the center is fundamentally to prevent children from choking on it, but what if what we're really choking on is the power differences within our society? And this lifesaver reminded me today of just that. Did you guys notice the crunch? It sounds just like new ideas being birthed into the world. That if we could just destroy this white supremacist lifesaver, we could have. And in the end, the lifesaver dissolves to nothing, just like white supremacist values. That's Instagram. I fucking hate that shit and love it at the same time. I read all of it, all right? The whole is to show the missing heart. Yes, indeed. Right? Deep shit.
Fate like 2 more starbursts and got into a pink one, but no, you had
And
to
look,
forget about the patriarch.
It's a gift of artists to find good metaphors to like represent ideas. But then there's a lot of people like this who don't find a good metaphor
Hey,
and try really hard to be
that was
artistic.
great. I kind of miss our in-class shenanigans, though. Enough to endure Satan's lectures again? Definitely not. Hey, I was wondering what ethnicity you were. I don't want to offend anybody. Really? I've never seen a good-looking, don't want to offend anybody, guy before.
Whoa, she went there. I was like, okay, ethnicity. I feel like that's a valid enough question, especially when people are like ethnically ambiguous and you're just kind of curious. I'm a curious person. So I'm like, man, like you look like you could be like a lot. And I mostly, when I ask, it's from very much a space of like intrigue. Thank you, disappointed Dunsky. I almost called you Husky for the sub. Have I seen this meme? Oh yeah, thank you. God bless. We'll watch this meme after, guys. It's literally brilliant. Okay? I'm excited. But this shit, this is where the actual racism. So the reason why people think that this is a microaggression is because of the people who follow it up with this question. The real problem is this question, okay? Not a question, statement. I've never seen a good-looking insert any immutable trait about a person before. Not a good look.
I meant besides you, they're also hairy and weird-looking. Oh, did I offend you? I'm sorry. How about I make it up to you over drinks and dessert? I'll be the dessert. I'm really just trying to focus on work right now. I'm not really looking for any kind of relationship. Sweet Jesus. What have you done? Are you fucking serious?
Oh,
You're never
no.
gonna find a girl as hot as me.
Okay, again, here's a case. Rejection sucks. Take your L and leave. Guys, girls, because guys do the same shit as this sometimes, right? Of course, like people of all race, gender, and creed do this. Take an L and fucking leave, right? You don't need to get mad. Don't spew your rejection anger on the other person. That's a bad look. I know, gamer word. L is for learning. L is for
Ugly-ass faggot.
learning like a loser.
Because I gave you a chance.
Whoa!
Never a good opening line. From her mouth happen to be racist.
Okay, the first words didn't happen to be racist. You can ask people what their ethnicity is. The problem is when you follow it up with something, right? And to be honest, if it's your first line, is that the most important thing when it comes to a relationship, their ethnicity? Because if it is, there might be some prejudice going on as well. All right. You guys want to see the meme? Let's do that first. It's brilliant. Okay, if somebody came in my server, they posted this shit. I encourage people to post it on Reddit. Many people have. It's based. I'm definitely not okaying bullying in the workplace.
But so you're fine with it? You think if somebody tells you that you look like a chemo patient, or like your boss telling you they don't like your aesthetic and you need to level it up, you think that's something that we should accept?
Yeah. Within the workplace? Absolutely. Because the dude who made this fucking meme is doing so much heavy lifting for me right now. It is impressive. In fairness, I didn't fully hear her question. I got distracted. When you see me like chewing my lip, I was looking down. I got distracted and didn't hear her include the chemo patient part. So I said yeah, when I don't actually think that it's appropriate for your boss to tell you that you look like a chemo patient. But I'm glad that I misheard it for this moment to have occurred. Certain standard of dress that they would like to enforce. I only heard about the dress standard. And you can contractually say, fuck off, I'm not going to dress that way and not work there anymore. But yeah, absolutely, your boss can contractually, technically require anything. Yeah, it's pretty base. Everyone, share it with your friends, share it with your kids, right? Everyone know. What I was really trying to say is that obviously workplaces can expect certain dress code standards. We can obviously have conversations. I just recently found out that it is now officially legal to actually require women to wear makeup in certain places like casinos. Thank you, Bastiny, for that information. I disagree with that legal decision, but just so you know, that's the case. There's a better one now. Isn't that the same one, or is this just one you made? We can't call it better just because you made it. Oh, hold on. We're gonna not get our ears blasted. That's funny. Based. That's awful. Oh, I got my stream elements still going. You guys should check out MadLadn. Hold on, let me change that. Let's throw this on though. I'm curious. All right, what's your guys' guess gonna be? All right, so we've got these 3 axes. Okay. I'm so bad at guessing. I'm gonna guess. So we got to guess, what do you guys think people's experiences are going to be? So, okay, we have to keep in mind they were willing to come on to do this. Isabella is obviously works for this studio. So it's possible that all 3 of them were only willing to come on for clout. I think they're all going to be, I think one of them's going to be a little bit edgy, but I think it's going to be I think the most we're going to get is some passive aggressive stuff. I think our Viking Lord over here might give us some spice, or he's going to be uber nice, okay? That's my guess. But I haven't seen any of them engage. I've just seen a photo of them. They're all working real hard. The guy on the left here is really working hard to give us the smolder. Look at that. Yeah.
So we met at
one of my music video shoots.
Okay, I already really dislike the first guy. He seems like one of those people who they join a chat, they join a group, and they come in and they're always what about meing you. They're always one-upping you, right? You're gonna come in and you're gonna be like, hey, I did this cool thing on the weekend. They'll be like, that ain't shit. I did this. And you're gonna be like, okay. Oh yes, I can turn up the YouTube volume now. Sorry, guys, I just had everything turned down for that last one. Acting class together. All right, this guy's either going to be wholesome as fuck, or he's going to be fuckboy wholesome, where they seem wholesome as fuck, but they're actually a fuckboy. Those are my 2 options for this guy.
We took an acting class together. We met at a mutual friend's birthday party.
Okay, I think last guy is going to be, first guy is going to be one-up man. Is our one-upper. Okay, second guy is either going to be actual wholesome boy or LARPing as a wholesome boy fuck boy. Third guy is going to be I think he's going to be a chat. I think he's going to be so fun and not take himself seriously at all. Oh yeah, we're completely judging heuristically books by their covers. Completely. Let's see how...
Hey guys, fuck boys, ass. The bad boy type, someone to match the sensitive savage.
Sensitive savage.
Yeah, she wants to be tough, but we all know she just wants a hug.
he was attracted.
Okay, yeah. First guy is the kind of guy who tells you what you're thinking, and then when you're like, no, that's like not actually at all what my line of thoughts is, he's like, yeah, you just don't know you're thinking that yet, right? All right, Headless. Somebody explain to Headless what a fuckboy is. Somebody post an important definitional link for him, all right? This is educational content, all right, guys?
To my
just seemed like easy to talk to, so I walked up to her.
She was
She was hot.
hilarious.
She was hot.
I liked her energy. She had a good sense of
She was hot.
humor.
And I was attracted to his
She liked that I was a rapper.
confidence.
I think he's exactly what I thought. He's the one-up man who has no fucking idea how he comes across, but he thinks he knows exactly what's going down, right? He's like, she likes me because I'm a rapper. And she's like, nah, dude, he was just like super confident. Like, I don't care. Not to be confused with a fuck man. What is a fuck man?
The sex.
I think
Okay, the last guy doesn't take himself seriously at all. They probably all are a little bit, have fuckboy vibes. I'm gonna guess. It seems like she's probably drawn to like a bit of the game. I think a lot of women are drawn to the game to some extent. Can I turn up the music video even more? I don't think I can turn it up anymore. It is maxed out. Sorry, I just laughed really hard. I can turn myself down if you want.
I think she thought I was hilarious, I hope.
I'm funnier than him. He was like sweet. He thought my best physical feature was
Her eyes or her smile.
Her nose.
She had really soft skin.
Oh, you fucking assholes. Not one of you thinks that that's her best feature. Let's be fucking honest. No. Her skin? No. To level up the volume? Yeah, sorry, I'm screaming. This is funny. Yeah, but have you seen her other features? We haven't, but it's just like...
his.
The list is so long. JK. Probably my smile.
My muscles?
My eyes.
Who made the first move?
I made the first move. She would never do that.
I did.
She would never do that. Man, this guy just sucks.
I made the first move.
Just walked up and said hi.
We were actually in the car. I leaned over and I did what I had. I kissed her.
I approached her and I think I said a corny pickup line. What's your favorite number? She said 7. I said no. So here's my number.
Yeah, so she really kind of likes the like super aggressive, assertive guy who are like, so this is the kind of shit, like this is the kind of girl that actually like might be reinforcing somewhat rapey culture where it's like, I'm never gonna approach, I'm not even gonna say yes or no to a kiss, you have to guess and hopefully you guess right. Yeah, School of Life vids, I have never watched any School of Life, so send some my way. This first guy's really into himself. I agree. The last guy doesn't take himself seriously at all. Like, he's very charismatic, I think, is like his major number one charm. But he's fun. He's decently funny. But all of them, I think they're the shit a little bit. The first guy's just the most honest about it. Owns it the most. I think the second guy actually might be one of those like confident but also maybe insecure guys. And hello, Guy.
His first impression of me.
She's funny. She like talks to herself for a brief moment, and I just get a kick out of that every time.
First, I was like, wow, she's really pretty. And then I was like, wow, she's hilarious.
Yeah.
She was a little bit weird, but I liked it.
Our first date was.
She might kill me because I don't think I remember.
We were going to the movies. Well, she was going to the movies, and I think her date stood her up, and I was there.
Oh, wait, what? What? You guys met in an acting class, and then she was going to a movie, and you just happened to be there? You want links here or DM? Links here is fine. Can you turn down your mic a bit? Sure. Am I too loud now, guys? My mic was too quiet the other day. Now it's too loud. Rough. All right, is that a little bit better? Woo. I'll try to talk a little bit softer, too. I don't think I usually, like, laugh a ton on screen, so... Yeah. They go do advice, which you may agree with here some. Okay. I'm really looking to find some psychology YouTubers that I like really disagree with. I think that would be fun. Okay, we'll do that next.
Chilled the first time I seen her.
Okay, we got to speed this up. I can't handle how slow people talk. Okay.
An Argentinian restaurant.
She tried to put
Nice.
on BoJack Horseman.
She loved empanadas.
I couldn't get it.
Our first kiss was.
I couldn't get it. Uh-oh.
In her car.
At the end of the first night we met.
I was leaning in for
Any girl especially who loves BoJack Horseman I just feel like it's based. Yeah, it was clipping a bit with your standard voice. I'm sorry. I was screaming. Actually, it wasn't my standard voice. It was my screaming voice. I do be hating some Horseman show. Really, I really love BoJack Horseman. I think it's really brilliant. It's a genius show.
Kiss, and I peeked when her eyes were closed, and she was like, and that's when I knew I was into her. She hates when I tell that story.
He thought my best personality trait was.
She has many characters, and they're all fun.
She's hilarious.
She could take a joke. She got a good sense of humor.
Okay. Base. Yeah. She sounds like
I
she's
really
a super
like
funny
his.
chick then.
My bluntness.
Now I'm hilarious.
The sex.
He's like, no, guys, sex. I need you all to understand I'm really good at sex. Like, I got nothing else going for me. I'm good at sex. I feel like the horseman, but I can't get over the graphical. That's fair. The graphic style is
It's funny.
it's rough
I thought
to
he
get
looked
used to.
like.
But she liked to say I look like Michael B. Jordan, and I'm sticking with it.
Scruffy puppy.
She told me I look like a sexy Spanish leprechaun. Yeah, I kinda see-
Nice. She does seem pretty funny.
He thought I looked like. Better be good.
I don't think she looked like anybody, but a lot of people say she looks like one of the Kardashians, so I'm gonna just say that just to piss her off.
Kim Kardashian, kinda.
Oh, for sure. She looks like Princess Jasmine.
We bonded
Nice.
most.
Yes.
over.
Actually,
Yeah,
true.
kind
She
of.
does look the
For sure
most
she looks
like.
Princess Jasmine.
For sure, she looks like Princess Jasmine.
We bonded most over.
We love watching movies together.
We went to a lot of improv and stand-up shows together.
We bonded over hookah.
Is
all
she
the
ever
time.
gonna
We smoked
talk
a
to
lot of
them?
hookah.
We loved to.
We love to eat together.
We love to dance, go out to comedy shows.
We love to just go out, light a hookah, chill, real romantic. You know, I passed her the
Have
hookah, she
sex.
passed it back. It was like a whole love movie.
Who paid on dates?
I mean, I did for a while, and then as we bonded, it was a 50-50.
Me, usually.
Sometimes I'd ask her to pay just to make sure she has some money on her, but most of the time I pay.
Just to make sure she had some money on her.
Introduced him to.
Okay, yeah. So it seems like, here's the thing, is there's a lot of people saying that they want like a modern relationship, but they don't, right? Because if a woman really wants a modern relationship, for example, I wanted a really modern relationship. So I thought about things like who should be pursuing who. So I approached men just as often as they approached me. I asked guys out. I always offered to pay on the first date. Usually the guys offered to pay instead. And I didn't want to do something where I like, you don't want to like rob people of a blessing. Like genuinely, I think a lot of guys would have felt uncomfortable if I had paid, but I always offered. Thoughts on Psych to Go? I'm not a big fan of Psych to Go. That's my thoughts. If you want more nuanced, I have to watch like specific videos to see which. Yeah. Is this live, Roy? Yes. You ask this, I think, every single time I'm streaming. Twitch is usually...
Taught
Is
me how
Twitch
to be
never
comfortable in my
live?
own
Do
skin.
people not do
I don't
live
care about
Twitch?
what people think.
Armenian food.
She had me listen to some old school R&B that I really like. Why you gotta act like that? We just, you know what I'm saying?
And he introduced me to.
Dope ass music.
The club. I used to be a
Dope
club.
ass music.
Cat Dahlia.
He used to be a club promoter. Uh-oh. Club promoters are... I'm not gonna lie. That's a big red flag to me. Anytime somebody's like, I'm a club promoter, I'm like, okay. Goodbye. As far as like dating, like when I was single. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of these guys like the fuckboy laugh. All these guys are for sure kind of like a bit of the fuckboy type. That seems to be her type.
How to be a thug.
Georgia Smith.
How to be street smart.
St. John.
Not take shit from nobody. That's something that she definitely got from me.
The best picture of us?
Am I allowed to say we were high or no?
Did we say I love you?
She said it first, and it was when we were making love. I said it like 30 seconds after.
My car broke
Nice.
down, and it was like the middle of the night, and we were just, out waiting for help, and I was really stressing out. And she said, "I love you," and it really made it feel like we were there for each other.
She made a hookah for me, and then I just looked in her eyes and I told her, and then she said it back.
The holidays we spent together.
This guy, they just bonded their entire relationship as sex and hookah. He's like, I made a good hookah. She looked at me and she's like, I love you. And he was like, ah, yeah, me too, boo. Me too, boo. Me too. I love it. I love it. Okay, here we go.
Together were.
New Year's Eve
Of
Christmas.
Conor McGregor. I was
and
thinking the
Valentine's Day
same
together.
I got
thing.
him.
She got me this watch.
Air Force Ones.
Hookah.
And he got me.
Wow. She's had a lot of, like, the fact that she's gotten to I love you in 3 separate relationships is very interesting because I feel like for a lot of people that takes a long time. So they've gotten 3 exes that she's had a long enough relationship with that she dropped the L-bomb. And it's interesting because it seems like, wait, did she say it first in every circumstance? She said it first, Kate.
And we were just, out waiting for help, and I was really stressing out.
She said it with this guy?
And it was like the middle of the night, and we were...
She made a hookah for me, and then I just looked in her eyes and I told her, and then she said it back.
The holidays we spent
Okay.
together were.
New Year's
So
Eve.
she initiated it twice, and then with the third guy, he said he loved her. Interesting. So she's like, it seems like she's traditional in a lot of ways. The guy pay. She wants the guys to pursue. But then she's willing to take like the emotional lead a little bit, which is very interesting to me. It's not bad or good, by the way, just commentary.
Giving Christmas and Valentine's Day together.
I feel like I need to make a statement on my video, on my about page, being like, just so you know, I say lots of things. I do my best not to be morally implicative with most of them. Hi, Monty. We're going through relationship stuff. If you want a break from Ukraine. Where I'm at, the L word is virtually everyone signals the monogamy phrase. The monogamy phase. Really? Interesting.
I got him.
I would expect monogamy a long time before I would ever say I love you to someone. Yeah, I wouldn't know that I want to be monogamous. I wouldn't want my like monogamy test to be when I feel like I've fallen in love with somebody. But I might be like maybe more conservative with like how quickly I say things like that.
She got me this watch.
Air Force Ones.
Hookah.
And he got me.
A bunch of clothes.
Hookah and sex.
A lot.
Hookah and sex is our relationship.
So many shoes.
Shiny stuff.
I got her a purse.
Jewelry.
She didn't like it.
For Valentine's Day, we
Went to an Argentinian restaurant, our favorite one. That's where we went on our first date.
Eating.
Movies and dinner.
our go-to date restaurant was.
Drake's.
Texas Longhorns.
At Tango Argentina Grill in Englewood, New Jersey.
Our song was.
I'm going to say Earned It by The Weeknd.
She loved that song.
The Weeknd. No, you can't have The Weeknd be any of your romantic songs. The Weeknd is such a, all of their lyrics are just, maybe I should listen to the song, but I feel like most Weeknd songs I come across are like slimy, bordering or completely over kind of misogynistic lines.
I don't know what the name is.
Just when I heard it, like I was like, this is the song we getting married to. Obviously, that didn't work out.
21 Questions by 50 Cent.
My neck.
Dang. Even though this guy's like big on himself, they didn't get married. Yeah, it's true. Really? Gross.
My back.
Well,
My
maybe now we
opposite-
know The Weeknd is
That's all.
potentially
We
another
saw the
flag.
movie.
Just
We're
kidding.
adventures together.
Get out.
The Grinch Stole Christmas. It was great, from what I remember.
We went to.
You should come to New York.
Because I was high on hookah, so I don't remember much. I mean, hookah usually doesn't have any
obviously
drugs,
Cali.
but
Miami.
I'm suspicious about what kind of hookah they're doing.
We were in Cancun. We got really drunk every day.
We loved to.
Just chill.
Go to comedy shows.
We love to smoke hookah.
We loved to watch.
Power.
The Office.
Friends, sometimes, I think.
I think.
Our sex life was.
Awesome.
Lit.
In the morning, I would always.
Apparently she's good at sex. And she knows that she's good at sex.
It's
Go girl.
Sing. A lot. Loud.
I would FaceTime her to make sure she wasn't dreaming about no other dudes.
In the morning, he would.
wake up first.
I'd wake her up.
Okay, all right. We're getting a little, to make sure she wasn't dreaming about other dudes. I'm sure he's joking, but that's the first of being like that. If I was talking to a guy like this, it wouldn't be a red flag. It would be like a put a pin in it and remember that for later, being like, are you kind of controlling or are you just joking? Because you might just be joking, give you the benefit of the doubt. But if you keep saying stuff like this, maybe it might be controlling.
Hit snooze. A lot.
He would call me.
Booty.
Chad. So she would act like this frat boy a lot. I just started calling her Chad.
I just called her Bae.
I would call him.
It's the same thing in return. We were both booty heads. She like had this thing. We were the butts.
She would call me Papi Chulo. She'd call me handsome. David Beckham once in a while because I used to be in shape.
He thought my friends were.
I like her friends.
Annoying.
Her friends were all crazy. They had a group chat and they talk shit about me all day.
And I thought.
Oh man, damn. This last relationship was probably not very, I mean, I'm not surprised that hookah sex guy is probably maybe one of her more unhealthy relationships. But anytime your partner thinks all of your friends are crazy, or if all of your friends are crazy, never a good sign. If they think they're all crazy, okay, maybe another flag. This guy has now had two things that make me think he's a little controlling. She probably does have a high sex drive. Like, probably, I don't know, maybe. She's at least good at sex. Definitely like a flag. But if a girl has a lot of friends that are like really unwell as well and like seem very like unhinged, that would be another flag that I would bear in mind. It's not necessary. For example, my husband, the main flag I had with him was I did not like his friends. But there was kind of he had very much like a mentory, like at least for my husband, he gets into a lot of like kind of almost like mentorship friendships with people, at least back then. So I didn't really love his friends, but that's because he didn't really have any like true friends. He was very much like helping them along in life. High sex drive is generally fine. Oh yeah, I mean, there's literally, let's just not moralize lots of things in dating. Let's try to minimize moralizations on preferences, unless the preferences is motivated by like prejudicial reasoning, then judge it for being prejudicial, not because it's a preference. Let's try to not moralize sex drive, sexuality, monogamy or openness, proclivity. Let's just try to not moralize these things. Just figure out where you fall in these things and just verbalize them rather than telling everyone else that they're bad for their sex drives or anything.
His friends were.
Matching sex drive helps a lot to some extent. I mean, like, me and my husband have very, very different sex drives. And I feel like we navigate it decently well.
She don't like my friends at all.
That they were fuckboys.
It's true though.
They kind of were.
When we hang out with
Okay, so
my
you're all
friends,
fuckboys,
always the
obviously.
same, no
We
matter
know
what
that.
circumstance.
If all of your friends are fuckboys, there's a very good chance that you are also a fuckboy. Because we tend to like people similar to us, to be honest. Particularly similar in values. Don't yuck other people's
only
yums.
one type
Yes,
of yum.
Zaximus. Clank. Thank you. Zaximus based. I'm stealing that. Can I steal that? Can I get your consent to steal that, Zaximus?
She was extra.
She was the life of the party most of the time.
when we'd hang out with his friends,
The same. She never switched it up.
A lot less extra.
She would be a little bit attention craving.
we communicated.
Okay, this last guy is definitely probably not the greatest partner. He's basically implying that she's kind of an attention whore. He seems to be potentially a little bit controlling. And he's had only negative things to say about her friends, which the other two didn't. So, ruh-roh. That, or it's possible that like her own like self-growth or like mental health has deteriorated between these three relationships. Clank Spanks, really enjoyed your relationship video. I'm never on Twitch. Just wanted to say hi. Thanks, Clank. Thanks for coming on Twitch. I appreciate it. Never on Twitch, but you came in here and gifted. Generous. You gifted, but you didn't even sub yourself. Interesting choices, my friend. Very kind, but fair, because I guess subs are recurring, so that's super fair. Feels weird, man. If you give consent, it's not stealing anymore. True. Given. Thank you for your consent. I've not stolen it now. I have purchased it for free.
The most often via
My phone,
When I was first talking to her, it was on Twitter, and now it's on Instagram.
Facebook,
FaceTime,
MySpace,
text,
P.O. Box. Smoke, she was crazy.
our favorite social media.
Instagram.
Whoa, what was that?
Communicated most often via
My phone,
When I was first talking to her, it was on Twitter, and now it's on Instagram.
Facebook,
FaceTime,
MySpace,
text.
P.O. Box. Smoke, she was crazy.
our favorite social media.
I don't think they ended very well. Third guy. Interesting. I think I pegged him completely wrong. I think he doesn't take himself seriously, but I think it's mostly a LARP. I think he takes himself very seriously. And I'm not sure if he's insecure, or if he's just kind of a dick. I'm leaning towards the dick, but controlling can come from I'm a dick and I feel like I have a right to impose on you, or insecurity. I don't believe in this like idea that like all really negative traits that we like view as like actually immoral just come from actually this like broken sadness inside. Sometimes people just choose to be bad people.
Instagram.
Big Instagram fan.
Facebook is funny. There's always drama there. Get your popcorn.
The best thing he did for me.
Facebook. What does this make, 2019? Your boy a rapper and he's still using Facebook? Get off Facebook.
I always put her first.
I don't even check my Facebook.
She was one of the funniest women that I know.
I told her she was beautiful every single morning, even when she was looking kind of crazy.
And the best thing I
This guy.
I
I'm
did
glad
for
she
him.
ended
I
it.
always took my feelings into consideration.
She was my biggest hype man.
Hookah for breakfast. You guys ever had hookah and cornflakes?
We like to dance too.
Anything ratchet.
Hip hop.
We'd be Millie rocking and we'd be like,
Man, you know it's bad when the last guy who I said probably doesn't take himself too seriously is now looking the worst than the first guy who's pretty obviously super full of himself. I'm leaning towards the dick. Did I say that? Yeah, I did say that. Zebby, what does it mean to take oneself seriously? Okay, so taking yourself seriously is oftentimes about like you can't take a joke. So if somebody teases you and you get like really butt mad about it, it usually means you're taking yourself too seriously. I find, for me, when I took myself too seriously, it was usually because I was really insecure. Sometimes people are like kind of prideful and they just like can't take jokes because they're like, well, this is obviously not true about me. And it's like, okay, just like chill, dude. So it's just like being able to like roll with the punches a little bit. You're good at like doing bants. Like you can kind of tease others and be teased back. And you understand that it's all done in like lighthearted spirit. Would you be willing to do polls on these types of guesses? I notice what you're instantly, and I wonder if men notice it more. Possibly. I have a really hard time judging people's character online and through like video, but I'm pretty quick in person. We can poll. To be honest, I don't really know how to do a poll. How do I do a poll? Let's see. Poll. Okay. Let's do this. Poll. Oh, hello. Okay, yes, we can definitely do polls. All right. Which dude is the most toxic? Rapper, second guy, comedy troupe, third guy, hookah. All right, let's do 1 minute. Go. You guys a poll.
You know what I'm saying? It was definitely some rapper hip hop.
I'm really good at
Making people laugh.
Dancing.
Investigating my friends' Instagrams to find where I'm at.
Holy.
voices and my hot
It did
takes.
not
I could
end
be better
well.
at
Being on time.
Singing.
Not being so crazy.
taking less time to get ready. My favorite
Okay, I'm sorry. If your introspection for what could I be better at is getting ready faster, I'm very concerned about your level of self-introspection. Not the level of depth I was looking for there.
and my hot tea. I could be better at
Being on time.
Singing.
Not being so crazy.
Dang, this guy just loves the
funny
crazy
voices,
line.
and My favorite celebrity is
Kate McKinnon.
Rihanna, Michael B. Jordan, J. Cole, and Shia LaBeouf. My favorite musician is
Cardi B.
Rihanna.
I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, right? I shouldn't be demanding like high levels of introspection from somebody whose like job is to like look into like celebrity drama and care about that. Yeah, the third guy, I agree, seems the most toxic so far. Yeah. The second guy is the most well-rounded. I think so. I think he's a little bit more like humble. He seems to like, that guy's taking all the wrong ways. Yeah, I definitely am getting controlling vibes. Very much like he might be like a bit of a victim blamer. It's possible that she's crazy. Like, I don't know. She might be like really obsessive herself. It's possible that like she was in a really bad spot in their relationship. Like if I want to try to give him the benefit of the doubt as much as possible, but
My favorite food was
She loved crab fries.
Pizza.
Pasta.
pasta or like crab legs.
Oh,
My favorite
you knew her best
movie
there.
is
The Godfather. Or Finding Nemo. One of those two.
Finding Nemo.
I have no idea.
Scarface, Hercules, Finding Nemo,
Okay.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Dang, the first and the last guy seem to be knowing her.
My favorite sports team is
Oh, let's do
She's gonna
another
say
poll.
Eagles.
Hold on.
Oh, she don't watch
Stop it.
sports.
The
Stop
Eagles.
it. Stop it.
Shit.
Stop. Okay, let's do another poll. Who knows her best? All right. Because this guy who's calling her crazy seems to also, and I'm not saying that just because he knows her the best, he was also like the most accurate about her. I just find it interesting because he seems decently toxic. Who knows her best? What do we think? First, second, third. I did 1, 2, 3. You guys can probably figure out who I'm meaning. This guy's the third guy, just in case you've joined late. Of course they do the whitest. Andy is the asshole. Yeah, the guy who looks like the Viking.
Eagles. I'm from Philly. He knew I love to travel to
New York.
An island. I don't know which island specifically. It was an island, though.
My house.
This guy does not.
anywhere that there's an island. He knows I'm really
An
proud
island.
of my
Her progress.
So he seems to know her. He seems to know her pretty well. Okay, it's interesting because he seems very self-conceited, which he still might be, but he's also decently considerate. Like he really liked this girl, and I think he still does.
She's chasing her dreams, even though her family didn't want her to, and she's doing really well.
She's really proud of how funny she is.
I'm proud of my growth as a person since I've been with all of them. He knows I hate
When her parents get on her about anything.
Fuckboys. Yes, just like my friends.
And you, probably.
I make fun of her too much because I would be joking all the time. So that would really piss her off.
liars. My favorite brush.
Oh, I bet you third guy's the liar. I'm going to guess. Or all three of them, maybe. Who knows her best? The first one? You guys think the first one? Yeah. He seems to know her the best. I think he genuinely is still into her. Yep. It could be that number 3 had a genuinely bad experience. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to say, like, giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he genuinely had a really bad experience. Maybe they just didn't mix. I also feel like he's the liar. I also suspect that all 3 of them might be, because I think all 3 of them are kind
Restaurant
of
is-
Her
fuckboys.
favorite
and
restaurant.
They tend to be
We always
liars.
went to drinks together, so that was our restaurant.
Domino's.
El Tango Argentina Grill.
Anyone who has spaghetti or pizza. My favorite ice cream flavor is
Shit.
Vanilla?
vanilla.
No, it's chocolate.
Or cookies and cream, actually.
Chunky Monkey.
Chunky what? Monkey? Oh, wow. That's off. My greatest skill is
Her like drive. Like she
To
says
be honest, I don't think knowing people's preferences for like food is that important to a relationship. Why do you think the first guy is still into her? Just vibes? Yeah, just the way he's kind of talking about her. He's had almost nothing negative to say. He seems pretty self-conceited, so I think if they had had a really bad relationship or he had negative vibes toward her, I think he'd be pretty quick to like throw shade. Because he's decently self-conceited, and most of what he talks about is like pretty like, if you look at his expressions, they're very different than when he talks about himself. When he talks about himself, he kind of gets this like fuckboy expression. When he talks about her, there's like that earnest part of him comes out, and I think he genuinely still loves her a little bit. Yeah. How about types of video games you don't like? As a flag?
she gonna do it, she gonna do
if
it.
you don't like Stardew Valley, you're probably a psychopath.
She thinks really fast. You make a joke on her, she's gonna have a joke for you right back.
I know how to make people feel comfortable, unless you guys are uncomfortable. I'm kidding. I always wanted to buy.
A mansion? Whatever girls want.
Shoes.
Whatever girls want.
I'll know I've made it when I have a shoulder monkey named Peebo. It's my dream. Something I always say is,
Are you gonna finish that?
Just be yourself.
Yeah, she'd be like, oh,
Oh, wow.
wow, all the time.
oh wow. My favorite hobby is,
I don't want to call it a hobby, but I guess acting.
I'll go like go-karting,
Smoking weed.
laser tag,
Definitely being a psycho ex-girlfriend.
oh, gun range, or like paint and sip. Oh, karaoke, I love karaoke. I have a talent for,
Wow, I just can't decide the relationship. I feel like she might still be into him a little bit. Because she's laughed a fair bit at what he said. Like, they've done like clips that I think is indicating that she's responding to him laughing. And she seems kind of into him still. What are their numbers? 1 up here, top right is number 1, and then sequentially going down. Yeah. Big guy number 3 is Big Mad. They're definitely still talking, potentially still fucking. I think she's still into him. That's the vibe I get.
Making people laugh.
Smoking weed. She's really good at it.
Comedy.
making people laugh and cry. My life goals are,
Being paid to make people laugh.
To be one of the funniest and most talented female actresses.
Definitely to be like an actress, comedian, for sure.
retire as a successful entertainer and teach kids theater and other arts with my monkey Peebo. My biggest pet peeve is,
Slow drivers? I know that's wrong.
Fuck boys.
Probably when I be farting sometimes, because my shit be stinking.
I hate gassiness. Who takes longer to get ready?
Her. Easy 2 hours.
Me.
She would always take at least an hour and a half. She would play the whole Britney Spears album 3 times.
One word that best describes me is
Adventures.
Goofy.
Wild.
unforgettable. Who's a better driver? Me.
Her.
Hey,
Who's more likely to win an argument? Me.
Her. Me, 1000%.
My most used emoji is,
the eye roll one when it's like that.
There's this really weird red emoji. It's like a red mask with a nose.
Okay. Girls who say, who's going to win in an argument? Me, every time, unironically, that's a flag. It's not a red flag. It's probably a yellow. It might be a red flag. It's for sure a yellow flag. Might be a red flag. It's hard to tell. I also, yeah, I'm gonna guess that she's decently toxic and she's dating toxic people, right? That seems to be the way it goes, particularly if you're like dating dominantly for like physical attractiveness. All 3 of these guys are decently attractive. Why do the bad guys always win? I mean, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people who say that they're the nice guy do a lot of like other kind of cringy, inappropriate behavior, like boundary pushing and guilting and kind of being like emotionally manipulative, which is cringe. Whereas fuckboys like lie and cheat and do other behavior. But a lot of people who like tell me like I'm a nice guy, that's actually like a bit of a flag to me. Like, I'm always like, it's kind of like I'm really honest. I'm just like, okay, I don't believe you now. Is it a yellow flag because she could be saying it in jest? It's a yellow flag because, yeah, she could be saying it in jest. And I find a lot of young people aren't always self-aware, so they say something like, I always win, to be like kind of memey and like they're just using like female stereotypes, but then they don't actually. But then they all agreed with her, which is why I'm being like, you don't want any partner to just win all the time, because first of all, arguments shouldn't be about winning and losing between a couple. And second of all, to be honest, I wouldn't say one partner is just always right all the time. And if it is, there's like some serious balance going on in the relationship that I think might be really hard to navigate. Subscribe to Reddit Nice Guys to see what you should never be like. We are going to go through Reddit Nice Guys, all right? It's on the docket. I think the third guy and the girl are probably naturally combative people. Yes, I agree. This guy seems like a puppy. He seems like he'll lie his way to get out of anything a little bit. I imagine that we think that she's talking about the third guy as a liar. I suspect it's the second guy who's the liar. I think he's very passive, and a lot of times like really passive people are going to lie the most often to get out of like conflict. Yeah.
It's It's really weird. She uses it all the time. I don't get it.
The yellow heart.
It's either the crying one or that red mask face who's like, he just describes my mood all the time. We dated for
like 3 years on and off.
She seems kind of like that spicy personality, right? Who, they say that they're like, kind of what the first guy said, where he's like, she kind of tries to come off like top girl boss, fierce lady, but she's actually just like insecure and not superly emotionally well regulated. That's kind of how she's coming off to me. I think she's also like, she probably feels really strongly about a lot of her opinions. And because she is a little bit dysregulated, she feels really, really strongly about her opinions and feels like they're really right. Just like this third guy probably does as well. Yeah. Really, Finger? We'll have to
About
see.
2 years.
Okay, let's do a poll. Let's go. Who's the liar? 1, 2, 3. Start. Okay, here you go. Wild guess she can only cook 2 things? I don't know. I feel like she might be a really good cook. I can't really tell. I feel like there's nothing about her that's told me her cooking skill at all.
I think it was like a little bit under a year.
We broke up because
Oh, we didn't hear
dated
their...
for
Like 3 years on and off.
About 2 years.
I think it was like a little bit under.
Okay, on and off, always a big warning sign. 2 years, probably because he's the most well-rounded. Under a year, yeah, I agree. They are probably both decently combative people. They both seem very, like I said, probably emotionally dysregulated. And so they just, like, feel their opinion very strongly. So they become convinced that their opinion is true. Like most Twitch debaters. Just kidding. Unbuttoned shirt, yeah, I think so too. She said before she hated liars, and then the third guy said she hates him all the time, right? He says that she's crazy. Really? You guys think the third one's a liar? All right, let's see.
Under a year?
we broke up because
But it's mixed.
Lies.
secrets.
That I'm not going to be doing stupid stuff with my friends. And I did them anyway.
Oh!
I started going out with my friends a lot. She didn't really like that. And we all started arguing about a lot of just little things and kind of just, fizzled off.
It was easy to be friends because we grew apart.
We broke up because it was, we just had life taking us in separate directions, and we figured out that we weren't being 100% honest with each other, and it was better if we were apart.
Secrets and lies.
Oh, you guys were right. I was fucking wrong. I was wrong about 2. I guessed 2, and it was 1 and 3.
My worst habit was
Being late.
She smoked.
She liked other guys' pictures on Instagram. I hated that.
I bottle up my feelings sometimes and then don't properly communicate.
Interesting. So yeah, this guy is like, the third guy seems a little bit insecure, very controlling. Is it surprising? Is it really surprising she's projecting? I don't really know I don't know what you mean by what she's projecting. Yeah.
Them to know what's wrong. And his worst habit was
I wasn't 100% honest.
Choosing to hang out with my friends instead of her.
I was always texting my ex-girlfriend.
they're all
Whoa! What the fuck? Damn. So he hates, okay, so he's probably a cheater to some extent. He's constantly worried. She's controlling. He hates when she checks other Instagrams, and yet he's texting his ex-girlfriend all the time.
gassy. He hated my
They're all gassy. I think she's joking, obviously. I think she just doesn't want to publicly say what it is. But also, like, that's a really weird preference to have of saying, I don't like gassy people. Because guess what? Gassy. Third guy watches Fresh and Fit. I don't know. Bottling up, lies by omission, guesswork. Yeah. Yeah, the mind reading. Okay, this is what I talked about, is a lot of women expect mind reading when it comes to emotion. I think it's really unhealthy. Don't expect people to mind read you. Men, if you do that shit, I haven't experienced it as much. With men, I experience a lot of bottling and then their emotions coming out fucking sideways. For women, I find they express their emotions, they kind of put their emotions on other people, and then they make you guess what it is and fix it. Do you think it's appropriate to talk to your ex just as friends while dating somebody else? I think it is really, you should probably yield to your partner. If your partner is uncomfortable with it, you should probably prioritize your new partner than your old one, because there's a reason that they're your ex. Obviously, if it's like an ex you have a child with and your present day partner says no to not talking with them, that's kind of weird. But I would say you should probably yield, especially if they have a really valid reason. Like if you guys were if you and your ex were really on and off, for example, I'd be pretty uncomfortable because it's like you guys might get feelings again. Like that's the cycle of your relationship. Yeah, whenever I talk to my ex, we fuck. Yeah, like some people, like I think about like my first ex, right? We don't talk at all. We haven't talked in years, and I think it's good. I think like because like there was like so many messy feelings, like we didn't just get a clean break. It was like a very messy break. I think all it would do was like emotionally confuse me, which is just like I just don't need that in my life. And if you're wanting to pursue a relationship with this person, just focus on them unless you have kids with your ex, and then obviously that's a totally different messy relationship. Yeah.
I hate anything about it though.
And if you do have kids with them, that is rough. Having an ex that you have children with is just literally everything I say about with your ex just basically doesn't get to apply, other than like probably don't have sex with your ex. Especially, I'd say that one even more applies if you have kids together and you're like divorced or separated, because sex makes things super messy. Because even though people want to act like sex is mostly just an activity, for some people it is. For most people, it's also very emotional. So don't do it.
Her friends. It was just annoying.
He hated my...
I didn't hate anything about her though. At least not that I can think of right now.
I told you, he fucking still has feelings. I at least got one thing right so far. At least not that I can think of right now.
Friends. It was just annoying.
She would never show her emotions, and she bundled it up until she like explode, and then we get an argument.
And I hated his...
That was a know-it-all.
She hated all
He is a know-it-all.
my friends.
That I was always playing around too much, and it would
Wait, so their
And
whole
I
thing was
hated
friends.
That was a know-it-all.
She hated all of my friends.
Damn. Okay, yeah. If you hate all of her friends and she hates all of yours, hi, XOXO. Welcome from Destiny's chat. Did Destiny stop streaming? Is that why you're over here? Or are you just looking for some more content than just League? She hated, man, this relationship that lasted the longest, but so it's like somehow they worked, but their friends, none of them worked. And so they grew apart, right? Like, which is to be expected. Like if you become who you spend time with, and you're going to spend a lot of time with your friendships. A League stream refugee, welcome. We're looking through cringy videos. All right.
That I was always playing around so much, and it would I never took anything seriously.
The worst thing he did to me was...
I lied.
Lie to my face.
I called her a bitch.
That's too much.
I was texting my ex-girlfriend while we were cuddling.
Still talking to his ex. And the worst thing I did to him was...
She just always assumed that I was up to something when I wasn't.
We were in a...
Oh, yeah. So she really hates lies. It could be a projection. It doesn't seem like any of them have indicated that she's done any like cheating stuff, but she's really worried about it, which makes me wonder if maybe she comes from a broken home or something. Because it seems like she really hates lies and secrets, and it feels like she experiences that, but it also might be because she picks fuckboys all the time. And like I said, fuckboys seem to engage most often in lying and cheating and sneaking around behavior.
Fight one time. I came home and I caught her with another guy smoking my hookah.
Her parents about.
Oh, fuck. No wonder he thinks he's psycho. She cheated on him. He kind of was cheating emotionally on her, but yeah. I love Steven, but I refuse to watch League. I really enjoy your guys' conversation. My community is pretty nice. You can join my Discord anytime and hang out. Honestly, he seems like he was literally up to stuff at the time. Yeah. There it is. Interesting. She cheated on the Viking. And he... Like I said, I don't think he regulates his emotions well. I don't think she does either. She's already said that she bottles and then explodes, right? And kind of puts her emotions on others and expects them to mind read. And this guy seems like he probably does similar things. He doesn't regulate himself well. And so they were just kind of this impulsive, unregulated mess. Whereas the two other guys that we've had up seem a lot more like kind of steady Eddie guys.
One time I got somebody's number in front of Swish, but it wasn't like that. Were we in love?
Yeah, we were in love.
Yeah, we were in love.
You can say that. I think.
Swish and Tony. We always fought about...
Whoa!
Oh.
I don't think she's being honest. I think she has...
I
I don't think... I'm willing to believe that she doesn't love the last guy, but there is something there.
Me choosing to hang out with my friends instead of her.
Stupid Instagram, girls commenting on my pictures, guys commenting on her pictures. It was dumb, but we'd always fight about that.
I got over the breakup after.
She's still getting over it.
I don't know. Soon? I don't know.
She still loves me.
He got over the breakup after.
Like 5 months.
I didn't get over it.
Damn!
Oh no, I was over it 1 week later.
How did things
You fucking liar.
end?
It ended badly at first, a lot of tears.
And we were like butting heads, like arguing a lot after. It took a lot for us to become cool.
We just became like friends again. I don't know. It's weird.
We just kind of grew apart. We figured out that we weren't being 100% honest with each other, and we felt like, it was better off that we were friends.
I didn't really trust what he was telling me, so I kind of just let it go. I wasn't mad, but I let it go.
We just talked it out and just decided that it wasn't really working right now.
It just also sucked after a while to have to be alone again. That's why I'm proud of my growth, you know? I'm like, look, I can walk by myself. No one holding my hand. I'm proud of me.
Okay, yeah, so it seems like she's kind of probably jumped from serious relationship to serious relationship because she struggles a lot with being alone, in large part because it is hard to be alone if you can't like take on your emotions on your own. That for me has been a big thing, at least. I'm going to make a total judgment call. Has there been any conversations about poly versus monogamous relationships on this channel yet? Not tons of conversation about it. Basically, yeah, feel free to ask away. I don't know what you want to know. I don't think we've talked a ton about it. We can talk about it.
Would we date again?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the chemistry's still there.
He's like, yeah, I'd like to.
Maybe.
Hell no.
No. Are we still on good terms?
I like to think so.
Yeah. Oh no, we're on great terms. We have a great friendly relationship.
Yeah, I love all of them. We stayed friends because...
It started as a friendship and it ended as a friendship, so we'll go with that.
We still have a lot in common. We still share a lot of the same interests.
Okay, so this chick has 3 exes. She's still close to all 3 of them. She still engages with all of them. Getting into a 4th relationship, you have these 3 other relationships that there's obviously like some weird emotional ties with all of you. I don't think she's into the first guy, but he's obviously really into her. The second guy, didn't expect it. He seems like really emotionally. I'm guessing he hasn't had a lot of, he said like his friends, sounds like his friends are kind of shitty. He doesn't get hyped up a lot. Fresh and Fit, just kidding. Yeah, don't go to the Fresh and Fit for yeah, friendly relationships so often just means like fucking, which again, you're allowed to fuck whoever you want, but if you're getting into a 4th relationship and you don't even have like clean ends with the last 3, and now your 3rd one, both of you were kind of cheating, at least emotionally a little bit on each other, or at least exploring the options of doing that, you really, like, she's got like a lot of like messy entangled relationships, it seems. I'm just making these projections, but that would be my, if I talked to her, that would be my line of questioning, is being like, it seems like you're in like a bunch of messy relationships, you haven't totally ended them, it's not really, how do you expect to bring a 4th now into this? About being friends. We started as friends and we ended as friends. I think, yes. I think he's way more into her than she's into him, which is a very difficult friendship to navigate because it's easy to be taken advantage of in that situation. Want honesty but aren't able to be honest. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The last 2 who keep saying that they're not into each other is blowing my mind. They're so obviously there's like tension and chemistry. She was giggling at a whole bunch of his stuff. He was being like pretty toxic, but like it's like when you hate somebody that strongly, I really do think like love and hate are very connected. Like, you know, things are over when you feel indifferent towards somebody. I think she feels somewhat indifferent towards the first 2. She doesn't seem to feel indifferent towards the 3rd.
A lot of the same things funny, so it's really hard to not be friends.
And a lot of people who like go in and out of relationships a lot, particularly a toxic one, they kind of oscillate between that love-hate because there's still that like tension of desire. Even with hatred, you're still like deeply emotionally connected to that person.
Is somebody like that?
We stay friends because we just always had a good connection. We just couldn't keep it on an intimate basis.
He would say he misses my
Personality.
Knows. Kind of self-conscious about it, but I like it. I like it a lot.
I just miss having a girl that I could act like she's a guy sometimes. She could take a joke, we could make fun of each other, and that was real fun.
And I would say I miss his
sense of humor.
I'm a good time. I think she might miss having fun.
The sex.
Okay. Best memory of our relationship was
One time we took this spontaneous trip to Cali.
LA together.
Right? Like they keep on talking about sex and hookah, and it's like, yeah. If they're, I don't know if they're trauma bonded, but they're certainly hookah and sex bonded. Like, she's in it. XO, is Erudite a student or a professional? I've seen a lot of psych student channels recently. Seems that people love that type of content. Yeah, I'm going in the fall to do my master's in forensic clinical psychology, assuming COVID and everything makes that all manageable, basically. I am a licensed professional as well. So I'm a psychometrist and I'm a licensed addictions counselor. And then in the fall, I'll be going and getting my master's. So I've got an undergrad and a graduate level diploma. So I've gotten more years of schooling than that sounds. I think
that was fun.
7.
We did improv together and it just went really well. Like we just matched each other's chemistry really well. It turned out to be like one of our our best shows.
Like just rehearsing our stuff together and like improv together. It was fun. That's where we kind of first bonded.
There was this one time we were both really high and she put sour worms on her pizza. It was intense. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but I would never do it again. It's kind of like a me and her type of thing.
Smoking hookah. He was like a fun drink buddy. It would be fun to get drunk with him. The best thing to come out of
I told you.
the relationship was.
She's still
I
into
like
him.
to think that I became more humble ever since our breakup, so that's a good thing.
You probably should still work on that. But yeah, you can tell he's got a soft side that maybe wasn't there before. It sounds like that's what he's saying. When I say trauma bonded, I'm talking about light form. I don't know if there's a word for that. Like toxic bonded almost.
They're really good friends.
I learned how to take a joke because she was really good at telling jokes also.
I think he would tell my future boyfriends.
Good luck. Like I said, a lot of personalities, so you gotta be able to laugh with her.
Give her back.
She's a ride or die. She's a little bit crazy sometimes, but she's a real one.
What am I looking for?
Someone to understand her and accept her.
Somebody that's fun, but still, pushes her in what she does.
She definitely needs a thick-skinned boyfriend who's about 6'2" and plays in the NBA. LeBron James.
Someone that's gonna lead with integrity. You know what I mean?
Oh. Interesting. Okay, interesting. All right. Let's do... Sure, let's do... Okay, I want to do some Reddit nice guys. Let's go into his stuff. SocreaseTV is just hilarious.
Number 14.
Let's go playlists. I think he's got Reddit nice guys, yeah.
Hi.
Let's do one of these because they're short and fun. And then we'll do the School of Life. Let's go through some cringy things not to do if you're wanting to get a girl. Particularly, it seems like a lot online. Trauma bonds, yeah. Rise from recurring psychopath, yeah. LeBron James is like 6'9", so she just wants massive men. Fair enough. Dude open with apologizing. Yes, not great. All right, let's see.
Sorry for randomly messaging you, but you look as amazing as the Amazing Spider-Man, and I'm looking for long-term, loyal, serious relationship. And it said you were single, so I randomly messaged you. Sorry if I'm cheesy.
Yeah, okay, so coming out right away and being like, hi, I'm really insecure is not a great look. Fundamentally, it is true that in general, it seems that people like at least feigned confidence. You want to kind of own your best traits first when you're getting into a relationship. Comparing someone to a movie that may or may not be super obscure, not a great look. Doesn't really make sense. You're as amazing, but you look as amazing as the Amazing Spider-Man, like the main protagonist, which is a dude. So I'm not sure. Yeah, just overall cringe.
Sorry, I have a really awesome boyfriend, actually.
Good for you, kid. Don't gotta rub it in my face, you
Oh, boy. Okay, take your L and go. You don't need to just verbally vomit. This shit is so annoying. This shit is like what justifies women's being like, I'm afraid of being approached in cold approaches, which you don't really need to be afraid. But it is uncomfortable when you like, if a guy approaches you, and even if you like nicely reject somebody, they're just like, you're a dumb bitch.
Keep up what you do. You're doing great stuff.
Thanks, just a regular guy. Appreciate it. I once told my boss she looked like a female Michael Cera. She didn't take it well. I'm sure she didn't. Yeah, take your L and go, guys. Right? And girls. If you get rejected, it sucks. But verbally vomiting on the person for rejecting you isn't good, doesn't help them, doesn't get you on the in. And, to be honest, you won't even leave feeling vindicated because it's really easy to shit on somebody who's like rejection vomiting on you. Like, you're always going to come out at the bottom. So just don't
Typical
do
nice
it.
guy. I'll say it again. If anyone hurts a girl emotionally or physically, I'm gonna have to go Rocky Balboa.
Fictional boxer.
On them.
We look so much like a couple here.
Oh, no.
A couple of besties.
Oh, no.
Why would anyone drink or do drugs? I get high off respecting women.
Okay, I am pretty sure this is a giant meme, but there's nothing I find more cringy than guys. Like, there's this new form of fuckboy, which is like the feminist fuckboy, who talks about being an ally. They do a lot of feminist, like, talking points, but they're just still doing it to get in with women, and it's so cringy to me and uncomfortable, where it's just like, if they genuinely like care about feminism, they'll usually talk about it with anyone, right? But when they exclusively only talk, I remember I had one guy in university message me, and he was really trying to like get in, and he was like, you know, I recently wrote this feminist paper. I was thinking maybe you could read it for me and tell me what your thoughts are. It would be super fun if we could like hang out about this. And I was just like, holy shit. No, I've literally listened to how you talk about other women. You are not a feminist. You're LARPing as a feminist because you think I'll be into it. And I'm not. So no. Yeah, pick me, fuck me boys are unauthentic. Yeah. Is it Hassan Piker? I have no idea if Hassan Piker LARPs as a feminist. I don't know.
What is your emergency? Please help. Some men broke into my home. Not all men are like that. I wouldn't do that.
Breaking news. Girls actually love nice guys. It's just that you're not as nice a guy as you think you are.
I find this really hard to believe, as every time I'm interested in a girl, she ends up with an asshole and I end up friend-zoned. Or worse.
Imagine being the exact type of guy a post was aimed at, but somehow remaining blissfully unaware of that fact. If you're into bad boys, swipe left, because I am a good boy. Just you won't.
I'm that type that will put a blanket on a drunk bitch and not smash.
Oh, what a...
And not smash. I'm the type who doesn't rape drunk bitches. Kings, am I right?
She deserves better. Treat her right, you fucking asshole. Sad to see an ungrateful fuck getting that little cutie while I'm still a virgin at 22.
The world is a strange and unfair place.
Oh, I like, there's nothing more uncomfortable to me than like this rhetoric that I see a lot more men do, and I see some women do it too, but where they're just like so entitled to a partner, like incel types do this, right? Where they just feel so entitled to having a partner and like a woman that they're just like, oh, these stupid, dirty women picking all these dirty, gross fuck men when I mean a nice guy is sitting here waiting with my arms open, sending them creepy texts and weird memes at 3 in the morning. And it's just like, you're not entitled to anyone ever in any relationship. Even if you're dating, you're not entitled to them. Like, be grateful. Don't be entitled. I'll not be a rapist. Look at me hitting the bare minimum. Well, here's the thing. Not being a rapist isn't the bare minimum. Like, I think the bare minimum is a little bit higher than that. And in general, I would still say, like, it's better than to not. But to post it publicly, you're going to get roasted and you probably should. I'm just going to say it. I agree with him. It is definitely, like, good on you that you chose to not rape a girl. I do prefer that. It makes me concerned that you feel proud enough to post it publicly on, like, Twitter. That weirds me out a little bit.
Still jerked off.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Women are very shallow. I'm short, ugly, and broke, so I don't date. But my good-looking friends get the hottest women, and the most women. Gee, I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why, people want certain, like, here's the thing. Like, you actually have to, like, contribute something in a relationship. You're short, you're ugly, you're broke, and you're fucking victim-y, right? Like, it's just, everything about it is so unattractive, right? And so, like, okay, there's nothing you can do about being short. Ugly, there's a lot you can do about that, okay? I would say on average, women actually aren't super, super picky as far as like face. If he's saying like things, you know, get a really good skin cleaner routine, shower, get a better haircut, figure out a style that works for you. It takes a while, right? It takes a while to figure out your aesthetic. It took me a while to figure out this like deep plunge thing, but I'm digging it. I think it's probably the best aesthetic I've had. Figure out what clothes work for you. Try a couple styles out. Build an aesthetic. I don't know why straight guys aren't more pro aesthetic. We like treat it like it's like this vain thing to want to like look good. But humans are like deeply visual creatures. You want to look a little bit good. It's okay to care about that. Just like women, it's totally fine if they try their best to look a little bit attractive. Deep plunge is my haircut, just so that that's clear. See how it's split like here? My hair splits here. So this would be like a center part. This would be usually a side part. My part's like here, like at like the side of my head. It's considered a deep plunge part. Considering incel is a meme now, I would absolutely say. All right, it's completely frowned upon growing up a man and caring about how you look. And then once you're older, you're only allowed to look a specific way without being gay. Totally. And I'm just saying, let's fucking erode that. Let's make okay, if you ever come into my Discord, there are many men that are very straight and openly talk about valuing aesthetics, okay? It's a great thing. And to be honest at this point, now we're at a place where like if somebody's like, oh, you care about your aesthetic, that's kind of gay. Just be like, okay, being gay isn't an insult. It's just a orientation. I'm not, but like fair enough. If you like, to be honest, lots of girls want to date gay guys because they are hot as fuck. because they just put themselves together well. And I totally get the socialization. The thing is, like, fundamentally, we have to figure out how to undo the socialization. So, like, just, yeah, care about yourself a little bit. Figure out if you are your type's type. Yes. So good. So important. And if you really have a type, like if you're pretty narrow in your type of what you're attracted to be honest, you need to build an aesthetic that type of person will be into. You just have to do it.
How many short, ugly, broke women have you asked out?
Why would I do that? Wish I had.
Girlfriend. God, I hate women. So all you nice guys out there, just remember, you're never stuck in the friend zone if you value having women as friends.
Okay, you're also never stuck in the friend zone if you just like address it from the beginning. Usually like people who get like friend zoned are like passive guys who just like won't ask questions. And now it's like, well, maybe the woman should approach. And you guys know me. I always normalize women approaching. I mean, I'm already on like the naughty list in the women center of Twitch because I definitely ask for a lot more culpability and responsibility within women. But then it's my time to roast on you a little bit, right? You don't get friend zoned. You basically aren't taking a soft rejection. Usually. If you're actually friend zoned, there's also a problem not just for men, with men who buy clothes as a bigger guy that look good. With buy clothes as a bigger guy that look good. Like if you're heavier set, are you saying like if somebody's like overweight, it's hard to find clothes? Yes, because unfortunately our beauty standard doesn't value being overweight. So that is difficult. And for men that are overweight, it's tricky because for women that are overweight, they can do like waist trainers. So they kind of like use their extra weight to build like extra curves as well. Men, we don't really value a waist. Corsets aren't really a thing. So yeah. But that's why for most men, that's why like Kevin Samuels mostly just tells men like work out and like work on yourself. Are people in the friend zone even if they're friends? Okay, if you're not calling if you're saying, so here's the thing, if you're just fine having women as friends, you're not really in the friend zone. You're just friends because you're not trying. Most guys who say I'm stuck in the friend zone are men who want to be in a relationship with that woman and they're not. Usually because that woman has already kind of softly, passively rejected, right? Or you've been so passive yourself that she doesn't even know you're interested. So probably just at some point, be direct and be like, hey, Tanya, I think you're really beautiful. And I really would like to have some time, just me and you, hang out, maybe go get a dinner. And I want it to be a little bit like romantic. I would love to take you out on a date, right? Something like that. Maybe don't say romantic. Let's say like, I'd love to take you out on a date, right? Be kind of casual about it. Don't put any pressure on. And if she says no, you have to decide if you still want that friendship. You can end a friendship because fundamentally you want something romantic and they don't. That's not like a bad thing. It's just you're looking for something that they aren't. Oh, dating profiles. Rough. Do you want to do the girl version or the guy version? There's a guy and a girl version of this right now. Let's do a poll. All right, let's see. Which video? Girls rating guys or guys rating girls? Profile, dating profiles. Erudite and Tanya sitting in a tree. Fuck yeah. Tanya, you're so beautiful. Hot. You're hot. I had never been with a baddie, Tanya, but I'd like to try things out. But it is a bad thing, too many women, if you ask a girl and she says no, so you leave, you're only seeing as wanting one thing. Well, if you're only wanting sex from her, that's different. If you ask a girl in a date and she tries to imply that you're walking away because you just want sex, you can be like, no, Tanya, I wanted to be in a relationship with you, which isn't what you're interested in. And that's totally fine. But unfortunately, I need to invest my time in other people because I do want to be in a relationship. You could just have that really open conversation and she might get butt mad about it, but then you can just block her if you need to. I've heard this echoed that women are afraid of their guy friends doing exactly that, where their guy friends will ask them out on a date. To be honest, I don't know why it's like a big deal. I don't really understand why they're afraid of it. Are they just like afraid that it's going to be uncomfortable and ruin their friendship? Like, it's fair. It sucks. Yeah, I've been a girl who's been like, man, I hope this guy doesn't get feels because I just enjoy his friendship. But fundamentally, like, to be honest, if I've had guys in my life who I have been friends with who were interested in it more, and when I said no, I was totally I understood why they were going to move on. Like, I just don't expect people to stick around and be just friends with me if they want more, because if they want a relationship, they should be pursuing that. They don't need to like waste their emotional time on me. I find most women who get mad at that, they're kind of like, they want to like cling on to the emotional support you're giving, and they don't realize that like for your own health, it might be better for you to move on. And you can decide. I've had guy friends that hit on me, and then I'm like, yeah, just, you know, like not super into it. We can still be friends, but just like, I want to be super clear, like, I'm not interested in this ever going anywhere, and that's probably never going to change. And I totally understand if that changes how you want to engage in friendship. I've had some guys be like, thank you, peace out. I appreciate you being nice and clear about that. I've had other guys be like, nah, you're pretty cool. I'm down to just hang out too. And then we like went out to like some bars and stuff together with like him and a couple other like dudes, and I was an excellent wing woman. So, you know, you can just negotiate relationships. If we treat both partners as just equal, intelligent, rational, capable human beings, that means you guys can just engage and negotiate things. And there's going to be a clear-cut decision on what works for every relationship. You just have to decide what works for you and what works for her, and then communicate it, and then decide if it's not worth it to you. I don't know. I know that everyone's like, but it's so complicated. And I'm like, I get it, but it also doesn't need to be. Sometimes the reasons why relationships get so complicated is because we complicate them. And we don't just like talk about things openly. And you don't have to talk about it maybe as directly as I do, but you do need to talk about it. It sucks though, because most of the problems could disappear if more people were confident in themselves. You can LARP being confident though. Like, a lot of people would say like, you're a really confident person to me. And I would say people have said that about me since I was, you know, in the womb, basically. I've always been told I'm a very confident person. I've only actually been a confident person for like the last couple of years. I've been confident in a couple of areas, but in dating and sex and relationships, I've never been confident in. You can just LARP at being confident. And you can LARP at being confident for like a 30-second to a minute long text. You can do it. I believe you. Just be like, what would a confident person do? Do that and then let it go, you know? I get that confidence is really hard. I just think like the only way you learn how to be more confident is you put yourself out there, you risk rejection, and you do it anyways because you need to get better at being confident. That's a large way that confidence builds. It's just like doing things that make you uncomfortable. It turns out not so bad. Or even if it does turn out bad, it's not as bad as you nearly thought it was. And then you move on. The age difference and experience differences make it impossible to understand the obvious stuff to you or me though. I don't think so. I think you can actually teach like young people about this too. Especially if young people could have more open relationships with their parents and like older people. If parents weren't so cringe about talking to their teens about relationships. Yeah. Fake your confidence until you forget you're pretending. Yeah, to some extent, like fake it till you make it works, right? And it doesn't work all the time and every day. You're going to fake it till you make it, and then you're going to get home and you might sob in your fucking car, okay? That's fine. You're allowed to do that. Like, you're allowed to have all the feelings too. Just like put yourself out there, risk it a little bit, and like see what can happen, right? And just keep yourself safe. Especially for women, when I'm saying this, I'm like, put yourself out there in a safe way. So like, don't put yourself out there by like meeting a guy alone in his car and having him drive you to a private location. That's not really confidence. That's just dangerous. But put yourself out there by like, just text the guy you're into and see if he's into you. Being like, hey, John, I actually find you kind of hot. Do you want to maybe go on a date sometime? Just do it. Just do it. And you're like, well, like, what if I lose the friendship? Well, you didn't want to be friends anyways. You wanted to be partners. And if you still want to be friends after, they might be like, sorry, Tanya. We're just going to keep using Tanya. Poor Tanya. Sorry, Tanya, I'm just not into you. And now Tanya gets to decide, do I want to be friends with this person? And if you want to be friends with this person, you have to know that you're never going to date them. Don't stick around hoping that maybe later they'll date you. Don't do that. It's kind of manipulative, actually, because they've said no now. Now you get to decide, can I actually just be fine being friends, just being friends with John? And if I can't, if I'm always going to have the feels, you probably just need to let that relationship go, which sucks. I'm not saying it doesn't suck, like, at all. I totally get it. I've been deeply afraid of loneliness my entire life. So like I'm not belittling these things, but there's still things you have to do to find the relationships that you need. Parents need to be not so awkward talking to their kids. Fuck. Oh, as somebody who works with teens a lot, I cannot understand how parents are so bad with teens. Yeah. And then when you see a parent who's actually really good with their teen kids, it's just like so refreshing because the teen kid can just go to their parent and be like, I don't know what to do about this boy. And the parent, rather than be like, oh my gosh, you were just a baby yesterday. I'm just so uncomfortable with the idea of you being like sexually attracted. It's just like, just chill. Clarice, like he's 15. It's going to happen. Just, would you rather he talk to you about it or go on Pornhub and find his advice there? Because I can tell you where I'd prefer. How do you think women can become more comfortable to ask men out? Doing it. Do it with people that you're less nervous about first. Go on Tinder, especially if you're a woman, because you could get matched with basically anyone. Ask out somebody who you're not maybe as into for just one date. And be really casual about it. Don't like overpromise anything. Just ask them out. And be like, hey, do you want to go on a date? And then they'll probably say yes because they're on Tinder. And then just be clear in the relationship that you're not looking for anything else, that you're just like actually looking to casually date. I did that for a long time. When I was like super, when I was getting over my like kind of like phobic level of fear of men, I went on Tinder, which a lot of people don't realize that I had, but I was like, literally if a man like touched me, I would like kind of panic, okay? Because of some early childhood stuff, right? So to get over that, because I was like, well, I want to find a husband, but I can't find one if I can't date men. That's a bit of a problem. I should probably get good at just being comfortable around men, and maybe in the process I'll find someone. I didn't actually in my process. So I went on Tinder. I just matched with a bunch of people. I found people, vetted a little bit to make sure that some of them are safe. You could just ask a couple of questions, like being like, just like be clear about what safety boundaries you have. Like rather than shit testing people, just have safety boundaries. Like this is why I'm like, why are we shit testing men when we can just give them safety boundaries and you can see how they respond, right? So I'd be like, are you comfortable? If I just like, I'd be like, hey, do you want to meet here at this time? And then they'd be like, oh, well, I'll come pick you up. And I'd be like, no, like I don't want you to come pick me up, but I will meet you at the bar, right? So I had one guy. He wanted to go on a date. I was out at the barn. So I had a horse at the time. So I was in the country alone at the barn. And he was like, oh, I'm a big cowboy. I'll come meet you at the barn. What's its address? But I was alone in the country and there's no one else at the barn. So I was like, there's no fucking way I'm giving him this address. And I was like, oh, sorry, appreciate that. I'm just wrapping up. Why don't I just meet you in town? My car's here. I don't want to leave it out in the country. Yeah, give him something. I should have rode my horse today, indeed. So he got kind of weird and butt mad, but he still met me at the bar later. It was not a great date. Then he was like, hey, do you want to like come alone in my truck? And I was like, no, I don't. But thanks. I'm actually going to head home now. And then I drove myself home, right? And like, it's like, was he being kind of pushy and weird boundaries? Yeah. Did he have like bad intentions? Maybe he was just like socially weird. I don't know. But I just told him things that I did and didn't want. So rather than having like shit tests, just have some safety standards for yourself that you want to navigate and then voice them. I hate shit testing. Don't make up fake boundaries. That's a dumb idea because you probably have real boundaries. Just use real ones. I don't know why you need to make up fake boundaries. Do you have a video expanding on your idea about normalizing women approaching men? I've been thinking about how that would slowly but majorly affect the culture between the sexes. Do I have a video? I don't, but I should make a video about it sometime. Just about women approaching men. I mean, I don't have anything fancy about it. It's just like women should approach men. There are only benefits to be gleaned, almost no negatives, other than basically if you like being pursued, that won't happen as often. It can be safer for women. They can set the terms of what the kind of romantic and sexual relationship looks like because they're the pursuers in that case. It helps men who have been kind of told a lot of mixed messages about how to do approaching women. They've been told kind of creepy, rapey stuff for a while. Now they're being told just never do any cold approaches. But then lots of women still like cold approaches. So it kind of clears up some of that like muddying. We could just have a new standard of approaching. Make that video and put it on every platform. Sounds good. Trying to think. What else would I do? Practice going on lots of dates. If you're a girl who's really uncomfortable, like just practice. And just my main rule of thumb, like always for my own safety, drive yourself there. If you didn't drive yourself there, take a bus. Never, ever, ever take a ride from somebody that you've never met before. Just don't do it. Obviously, like you're like, well, what do I do if I'm in the country? Borrow a car. Literally just ask a friend if you can borrow a car. Get a friend you trust to drive you to the date. Just don't get your date to pick you up if you've never met them before. It's just like, don't do it. The risk is so high and the reward is so low. So insist on meeting in a public location. Drive yourself to that location. Don't drink like at all. Like do your best to basically not drink at all, because even if you're not drunk but you're buzzed, you might miss out on like a couple of like flags. I just like, my rule of thumb was to never drink on the first date, because I really wanted to be able to just like be fully like cognitively present. Tell them what you're into and not into, what you're looking for. I was pretty open on the first date because I had no intention to sleep with them, so I really didn't want them to feel, I just didn't want that to be like a weird question at the end when they're like walking me to my car. If they're really always drink on your first date. No, never drink on your first date. Don't do it. Don't do it. Always tell somebody that you love where you're going,
only one type
what
of
time you expect to be home, right? There's just some like really, a day on, thank you for those 5 subs. Everyone make sure you guys give big thanks to a day on. Is there a good approach to avoid getting feelings for a female friend when those feelings build naturally over time, even when that's not your intent? Basically, like be really honest about yourself about whether or not you can avoid it. If she's like kind of the girl of your dreams, you might not be able to avoid it. And like, here's the thing, unrequited love isn't bad. Like it just sucks, right? And it sucks. The main part that's really sucky for a lot of women is that men put their unrequited love on them, right? So as a woman, when I've had a guy that I know is really into me, but then he keeps kind of like always making implications and passes at me when I've already kind of said no, that gets annoying, because it's like, it's fine that you have these feelings. Like you can be friends with somebody and have a crush on them. Like, of course you can. Unrequited love is good for you. It's just, if you spend too much time on somewhere where you know it's not, like just be honest with yourself that it's not going anywhere. Like don't really like, because we want to daydream into these fantasies of it going somewhere, really try to catch yourself. Like try to not do that, because if they've said explicitly that it's not going anywhere, take them at their word. It's not going anywhere. And if they want to change that, they should be the ones to fully initiate that and just like, don't expect it. Right. Yeah. Sorry, I'm Mexican. We drink on every occasion. We also carry mace and a pocket knife. Well, Courtney, you've got other backups. That's fair. In general, though, I would say like, if you are going to drink as minimal as possible, like 1 glass of wine. Yeah, especially you should know your own tolerance. Like just don't get drunk on your first date. It's just dangerous. And you can. Here's the thing. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm just saying, these are the educational tips that I'm going to give women to be approaching in ways that make them feel safe. Particularly because I tend to focus on women who have had like more traumatic experiences. So they're kind of fearful of relationships, because that's going to be more like my experience as well. How can men make themselves attractive from the perspective of being approached instead of approaching, like in a social situation with strangers? I can only think of ways to do it from an approaching. So you're trying to figure out how to get approached. I don't think you can right now, because there's not a ton of social movement towards women approaching men. That's something we need to normalize more. You're more so like going to kind of win the lottery when a girl approaches you. I don't know if there's any way to make yourself seem more approachable. I think in general, women don't. I think the best you could do is like, so here's an example of like where, so I was pretty quick to approach because I was really trying to not have a phobia of men. So I just like really pushed myself to do things in safe ways that really made me anxious. As a woman, to be honest, like you're in the best situation to get over that anxiety, because most men respond really well to you approaching them. Even if they're not interested, they tend to still be really nice about it. So for example, I remember, okay, so here's an example where it was obvious the guy was giving me a cue of like, you should approach me. Okay. So like we're sitting at a bar, he's kind of across the way. He keeps on glancing over at me. We were making eye contact. He would like smile and like wiggle his eyebrows at me. Then he'd like go back to chatting and be like glancing back. So there's tons of glancing back and forth. In that case, he could have approached or I could have. I obviously was reading that and I approached and just like chatted, had a good night, didn't really do much. because I really was just kind of like trying to get better at this like anxiety stuff. But that's what I did. Just like look for, give girls obvious cues. But if she's giving you those cues, you can also just approach her at that point. Like the reality is like a lot of girls are like, don't approach women. But a lot of women like being approached. Most women. It's just internet women seem to be saying, don't approach, which might be because they've had like much more negative experiences. So yeah. Yeah. All right. I don't know what we answered, so.
Getting back with your ex is acceptable. Straight.
Based on a specific trait, what would it say about how you see them and how they see you? To find out, we brought together 5 women and had them rank each other based on their dating profiles.
Oh!
Then 5 men.
Oh, I
rearranged
fucking
them.
love watching women ranking themselves, because usually the most assertive and the most kind of like maybe overly confident women always puts herself first, because women are just like pretty agreeable, and so they'll just be like, oh, okay, and then guys almost always reverse it. That's what I've usually seen in these situations. Whereas guys, I think I think they misattribute certain values that women have. Like they tend to put a lot of value on like certain jobs, like they're like, oh, I'm a rapper, so that's way cooler. And I'm like, I don't actually think women care that much about guys being a rapper or not. I think a lot of men won't be honest in these that I've seen. They won't be honest about how much height matters. That's what I've seen, where they like rank a shorter guy higher because he's like educated and makes a lot of money. And I'm like, height always beats these two, like almost every time. Unless he's making over 6 figures.
Files looked. This is ranking.
I don't know how the fuck Jubilee gets. Okay, Jubilee is like an aggressively kind of left feminist like company. I don't know how the fuck they get away with these videos. You're just ranking people by their pure vain attractability. Like it's pretty terrible. It's probably the like least empowering like feminist thing that we can do. It's just so strange to me. But it's Jubilee. They seem to not live their standards.
On Hinge. That's my favorite app. My first prompt here is, let me introduce you to my alter ego. This is
Okay, so we have to decide. So the girls are going to rank themselves. So we have to look at all the girls. I'm going to watch how because the girls are purely going to rank based on who argues the most and the strongest, almost bar none. It's just going to be whatever girl decides she wants to be the top is most likely going to be the top. And then if there's 2 kind of like alpha females, they're going to have to duke it out, and it's probably going to be a popularity contest.
a picture of me.
Of who's nicer, basically.
I'm like full glam. Like I don't normally look like this. I'm a content creator. I also am a model, and that's like a big dream of mine. Gotta let them know I have some friends. And then my life behind the scenes is a little BTS video that I made from one of my photo shoots.
A little booty too.
A little booty, just a little bit. Just a little
Okay,
bit.
so the girls, I'm going to guess, are going to rank her a little bit higher because she is decently attractive. She's a model as well. She's got assets, and she's decently confident. And I suspect that she's going to be assertive as well. I think it fits with the feminist narrative as it demonstrates what the problem is. But the problem is that Jubilee isn't saying that this is a bad thing. It's just making videos, taking advantage of it instead. Which I would say, like, if you're a really like strong feminist, you probably shouldn't do that. They always do it for both genders as well, so there's nothing anti-feminist about it. I don't think that that's true, to be honest. I think a lot of time feminists would say we can do it for men, but not for women.
You know? All right, my app of choice is Tinder because I love the super like function. I love to know that a guy's really into me and therefore pursue the conversation. So my first picture is a picture of myself eating because I love to eat. And then I have a picture of me with lights because I'll light up your world. A picture of
Damn!
me in this like really risque outfit because sometimes I like to put on a little show for people. I got a little too tipsy and tried to steal a cheeseburger. So I just want to let them know that even if I'm drunk, I'll still take care of them. And then my bio says, do you have back pain, headaches, stomach aches? It's probably because you're bending over backwards and stressing over someone who isn't feeding you right. Now with the new improved Gloria, you can feel at ease again.
Very interesting. Yeah, that was such a fun.
Okay, so we have to figure out who are they going to rank as number 1 for the girls, and then who are the guys going to rank as number 1? I used to think it was vain, but honestly, everything we do would lead me to believe that we see attractiveness as like a pseudo virtue. Everything we do would lead me to believe, yeah, I mean, we do see attractiveness as a pseudo virtue, unquestionably. I think feminist literature would do better to actually contend with that. which maybe there are some like fourth waves that do that, which is fine. It just feels like the most stuff I see is about beauty standards just like kind of being bad. And I think that that's not like they just want to dismantle beauty standards, but the reality is I think humans are way too like visual and like physical based that I don't think we're going to do away with beauty standards. The best we can do is modify them to be healthier.
Chaotic. I'd be like, what picture is next? Okay. Normal, regular picture, not my favorite picture ever, not my worst. But I feel like this is in general what I look like.
Such a cute
And
photo.
This is my dog.
Holy shit.
Paisley. Guess the backstory of this photo.
Booty.
I just turned 24 on the 3rd, and I had all my friends dress up as pickles for medieval times.
Okay, we gotta speed this up.
Pictures
so
with
don't-
us. We're the same type of weird if, as a kid, you also collected rocks, and when they would break/crack, you held funerals for them in your backyard. And it's-
Aw. I love Holly personally. I think she's really nice, so I think she might get ranked low. I fucking love her. I would date Holly. She seems based. She can take a joke. She doesn't take herself too seriously. Like, that's a fucking hilarious video of her just the Pickle Rick story. I know, she's based, but she seems really nice, and I think she's gonna get ranked low by the girls. It's gonna be my guess. I really like her though. I'd date Holly.
My app of choice is Bumble because I like to throw out like my little pickup line. If you had to choose, what kitchen utensil would you be? And then they'll be like, oh, a spatula? I don't know, like what about you? And be like, I want to be a little spoon. So my first photo is just kind of just a photo of me. It's not my best photo. It's not my worst photo. Good strategy. Yeah, I kind of look a little...
Is that a good strategy? I don't know. I'm not a dating app aficionado. Do you want to start with a mid-tier photo and then move along? Don't you want to start with your best photo or like near best that captures the eye so that they swipe?
Mean, but I have a resting face. But I promise I don't bite unless you want me to. And then I put a little like risque photo of me at the beach. I was like, catch the eyeballs,
Nice.
and then so that they can scroll down.
Cute.
Okay, so this is me on Hinge. I don't smoke, drink, or do anything, so people usually like, she's boring from here on out. I like to have fun, I swear. I want someone who is passionately pursuing their purpose in life. Relationships come and go, but what motivates you to wake up every day will always remain. I put that because I feel like sometimes I meet guys and they're like, well, I just like money or drugs or like.
She's kind of like super wholesome. I imagine she's going to get ranked lower by the guys at least because of like the wholesomeness. I think she's very cute. You want to start with your best or just trying to be humble? Okay, I was wondering about that.
I'm like, okay, but like what else? And then this picture was from Halloween. It's actually a trap because it's just like a lot of booty meat out. And if they like that picture first, I'm like, I automatically don't want to talk to you.
I like that strategy.
Okay, so she does the shit test. She just lost a lot of points for me. I don't want to date Kristen as much. Holly's still my number one. 21435K. Let's do a poll. Who will the girls rank 1? So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're curious, I can't remember any of their names. Second girl in is number 1. The girl on the mouse outside is number 2 now. Holly, number 3. Oh, I remember her name. Grace is number 4. Kristen is number 1. I think this is Monica. I can't remember number 2's name. Sorry. There you go. Holly is bar none based. I don't know if she's going to get ranked high by the girls or the guys, though. I think Holly's going to get the short end of the stick here, okay?
Yeah, that's my profile.
Our girl Holly. I fucking love, I need to just say this. I fucking love Holly. I know I've said this a lot, but holy shit. She's so cute. Look at her fucking badass outfit. She's like a little cheeky, but a little fresh. I'm not a big denim skirt fan. I'm going to be honest. The denim skirt is not working for me or for her. I think she could choose a better bottom, but I love the top here. I think this was a great choice. If it was paired with maybe like a baggy pair of slacks, like more of the pleather material, but loose, that could be cute. Or she could do like more of a booty short vibe, but the denim skirt is not quite adding a ton to her figure. And I actually think, based on her photos, she's got a great figure, and this outfit doesn't do as much justice to it. Sorry, guys, I'm simping really hard for Holly. You think girls will rank this girl first? I don't know if you guys can see my... Oh, you can't see my mic.
Put me last, because I know I'm like just a walking red flag.
I might go for the last spot just because I feel like my profile is like kind of basic, and also like Hinge gives you a lot of prompts to like actually really showcase yourself. And I feel like with Bumble,
Interesting. They're doing the classic like fake Humble where they're all competing. A bunch of them are now competing for last place, which either is genuinely because they're like, this girl I think might be straight up enough that she's like, nah, I just don't think I have the strongest one. Whereas I think the first girl is being fake Humble.
it just doesn't have that.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna reserve this one for me.
No, put me right here. I would put my phone down in the 4th spot because I feel like you don't know that much about me from my page.
I think a dating profile, the point is to give like a little bit and then they can message
Yeah,
you and you guys
they're doing the fake Humble, and then the other girls being quiet are like, wait, what? Oh, I thought we were, okay, shit. I was going to compete maybe for 1, so now I need to compete for last, but I need to compete smart enough so I end up high, but, you know, this shit mind fucks me. This is why I got bullied probably in high school, because I don't get this shit. Like, I would just be like, I think objectively I'm like number 3, and I would just slap it down. And then they'd be like competing for like the weird fake Humble, and I'd be like one girl who's like clearly got the best thing would be like, oh, I'm obviously number 5, and I'd be like, no, you're not. You're like literally obviously number 1. Like I don't know what you're saying here. She wants a moment when the boys moved my phone. Oh, you think so? I don't wanna be that shitty. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, guys. Okay? Holy shit, I'm a follower. Welcome, guys. Let's give the people. Okay, you guys. I'm gonna say this. You guys give a lot of benefit of the doubt to the men. We gotta give benefit of the doubt to the women. Okay? Because this isn't about like shitting on women or on men. This is about being honest. I think most people are pretty dishonest. Women are going for the fake Humble. Okay? It's just a little weird. Number 4 is just gorgeous. I know, but she had a shit test in her profile, so she lost a lot of respect for me.
So I think you have a pretty good profile.
I think she had a fake shit test too. I think she said that it was a shit test where she's like, oh, I put this like sexy photo of me up because it's a photo where like she's standing here like with her bum, she's doing like the bum pose where she's like pushing her bum out like this. Can you tell that I don't fucking do Instagram? She's like this, and she's got like a tiny crop top, and she's like posing like this. Okay, but better than I did because I just literally looked like I was doing some like body Tetris. So she had one of those photos, and she said, oh, but I'm like wholesome. I only do it to like, if they like only that photo, then I know that they're like not a very good guy. I'm pretty sure that that's not true. I think she has that photo up because she knows that she looks hot. Because she does. Which is own it, girl. But I'm going to guess she's Christian, and us Christian women, man, we have been told that being sexual is the most immoral, dirty thing. So I got a soft spot for little Kristen, all right? It's hard being a Christian gal in the dating world, where you've been told that your sexuality is not just gross, but also deeply immoral, right? So let's give a soft spot for her.
And it shows like you're creative as well with your content creation.
But then you also need to go further up because you have a lot of conversation starters. Like, what are you doing in your purse?
Yes, I do.
Nice. Gloria got fucking ousted. She was like, fuck, I wanted to do the bottom so I could get moved to the top. Now I'm already high, and now I seem prideful. I feel like I'm in the right spot maybe, but also not. No one is going for... I think what might happen, now that they're doing this weird game where they're competing for number 5, I think Holly is going to be straight up enough that she'll be like, they're going to be like, Holly, you should for sure be number 1. And she'll be like, okay. Like, she'll be like, I don't give a fuck, whatever.
Okay. Well, put it there. Okay.
Wait, you're the last one? My profile is so basic. What are we arguing?
It's not basic at all. You shared. So
Okay, she's really wants herself to be last. Yeah, I'm a little sus that she wants to get the jump. Because she was very proud of her profile. She put a lot of thought into it. To be honest, she had a pretty great profile. She had like multiple photos, like being risky, being cheeky, being professional, stealing the cheeseburger, which is fucking hilarious. Like, she knows that she is not the least dateable, like, at all. She knows that she's not. So she's either genuinely kind of self-loathing, but she was very proud of her profile. I think she's doing like the fake Humble.
so many things. Like I know exactly what you're looking for.
Where's our girl Holly at? Where is she? This is her, right? 3. She's like, I didn't know we were doing the fake Humble. Look at, she's at number 1. She's like, not gonna fight it. Just gonna let it slide, you know? This whole thing is so, I know, it's so awkward. I'm telling you, this is why I got bullied in high school. It's because I don't know how to do this shit.
Profile is so basic. What are we arguing?
It's It's not basic at all. You shared so many things. Like, I know exactly what you're looking for from your page.
I'm gonna make a switch right here. Molly, you had
Grace. Oh, fucking Grace is straight edge, guys. I'm growing in my love for Grace. I think she was doing it. I think she's a little bit honest too. I think she was doing a bit of a humble, but I think she genuinely doesn't think her photo at the beginning is great. But I think in general, she might just not be super self-confident. But she's fucking based. Moving Holly up and moving her down. I agree. I think Holly will attract more because she's got the like, I'm cute and I don't take myself too seriously vibes. And her first photo, she's fucking cute. Whereas, to be honest, if anyone's got more red flags, it's our Christian girl, Kristen, right? Because she's got like the wholesome vibes, which I think a lot of guys, to be honest, aren't going to find as attractive.
started to show like that you've traveled so much, and it's just like a lot of your personality in your profile.
I remember things about your profile. Like, I think you should definitely go up here. Well, how do you
Really?
Maybe move.
Wow. Oh.
I love yours. I'm gonna move yours up.
Man, this is so uncomfortable. Now just like what? Now they've gotten over being fake humble, and now they're just actually trying to put things where they belong, but they're still trying to keep their game plan going, but they're kind of getting annoying because they're like, okay, well, now that Grace is being straight edge, I kind of want to be straight edge because that's the new social vibe. Because I don't know, when it comes to sociology, it's all about like the constantly changing social rules. Yeah. So now Grace is at the bottom. She's like, can we just fucking move on? I'm over this shit. She's moving herself. So somebody, I think she swapped these two. Oh, I wish you guys could see my cursor.
She's traveled a lot. She's got a lot to share. Your page is fun and it's exciting, and I am enticed to go on a date with you. So that's why I think you should be number one.
Okay, yeah. I was wondering. I was like, it's either her or it's either girl number 3 or girl number 1 over here who's going to end up at the most. Holly's second. Holly's literally not weighed in. Holly's just like, I don't care. Predictions on how the men will approach it. Okay, guys. Let's see if they're finalized yet. Okay, we're finalized. So I'm going to tell from most to last. We'll do most as number 1, okay, just so you guys know. Because I can't remember the first two. I only her name. Does anybody remember her name? I feel so bad. I remember all their names now except for first girl. Let's see. Kristen. Fuck. Shit, we can't look in there because it's going to give us Holly, Grace. Yeah, okay. Does anybody remember this first girl's name? We have to look back. We have to figure out her name. Gloria. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, Gloria. I did you dirty. And this is Monica. Okay, let's do a rank score. All right. So now we're going to predict.
There's only one.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Now we're going to predict. Okay. Who will the men rank first? And I'm sorry about typos. I'm going fast, right? Monica, that is our first lady here. We've got Gloria. That's the girl who ended at number 1. Okay, let's go back here so you guys can see the ending ranks. Okay, Gloria. So Gloria's in number 1 right now. Then we've got Holly. She's in number 2. And then we've got Kristen in number 4 and Grace. Okay. Start poll. Who do you guys think the men will rank as number 1? I'm not going to weigh in yet so that you guys get your voting done. Thank you, Broken Design. I very much appreciate the subscription. I'm glad you guys are enjoying a bit of a emotional break from all the other stuff that's going on Twitch. We're just being terrible people instead. Okay. Yeah. Kristen, this isn't even a contest. You think Kristen? Just because you think she's the hottest? I don't know. I'm between... I think Holly or Monica have the hottest profile pictures, to be honest, overall. I think Monica's biggest negative is this face, I think, turns off a lot of guys because it looks very like, girl, which I think a lot of guys don't like. I think Holly might end up number 1. I'm going to guess. Okay. All right, let's go. Monica. You guys think the men are going to rank Monica first? Because of her kinky photo? You might be right. Here's the thing. There's light skin bias, always. So I think Holly, I think it's going to be Holly or Monica. I'm going to be honest. I think it's going to be Holly or Monica. Mind you, we might be cutting Grace out too quick. Okay, now men rank the women's profiles. Okay.
Okay, so is she a model?
I'd like to see her in a natural environment with some friends, maybe a candid photo.
Okay, they like Monica. She's hot. Monica's hot.
Forward. So look, I respect the honesty. What do you guys think when people put their zodiac signs on the dating app?
But if it's one of these little tab things, but if you go into a whole like soliloquy in the bio,
I think the don't know yet thing says the most out of all the tags.
Oh, don't know yet. Don't know what.
Like then that means what you're looking for. Something relationship, something
Okay, I think they like Grace's personality for like they find her very interesting.
Right, guys? Tinder. First response. Honesty.
Respectfully, it's a little more short term, okay? Whoa.
Whoa!
Okay.
Church thief?
She's still a burger. Still a pocket burger, man.
That's quite the bio.
Next is Molly. Dating you will look like. What does that mean?
It's
Dating
her.
you will look like,
It
and
would
then
look like her.
Oh, her. Okay.
Yeah.
That's travel story.
Getting stranded on a nude beach in Mexico when the boat ran out of gas. I need somebody that, like, if there's a problem, I need a solution.
Yes, back towards this photo. Okay, that looks fun.
Pickles? Yeah, they're liking Holly. Fucking Holly. Go, girl. I just want...
That's a lovely first one.
I'm going to be honest. If they pick Holly as number one, my faith in humanity is going to be slightly restored. Okay? I don't know if they will. I think she might be too wholesome, but...
Smile. I can see enough. You've got an outfit.
Kristen is gorgeous. I think they're going to be turned off.
Looking for followers or love?
You guys think that's a red flag?
That's a plug.
I think it's a
little weird, man.
Unless you're promoting your business.
Right. A lot of far away pics.
Happy Halloween costume.
What is it? What is the costume?
It just says hot
girl?
It's like a word.
Like a Hooters? I was thinking I could just color
Maybe she's hot girl summer.
Hot girl summer. Yeah, I also don't know how it was a Halloween costume.
Monica was the best. She had a lot of different looks in her profile.
Clear, we have a little video.
I told ya. Monica's hot. Monica's very attractive. Let's just be honest here. Monica's hot as fuck. I think you're giving the men too much credit on their profile personality. Oh, for sure. I think mostly what they're doing there is giving content and trying to look like they're not going to base this completely on appearance. When I'm going to be honest, they're going to base this completely on. I don't think they're trying to not be racist. I think Monica's actually pretty hot. I think Holly's still going to win. I think they're trying to act like they're not making this just about looks. But they are going to. So they have to like give a lot of stuff. She's a model. Yeah, she's a model. She's pretty hot. Like, she's hot. She's not like super slim, like some like body standards. But to be honest, like I think she's got a nice booty. Like she's got a nice figure. I'm jealous of Monica's.
So we're only swapping?
She seems cool, but it's a Tinder, like we're looking for dateable.
So you're saying everybody
Yeah,
on
I don't
Tinder
think they're gonna like
can't be
Gloria.
dateable?
Well, here's the thing. You can find someone like, a very lucky person. But we all know it's a numbers game. Guys are just swiping. We just swiping, right?
If everything else is good, though, I don't want to just like throw her away. She's got a great diverse portfolio.
Portfolio. She's got a really good portfolio, guys. I just, I'd really like to interview her. Her portfolio.
I'd say top rate.
But she does a lot of things too, right? She has an Instagram bio, but she says relationships come and go, but what motivates you to wake up every day will always remain. So does that mean she's looking for something serious?
There's far away
She is looking for something serious. Correct.
I'm gonna say it.
The pictures, that's the only reason.
Yep, thought so. Yep. Monica's got a couple things going against her. Not Monica, sorry, Kristen. She's too wholesome. She's looking for a serious relationship, which I think, unfortunately, in a lot of dating apps comes across not great because people are just like really into casual sex, I think, mostly right now. And I think she's the darkest of all the women on the panel as well. And I'm going to be honest, that always works against women. I'm just going to be honest. It sucks. It's terrible, but that's true.
Okay.
Grace.
Okay, but she doesn't know what she wants.
Hands if you think she should be 5.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh! Sorry, Grace.
See, okay, but that pickle thing, that's kind of cool.
That is cool. I've never seen a pickle that shade of green. And are they avocados?
I think we...
What? Does this guy just not understand what pickles... Does he just think that they're dumb? They're done? All right.
Grace, Kristen, Gloria, Molly, Monica.
Oh! Fuck, her name was Molly this whole time? Guys, I was simping for a girl whose name that I just didn't know. I fucking told you Monica was gonna win, because Monica's hot. She's a model. And then Molly, light skin. Gloria, risky, wholesome. Unfortunately, Grace has the least attractive photo. That's basically what it is. It's mostly an attractive. Like, that's just kind of what it is, unfortunately. Sim so hard you forgot to read. I know. I was just lost in her. She's so cute, Molly. I'm sorry, Molly. I called you Holly. I'm a bad person.
Your guys' order. What was the reason for switching?
Wait, what do you guys put? Can you guys if you guys could stand in the order that?
I think it was third. Like, how is this number?
Okay, yeah. Let's see. Grace, straight edge. Fucking based Grace. I respect Grace. She is straight edge. She's honest. Grace is probably the most dateable, to be honest. She fucking knows herself pretty well. She's like, yeah, I just don't have that great of a profile. I don't know if she cares that much, though, because if you did care, you'd work really hard to improve it. I think she's actually one of the more interesting ones, unfortunately. Kristen, yeah, not surprised. Yeah, again, girls were like, Gloria, and Gloria probably knew that Gloria was hoping that she'd get jumped to the first, she got ranked down, which sucks. You never want to get ranked down, which is part of the tactic. If you get ranked number 5, anything up, if the guys move you anywhere else, it's a win. If you get ranked first, you got a lot to risk. Yeah, great. I like Grace. Grace was based. Problem is that Grace gets screwed over in online dating. Girls get screwed over in online dating too, right? Grace is probably pretty solid. Kristen is pretty solid. I'm going to guess if you want a long-term relationship, she might be like a lot emotionally, potentially. That's what I suspect. With the whole like, I'm doing a shit test, but I'm not, but I am, but I'm saying I am because I need to moralize it. I might have a Christian background. Christian background is always tricky. Nice though. She's probably really, really nice. She seems really nice. Yeah, not surprised by this.
So when's that?
Okay, one was third.
Oh.
I have a question.
Of course.
How did you guys define dateability?
Okay, so for example, collectively, we said that I think you put don't know yet. So you.
Now they're going to tell them a whole bunch of shit that ain't true. And mostly, let's be honest, it's hot.
Not sure what you really want. So it's like, why commit to someone who's not sure what they want?
I didn't
Fuck off.
think guys.
That's not why you ranked Grace low. You ranked Grace low because she had the least attractive photo. Just be fucking honest. Ugh, I hate this shit. Just be honest. Hello, the duelist. Welcome. Good excuse. I know, it's just, here comes the cringe. I'm not even gonna watch this last shit. I mean, if you guys want to, we can watch it. I just don't give a fuck, because I know they're just gonna lie. Hold on, I'm just gonna open the window. It's getting hot in here. Getting a lot of feelings. It's just very annoying. Sorry, guys. I hate when people make shit up here. It just reinforces that people that continue making bad decisions in their lives. Yeah, just be honest. Just be honest, or at least don't lie. Like, at minimum, don't lie. Just be like, oh, I don't know, we just mostly felt the other girls were stronger. Like, if you don't want to be honest about it, just say that. Because that is true. You do think the other girls are stronger. You know, if you just, like, don't want to, like, be mean about her looks. But that's what it is. It's ranked from most to least attractive based on their photos. Monica's a model. She's hot. She's also a model, so she's going to have the best photos.
I'm gonna place that much emphasis on like my little don't know yet tag. It's just because I actually don't know what I'm looking for. It makes me think more about if I had changed it, would I have better matches and better options? You know, so we look.
Fuck. That's not the issue. Like, now Grace might change that, and it's like, but if she doesn't know what she's looking for, she doesn't know. She should probably figure that out, but the part of the way you figure that out is by like going on casual dates with each other. Just if you get fifis from sex, which most people do, try to not have sex with all the people you go on dates with, to be honest. I'm just gonna be honest about that. That would be my recommendations. But obviously do whatever the fuck you want. I'm just saying, like, we always talk best practice. Everything after that, I wouldn't morally condemn, unless you're being an actual, like, toxic person. You can have sex, but if you don't know what you want, and you might be somebody who gets feelings from sex, I wouldn't recommend it, because it's probably going to make it more difficult to actually figure out what you want, because you might just get really connected to somebody because the sex was really good, and you don't actually have a great emotional long-term connection. Grace seems the most authentic. I would say Grace and Molly. Sorry. Molly is also pretty based. I'm not going to lie. She hasn't talked much. She's very sweet and quiet. But I think she's cool.
we went like real long term. Yeah.
Like the girls were thinking dateability as in like who wants to go on a first date with, and the guys were thinking like what is end game.
Okay. Why Tinder? We think of it as a hookup app. you know?
Yeah.
So
all the other apps, everyone's like looking for something, and I just want to enjoy a connection with someone.
It's so funny. Our definitions of dateability were totally different,
Yeah.
and then we also thought that you guys weren't going to care about which dating app we were on.
So
They did care a lot, and I think that that's actually fair. I would agree with them that basically Tinder is more of a hookup app. It's kind of like Grind. It's like one step away from being just like Grindr, right? Like it just kind of is a hooking up app. That's the reality. I feel like these guys being like, we're mostly concerned with endgame is like, is that really true? Maybe if like you're all just looking to fuck, you might be concerned with that because you know a girl concerned with endgame might not be willing to, but I don't know. Are you guys fine if I just skip this? I don't care. Let's find the one where, it's a hookup app, period. Yeah, but I actually know like 4 different people who have married somebody that they met. This is an explicit attractiveness ranking. Let's see. Ranking men by attractiveness. 5 versus 5. Is it going to be honest though? I mean, it's at least refreshing to watch.
Dear PewDiePie, I think you're gonna miss. It's only just a...
I think I've seen this actually. It is really loud on my side. Just tell me if it's too loud on your side. I know several people got married after meeting on Tinder. Yeah, I actually do. And they're like really great relationships. Tinder does seem to be more hookups now. But I think you can kind of find anything anywhere. See, like people say that that's what Tinder's for, but I know so many people who don't use Tinder for that. I think we're like making really, really like confident, firm claims about what each of these apps are when it's like, it seems to be the case that people use all of these apps somewhat interchangeably. The only one being Plenty of Fish is like pretty, I would say like objectively, like even my naive self knew Plenty of Fish when I was dating was just a hookup site. But I used Tinder when I was not looking for hookups. So you might be like, well, you're biased. But like I said, I know tons of people who've met lots of long-term partners. And in fairness, I wasn't looking for long-term partners. I was looking for not hookups, but just working on men anxiety. Okay. Quick. All right, let's get the poll out. I just want to see all the men. Okay, short guy. I'm going to be honest. Okay. Short is going to be last, always. All the more top ranking are going to be these tall. I think there's 3 tall guys. I can't tell. This guy looks shorter though. He's kind of got a good vibe going on. He's got a really good aesthetic. I think girls actually value guys who like think about their aesthetic a fair bit and put it together. Can't tell what's going on here. Okay, move on. Okay. All right, we're going to start. Number 5 is at the left to 1 at the front. Let's do a poll. What do you guys think? Okay. Who will be first to the girls? So 5 is the furthest left guy. Okay. So I'm going to actually go, and 1 is the furthest guy on the right, the black guy. So I'm going to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start poll. I'm just gonna let my dog in while you guys do that. You block 5's face. I can't see it. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Web page. There you go. He's pretty handsome. I'm not gonna lie. And you guys rank them, and then I will rank them for myself. But you guys also know that I don't have a big issue with shortness. But to be honest, I'm a pretty big face person, so. And personality. I don't really give a shit about what guys look like that much. To an extent. And I've already said it. Once I got married, I'm gonna be honest, it became a lot less straight after I got married. I think I just like didn't notice men that much after I got married. Who will be the first to the girls? I'm gonna guess second guy. Now that you guys are almost done. Oh, I was right up with you guys. Yeah. He's pretty cute. Okay. Second? Yeah, I agree. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys how I would rank it. Okay. I think the guy on the farthest right It's honestly a big tie between him and I can't decide. I really like guy on the furthest left as well, but number 5. But he's kind of skinny and a little bit boyish looking. But I'm struggling because they're all a little bit boyish looking except for the last guy. And I think in general, I like a bit of facial hair always. That's like my like bare minimum. That's like one of my strong preferences for guys is just that they have facial hair. I just find it attractive. It doesn't need to be a big beard, even if it's just scruff. But when they don't have facial hair, I kind of feel uncomfortable about it. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm just like, I can't tell if you're 16 or 24. You're probably 24, but I feel weird. And I'm not really attracted to young people. Who will act like they're less attractive than the gnome? Oh, damn. Poor Short King. Okay, here's the thing. Short King, super buff. So this guy's doing everything he can. Other than, he's even got widow's peaks. So he's shaving his hair. He's doing everything. This poor Short King. The main thing is he's got to have a really good personality. And like you guys know, I'm married to somebody who's a short king. So like I have no issue being short. My biggest issue with him is his face just doesn't do it for me. He's clean shaven. I don't really like the buzz look. I understand the necessity, but unfortunately I just don't. I like hair. Yeah, I think my most attractive is number 1, actually. And then the rest to me just don't really matter. Number 1, I think I'd put number 5 second, number 2 third, and then these last 2 guys. Probably the Short King third, 4th, and then the second guy in last. Yeah, because I can see the Short King at least like puts effort into his looks. Yeah. Are those shorts? Those are definitely shorts that he's wearing. Not the outfit choice I would have made personally. Number 4 skips leg day. Yeah. Rhea, you asked to come in. You need to lay on your bed. Yeah, go on your bed. Go on. Go on. She's like, no, I want pets. Go on your bed. No, you're not getting pets. Go on your bed. Go on your bed. Good girl. Sit down. All right, let's go. Sorry. I should go.
Alright, I think I'm good here. Do you want to start with introductions?
I know he does look like a high school junior, which is why I was like, I feel uncomfortable. But I would say he's objectively. Oh wow! Now that they've zoomed in, I take it all back. Guy number 2's face is very nice. So I would say number 2, number 1 now, and then the rest.
But I didn't like it. I'm Jorge, pursuing a degree in kinesiology.
Yeah, Jorge's very attractive. Now that they've zoomed in on his face, he's quite attractive. Oh, Anthony's got a much better looking face than I thought. Man, these, whatever screen they're using, it's making their faces look not great. Jorge's very attractive. What is the first guy's name? You can't even see it. Jeremy. Okay, Jeremy, also very attractive.
Fun fact.
Jeremy and Jorge, I just find them very attractive.
But I didn't like it.
Anthony's got a nice face.
I'm Jorge, pursuing a degree in kinesiology.
I'm Anthony. I made like.
The main thing for me still is he's so clean shaven. That's actually a pretty big turn off for me. I really don't like clean shaven. I want like a bit of a beard. Like Jorge, you can tell he can grow some. He just trims it down. Anthony, it doesn't look like he can grow much of a beard either. I know that that's shitty. It's just like, I don't know. He is buff as fuck. He's super buff, which is why I said he's 3rd in my view now.
YouTube videos that work out, stuff like that. I'm Sam. I'm studying astrophysics, and
Sam is
I'm an
5th for me.
I'm Roy.
Sorry,
I'm a recent college graduate studying.
Roy is 4th, but I even feel uncomfortable putting Roy 4th because he just looks so young that I kind of want to make him 5th by default. But I'm trying to be honest about his attractiveness.
I don't know about you guys, but this guy looks like a young Vin Diesel. Yeah. So you should just skedaddle over to the front and have you guys.
Okay, Jorge, come on. You know, this is so. I hate when guys are like, height's not a thing, especially when tall guys are like, height's not a thing. I'm like. Some girls literally have a 6-foot requirement. Like, height is unquestionably a thing, and there is so much fucking shit. I don't think he's being an ass. I suspect he's got a cross on his chest. I think Jorge is naive. I'm going to give Jorge a naive pass for now. We always want to give people the benefit of the doubt, just like the girls. Height isn't a thing on photos unless it is on their profile. True, but a lot of people put their height on their profile, from what I've seen.
I've seen his eyes.
And they're ranking in person. They're not going on profile, so yeah. And most girls ask, from my understanding.
Yeah, look at his eyes, bro.
You do, because you got blue eyes.
Jorge
I like his
is
eyes.
simping so hard for Anthony. It's build him up, man. But we gotta be honest, he's short. Oh no, they can't put Anthony first.
He chose
That's
a
gonna be
good shirt.
mean.
I'll make my way over here then.
No. Oh no.
I get a lot of compliments, and even though I don't really take compliments well, I guess there's been enough evidence to where I know that people find me attractive.
I feel like what we should do is just say what we think we are.
Okay.
You don't get a say. You don't get a say.
I'll go 3.
3?
Yeah.
Can we double?
I like Jeremy.
I think I'm a 3.
I just am a big
I
fan
would
of
personally
Jeremy.
put
This is the straightest I've felt in a long time.
A 4 or 5.
I haven't like evaluated men sexually in a long time.
I think you guys should duke it out and just say why you're a 3.
I feel like I'm tall enough.
I really like, sorry, I
I'm the
didn't mean to
shortest
scream
guy,
into
bro.
my mic. I really like Jorge. He's funny.
I'm fine with that. Nah, you look like you put a lot of work into yourself.
I thought he was gonna be number 1, to be honest. So for me, he.
Okay, Jorge's for sure doing some fake humble stuff. He's for sure doing some fake humble stuff. Sam looks slimy. 30, why don't you trust Sam? That's fair. I don't know if I trust Sam even to ride home. I'm just kidding.
I don't want to be like rude or blunt, but he kind of looks like a frat boy. So
What?
I think he should.
Jorge is so out of touch with what all of these people look like. Jorge is the most incorrect. Whatever ranking Jorge gives, they should just do the opposite at the end because Jorge doesn't fucking understand. Like, I genuinely, now that he's calling Sam a frat boy, he doesn't fucking know anything. That or he's just blowing smoke up people's butt. But he's either naive or blowing smoke up people's butt or both. Because fucking no. That Vin Diesel reference was spot on, but he put him first and he's short. He's not going to get first. The girls are going to move him to last. I'm going to guarantee it, and it's kind of shitty. I don't think Jorge's a control freak. I think he's actually just the most charismatic and like extroverted. That's how it seems. It seems Jeremy's also pretty charismatic. He's just less extroverted. I don't think Jorge's a control freak necessarily. I'm going to guess all the other guys are like, meh. I wonder how tall these guys are. Yeah, me too. I'm super curious. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry.
Be like a 3.
Can I put a word in for myself that I'm not a frat boy?
I feel like we should switch. I feel like we should switch.
Jorge's doing fake humble.
That's
I disagree. I think you're up there, personally.
I'm content
Yeah,
with
Sam. Call it
being
out.
4.
Use your
4 or
astrophysics
5?
knowledge.
I stick with 5. You're a pretty good looking guy.
I think you're pretty cute too, Roy.
I think I'm a pretty attractive person overall, but seeing them and learning more about their personalities, I wasn't going to argue that they were least attractive than me.
Okay, so Roy's like, I am the most attractive, but I don't want to argue for it. Oh, Roy. Jorge is with the subtle push. Yeah, I know. He's like, yeah, you should probably be here, Roy. Chad, I know. Roy, I think, is 6 foot. He might be taller. They're on an infinity screen. There is no way to know what the average height is. And without the average height, I don't know. I mean, yeah. We could do that crazy math that guy on TikTok does and figure it out. Because Jeremy seems pretty tall. Anime boyish charm? I guess so, if you're into boyish. I just
feel that you should rank higher.
Yeah, I feel like he should be 2 or 3.
Thank you, Sam.
The cameras can pick it up, but I woke
All
up
right,
with
Sam's going to get ranked the lowest, and I'm sorry, Sam, but he's based.
blemishes today. I got a crooked nose. I broke it a few years ago, man.
I've always had problems with my image, especially when I was younger, like around middle school. I got like horrible acne. You know, I'm left with like the scars and stuff. So that always like really like kind of hurt my confidence.
All of that seems like a big deal to you, but none.
Do you guys think he's actually insecure? I think he's decently insecure. He does have a fair bit of acne. The thing is that most people, I don't know too many people who care that much about acne. Do you guys care about acne? I only care about it if it's like active and red. And like looking like it's about to like pop or something like that. I don't care about scars at all though. I don't notice acne scars even a little bit. Yeah, it seems mixed. That's fair. Some people are saying yes. Let's do another poll.
None of us even noticed that.
You gotta be 2, dog.
No.
Because you're bigger. Like you can't even tell, man.
No,
take it off. Show us. There we go. Hey, there's number 2.
Hey, Jorge's pretty buff though.
I got tattoos too.
Let me scoot on down, bro.
Okay. Wait, no, you come up.
You do.
That's cool.
I'll take a 3.
You're good.
I think Jeremy is pretty honest about the fact that he knows that there might be a black bias in this as well, which, depending on the girls we get in, may or may not be true. Christian girls, I'm gonna be honest, Christian girls love black men a lot. It's very strange. I don't know what to think about it. I don't know if it's racist or just like fetishizing. I don't know. It's weird. There's a lot of Christian women I knew growing up who really, really wanted to date a black man. In large part because they really wanted mocha babies, which was the weirdest. I just always remember being like, that's weird. So you don't want a black man for him. You want it for your progeny? Because mocha babies are... Like, it was weird. I remember that a lot growing up. And I still don't know. Do you care about acne? Oh, most of you do care. Interesting. Fair enough.
I'll take 3. 3's cool. You were here.
I would say
Which
you
girls
2, 3.
love white as fuck dudes? I think white as fuck dudes are still somewhat of the beauty standard. I think it's moving out of fashion a little bit. Especially people in other countries seem to really like white men.
4 or 5, no offense. Love you.
Wait, so he's 2 because of what?
I don't know, maybe I have a thing for white boys. From my opinion and from my experience, he would be like higher on the ranking.
I think he's number 2.
We
say 1, 2.
I actually like Sam.
Okay,
That's 3.
I don't think Sam's slimy.
He's 2.
Okay.
Guys, you're being so mean to the short king.
It's
He's
your
not. He's gonna get
prescription.
moved to last, and you know it. And it sucks. to go
just
from
look at
first
him.
round.
This guy's dripped out.
That's true, dude. He put some work in.
Look at his. He got the beanie, and he's got. We forgot about the jeans.
Oh, yeah, damn! I didn't know he's got like
Still got to have
flowers.
more. Like, you got to have more.
Appearance, yeah, I wish I was a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger.
Okay, so where am I?
I
think it's basically just
I love Jeremy. Now that he's talked like a little bit, I think I'm definitely most
Just
attracted.
them
to him.
switch.
I've decided.
Where would you put
You
me?
know.
Where would I put you?
Yeah.
Right here, it's cool. Okay.
I still think they're wrong.
He's kind of got like a bit of like self-carried confidence, but
Should be like
in
here.
general, I
That's 'cause
actually
you're humble.
don't.
Which is more attractive.
We noticed once he took the jacket off, he moved up a couple spots.
I'm very
I
much
don't wanna take- I was
a body
Pressure to take off
type
that
though,
jacket.
and then some basic requirements. I really like. Sorry about that. Loud truck. I really like rectangular faces. I've discovered most men that I find attractive have a rectangular face. You'll notice my husband has a rectangular face. Jeremy has the most rectangular face here. So that might be part of what's going on for me. You would rate Anthony as number 1, even though he's short? Are you a woman? Jawlines are a blessing. True. Jeremy does have an incredible jawline too. Yeah, jawlines, I'm definitely a sucker for jawlines. Hello, Faz.
You're all happy?
Yes.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh! Okay, you guys guessed number 2 is going to be number 1. Oh, they shouldn't have done this to Anthony. This was dirty. Oh! Oh! Oh, this makes me so sad. Oh.
When I saw when the guys were ranking each other, it's like a first impression type of thing. So basing off how you look and the conversation that we heard for a little.
Time out, pause. I need to see their booties. I can't. Nothing.
She wants to see, oh, this girl. If this girl wants to see their booties, but then gets super, super pissy about men objectifying women, fuck that shit. I'm a 6'1" gay man. Fair enough. Yeah, but gay beauty standards seem to be very different. Like short men it seems to be very well loved in the gay community, which is great. When women, they don't seem to make the space for that. Who wants to be that small king? Who wants to bet that the small king will be the most attractive because women will vote him due to him being short to prove that they're not like the others? I don't think so. I think he's gonna be last.
Nothing.
Guarantee you.
We need to get the tender little sweetheart that is right now and get him out of that spot.
I feel like he would give you flowers, like he'd go to your doorstep.
Guys, you're not deciding who is the most dateable. It's most attractive, ladies.
Or if I was sick, I'd call him to take care of me. That's it, like flat out.
Oh, Roy's a sweetheart. Oh, I love him.
Roy is not a
I wanted him to
sweetheart. Roy was the worst. Of all of them, Roy was objectively, personality-wise, the worst. He was like, I know I'm more attractive than the rest of them, but I'm not gonna be the one to put myself higher. Like, Roy was the worst. Roy was not a Giga Chad. Roy was
more. I felt like all the boys talked over poor Roy.
Honestly, I loved little baby Roy. He just got shoved to the back of the line every single time.
Okay, but Annie, you don't want to fuck baby Roy. You're calling him baby. Did Roy murder someone in your family? No, he didn't, but I don't like him. I get negative vibes from Roy, okay? I don't like him. Even when he is chill about it. He was not confident. He was basically like somewhat to be honest, he said that he felt like he was objectively one of the most attractive here, and he's just not. He's not unattractive, but he's not that attractive, which is just like, it's you never want to be judging yourself too high. It doesn't look good. Quote of the day. It's true though. You don't call somebody baby name and also rank them high on attractiveness. Wait, didn't he say that though every day? Did he? I don't know.
And
Maybe
I was
I'm
like,
wrong.
this poor kid.
Maybe I'm just a Roy hater.
As a general whole, I was like, who am I
I'm a Royist, okay?
wanting to go hang out with right
Can't
now?
handle
Like, if we
people
were
named
done after
Roy.
this, like,
And we
who
went
would
to
I
go
be
grab
like, I want to go grab coffee?
My
I've
number
never even
one
met a
would
Roy.
be.
I'm a Roy hater.
He looks like a bootleg Michael B. Jordan. So he would go first. Because we love Michael B. Jordan.
But astrophysics.
Yes, girl. I agree.
Yeah.
Jeremy's
He has a
hot.
nice haircut.
His eyes.
I felt like I had
their
a very
eyes.
friendly vibe from him.
Exactly.
Just his like eyes and his smile. I thought Sam was the most attractive to me. He wasn't striving to be number one.
I'm not gonna
he was
say
just
it,
like, place me
but
where
you're
I
all
am,
saying it.
and I'll take that.
I feel like he's friends with his mom, and I dig that.
What the fuck? I can't tell if the bigger girl is being serious or if she's memeing us hard. Because if she is memeing us, I love her because that shit was funny as fuck.
Yeah. But I feel like he also might, like,
cheat on you.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I was trying to think of something drastic here.
Be a Trump supporter?
Oh, God.
I didn't mean it.
Because he's white! Girl. Of course, it's the white woman being the most prejudicial. Man, white women, man. Leftist white women are something else sometimes, guys. Big girl is the protagonist. She's, I think she's joking. I think she's intentionally being humorous. And she's based for that. I'm just going to go with that unless we see...
I don't know.
I feel like he
give
probably
everyone
has
the-
a bad temper or something.
He punches drywall when he gets angry.
Annie, chill. You're literally the same. You're more white than him, Annie. You're literally the whitest person here. You have platinum hair. This is so strange. The thing about this video is that the woman... Oh, sorry. I will allow that and then allow you in. I don't know why that got blocked. Is that they have no interest in at all admitting that they actually want to have sex with versus what they know is socially responsible. Yeah. And I mean, like, part of it is like maybe the company should have defined attractiveness more, but I feel like when we're saying attractiveness, we all know physical attraction. Who do you want to climb? Basically. It's racism, I'm black. Yeah, I mean, it is racist. She's basically saying he's white and kind of like doesn't like... He's not super aesthetically minded. He's probably a Trump supporter. Little does she know he's an astrophysicist, so he's probably not at all. He's high in academia. He's probably somewhat like center to left. That's most likely his views. Oh, man. I don't know. I meant my commenter being blocked for no reason. Yeah.
Kaylin gave her 1. Who's your 2, 3, 4, 5?
It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Really?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait, who?
Did that girl even point at any of them, or did she just like flit her fingers around?
She said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1.
Blue sweater.
Blue. 2.
Is
3,
Sam
4,
gonna
5,
win?
Just because I'm very big on height. I would go.
Yeah.
1,
At least one girl's owning it,
2,
that it's about height.
3, 4, 5.
What? Sorry.
No, girl, call her shit out. I don't think Annie's being honest at all. I think she's choosing the most socially... I don't know. I feel like it would be interesting to have 2 controlled groups of women who don't get their decision-making recorded. Yes. Well, we've done that. I'm sure there's psychological studies that have done that. I'm pretty sure I've heard of psychological studies that have done that. And here's who always wins. Lighter skin usually wins. If height is included, higher, bigger, like height wins. Face symmetry broadly seems to win. Lighter eyes particularly seems to win. Dark hair with light eyes is like definitely, in my experience, has always been more dominant. So if you've got like black hair and blue eyes, it's just more striking. And this screeching into the void, yeah. I feel like having to do this on tape definitely inches their decisions. Yeah, I mean, Annie's literally just being like, he's not attractive because I've decided he's a Trump supporter. And it's like, what? We're not asking who you think is the most moral person here. We're asking who you think is the most attractive. Like, it has literally nothing to do with politics. She chose the most useful vibes,
Immediately,
did she?
I liked the guy in the green shirt who was shorter, made eye contact, and I was like, okay, cool. Like, I think that's attractive, is like connection.
1, 2.
Yeah, this girl is super performative.
3, 4, 5.
Yay. Okay, we're on the same boat.
I mean, I feel like I like a guy who's not so skinny, just because I like, protection.
I fucking love just honest. Just be honest. Just be honest. The most honest chick has been this last chick. Yeah. Made eye contact? But if you found him unattractive when you made eye contact, would you think he's creepy? If the Trump supporter made eye contact with you, who's also probably not a Trump supporter, would you find that, like, he was being, like, really aggressive? Like, it's just so arbitrary. I think shared political views is really attractive. I don't know if you're memeing or not.
Like, I understand. I don't want to break them.
You don't know somebody's shared political view when you're just looking at them. Unless somebody is in this wearing a MAGA hat or like an Antifa shirt, you don't know what their political opinion is. So you can't base people on political opinion in this. Like, that's not the point of this shit. I feel like if she owns her own mansion is really attractive. This girl on the far right?
I really like his eyes.
Okay, he's for sure one.
Yeah, you gotta come right here.
The blue.
What?
I think
Yeah, you're number 2.
Yeah, or 2 or 3.
See, I think Jorge would be 2.
Actually, no, Jorge.
How dare you?
I really
Be adorable.
I don't really like anybody's outfits today.
I understand we're all
Jeremy's
outfit is based.
I don't know. I think dressing is important.
Yeah,
that's fair.
No, I can't make me picture them naked. That's weird.
Do it.
Oh, pink shirt would go in second.
I think these guys can hear them. They're definitely either they're just doing brilliant cuts or they can
And then
hear them a
everyone
little bit.
scooch.
Is everyone okay with that?
Let's see.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Right. Come over, Dale. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would just like to say,
Jeremy's like,
what a
number
little
3.
angel.
Right.
What a
Top
little
3.
angel gets somewhere, not in 5. Look at his little wings. Protect him.
I care more about what the girls thought than the guys, but
True,
that's just my own opinion.
No,
Wait,
I
so
mean,
can
you're
you just
definitely
move
right.
up because he can't be there?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
can we put him in third?
Put him third. Switch. You little angel.
Whoa.
Yeah. White shirt and green.
White and green, I would switch.
Switch it.
He's like, you heard the ladies.
I kind of feel like maybe they should switch.
Yeah.
I am 100% okay with this lineup.
I feel like I'm okay with this.
What? Well, at least if I was in a club, hanging out with my 5 girls, and these 5 men came in, and we were all competing for women, I'd be in the clear. Because I thought Jeremy was bar none one of the most attractive. Or Jorge. And if they all went for Jorge, I find Jeremy very attractive, especially if I chatted with him. So I'd be good. You guys called it. You guys called Sam. I'm shocked. Girls can't rate guys for shit. True. I mean, they can decide. Yeah, they can't rate. They can decide in the club who they're most attracted to. I would be most attracted to Jeremy. I think unquestionably. And you might be like, that's not true, but I genuinely think that. I am shocked that they put Anthony third. I can't believe Sam is first. What the fuck? But maybe that's just my bias. I'm not super into like super white dudes. Like I just in general have never been attracted to like blonde people. Blonde men. So why people prefer to let number 2 stand and prefer to change 1 with 3? I don't know what you're asking. Sorry. Sam's haircut is shit. I don't think his haircut's too bad. It's not great. But yeah, I mean, this is almost exactly colored ranked. Oh, our girl's going on about him being a Trump supporter and then just like left our black king over here in last. Like, what the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. Did you notice how they called Jeremy a bootleg Michael B. Jordan and ranked him last? I know. I don't understand. I'm literally shocked. I find him quite attractive. I know this is unrelated, but I don't understand why Mr. Girl feel like he should harass Reckfield's friend because Slush didn't want to subject Reckfield's parents. Fair enough. I also don't know. I don't know much about that situation, other than I've read the tweets.
Do we have any chips for the hummus?
Yes. Right here. You're welcome. I think you put too much on the height. You're right. Taller is better, but if Anthony was taller, he would have been number one. Oh, for sure. For sure, because he's super buff. That's fair. I also don't feel like these girls are very... I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I just disagree with their ranking entirely. But that's fine. I wasn't here, so... Nobody gives a fuck about my opinion on this. Okay. Okay, now that we're done the rankings... let's go back to like relational stuff. Okay, the cut is always savage when it comes to.
I'm 32.
I don't want to do this though. This is boring. I don't care about like matching people to anything. That's boring. Let's do relationship stuff some more. Siblings get honest. Pregnancy scare. What is pregnant sex like? No. Women have their first kiss, slap, caption, slap. The cut is wild to me. Like, I literally don't understand some of the shit that they make. Like, new lovers paint nude portraits of each other. It's just like, fair enough. Who even thought of that for a video? Like, who is their idea guy? Because he's working overtime. Match kid to mom. No. Least most attractive. Oh, blind dates. Let's do blind dates. Truth or drink. Yeah. Let's do most popular. I'm going to guess their most popular will be their dating ones. Oh. Nope. Blind dates play pure ping pong. All right. We got to be a little bit clean, though. Okay, let's do X's. X's are very interesting to look to as case studies for relationships. This is late stage liberalism. Is it? All right. Welcome if you're new. We're going through some relationship stuff. I'm not sure of the quality of content, but it is here. It is real. We are alive. Okay, let's go.
Masturbating.
I'm masturbating.
Do I ever pop into your head when you're masturbating?
I'm masturbating. Yes.
Yes. Right on.
Okay. So what we need to do is before we watch them, there's some fucker driving around with a loud ass truck outside my window. It's driving me crazy. What we need to do is we need to guess if they're still into each other. Did it end well? If they're still into each other, and if so, who's into who? Okay. Weird question.
I'm Evan.
And we used to date.
Yeah.
For the summer.
It was a summer fling. We dated for a year and a half. She used to see my housemate.
I went on a date with his best friend and met him, and then 9 months later we started dating. Oh, 6 years ago?
Was it 6 years?
Yeah, it's been 6 years.
Wow. And then what's your relationship now, would you say?
We're buddies.
We're buddies. Okay. Yeah. Very interested in this one. I'm going to move my head for you guys. Sorry. Let's do that so you guys can see. All right. Guy into girl 80-20 share. You think that of all the couples we've seen? Okay, so we're just going to give you the intro, okay? Did they end well? Are they into each other still? Evan and I forget her name. I'm gonna guess they still fuck. It ended well. I can't decide. if she's... I think he's pretty much like, I'm pretty content with where things are at, and I think she might still be into it. Like, might be...
For the summer.
Okay, for the summer. Not at all interested, not even a little bit. I think he's for sure still into her. Very into her.
It was a summer fling. We did it for a year and a half.
Okay. I'm gonna guess guy on the right ended it. Guy on the left might still be into him. Guy on the right can't decide.
She used to see my housemate.
Okay, I think they're both still a little bit into each other. I'm gonna be honest. And I think they're still pretty good friends. That's what I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna be so wrong on all of these. I'm terrible at guessing these things online. Which is crazy because when I'm in person, I can read people like pretty well. And then I go online and I'm just like, what's a person?
I went on a date with his best friend and met him, and then 9 months later we started dating. 6 years ago?
Was this?
Okay. She's not into it at all. I don't know if she's even fully sure she wants to be here. He's definitely into it, I think. They sit very similarly. These chairs are terrible. I call them bum chairs, where they just like make your bum stick out like crazy. Yeah. The last two are still into each other. You think these two are still into each other or the one before?
6 years?
Yeah, it's been 6 years.
Wow.
And then what's your relationship now, would you say?
We're buddies.
We're pretty good homies. Would you agree?
I would never use the word homies.
Can we start with
Oh, for sure. Okay, for sure. The gay couple, the guy in the solid shirt is into him still. The other guy, not. Anyone who's like being like, we're homies, we're buddies, we're besties, is being like, soft rejection. Yikes. Okay, here's the thing about Cut, is it's ruthless. It's very mean. And their editing is savage, okay? My guesses seem generally accurate to me. Yeah, but when I'm in person, I have predicted people getting married like 2 to 3 years before they even like dated. Like I am very good at matchmaking in real life. Like very fucking good at it. And like guessing people. Online, my hit rate is not nearly as good.
Cheers, buddy.
Who's this? We haven't met these two yet.
Why did we break up?
Shit.
Which time?
Oh no. Okay, yeah, they're on and off. So I'm gonna guess they're on and off because he's kind of willing to smash and she's trying to use it to stay in relationship with him. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, if she wants to bang, she should be more upfront about it. But since it was long distance, she probably just lonely. Oh, you're talking about your own relationship. Okay.
Because you were an asshole.
All right. We were both worried that
We would catch feelings.
we would.
Fighting all the time.
Meaningless.
Yeah. So he broke up with me on GChat.
What?
Oh, okay. These two are not friends. Damn. She's pretty bitter. And I think she's also still bitter because she's a little bit into him still. I don't think she'd get back together with him because she's too mad at him. What the fuck is GChat? That's like breaking up with somebody over like Neopets. You like DM them in Neopets and you're like, hey, I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore. Sorry. Diamond Hands, just wait. The passion's there. You think so? Google chat. I don't know what GChat is. Google? I don't know. She wants him, but is still mad. I think so. Yeah, I think it is Google chat.
You did. Is that a termination letter?
Demotion.
A termination letter. Ooh, rough. Okay, this girl is based, but probably not a great person to be in a relationship with. And he's super into her. That's my guess. You broke up with someone on MSN. Yikes. League chat. Guys, tell me more about the terrible, terrible breakups you've had. That is rough.
Demotion.
I demoted you.
She demoted me.
Dear Corey, it is with sincere regret that I must inform you that you have been officially demoted to guy I used to hook up with.
Dearest Karen Nicole, what can I do to re-earn a position doing many different positions?
This guy is the best. If you're gonna get... This guy knows how to take an L well. Like, fuck. That is an impressive response. Like, so good to respond that way. based. That might just get him back in with her. I don't think he will. I suspect that she has a different relationship she's more serious about now. But that is based. If you want to learn how to take a good L, okay, there's a cut or a Jubilee where they put people on a blind date and this one guy gets rejected like pretty early on and he's incredible. Take your L well. Do it. It's so empowering to take an L well. An L means loss, just so you know.
How long did it take you to get over us, and what did you do to help yourself get over it? I can answer that.
Okay, this is a new couple. So, what do we think before they start answering?
How long did it take you?
Okay. Got to look at their body language. So they're sitting with their knees pretty close together. She's like, they're straight on towards each other. There doesn't seem to be like any tension. Like neither of them are leaning back. Can't see her face based on how I paused
You to
it.
get over us, and what did you
Okay, she's even leaning in. She might still be into him. Leaning in and leaning out is like,
do to help
those
yourself
are
get
good
over
cues.
it? I can answer that question. It was a month, and you dated some other guy. End of story.
It's supposed to be me.
Oh, no. She broke up with him. You guys are right. I think she's a leader on her. I think she's probably kind of that, she might be like an insecure individual who definitely like keeps options B, C, and D open. Because she was giving him all of the body language. All of it. She's leaning in. She's sitting directly towards him. She's got her hands kind of tucked between her legs, like giving him all of the cues. And she left him for another dude. Like, damn. Leader honors, indeed. My new label.
You should drink for that.
No, you should drink for that.
No, how long did it take you to get over us, and what did you do to help yourself get over it?
Oh no! Oh!
So good. That's a good one.
Oh no!
Can't go there. No. Oh, right now. I'm getting over it right now by doing this. No.
Oh, these two do not get along at all. That was, oh, holy shit. That was so stressful. Oh, the tension. He was like, fucking no. 100% no. That's what he did. Yeah, that was pain and painful. Oh God, that was brutal. Okay. These two. Okay, let's keep watching. I can't decide.
What do you miss most about us?
The sex.
Yep.
Fucking do it. That's why they're on and off. Good sex. They enjoy each other's sex. He's down. He's like, look, girl, do we have to make this I'm guessing he's kind of, he's over her shit. He's like, girl, can we I just want to bang and move on, right? And she's like, but I want more. And here's the thing. They're both in the fucking wrong for that shit, if that's what's going on. Because if you just want to bang somebody and you know they want more, stop fucking them. Stop doing it. Be nice, okay? Best practice, stop fucking them. Be nice, right? Also, girls, don't try to use sex to force someone to get back together with you. It's a really bad relationship strategy. Don't do it. And I shouldn't say girls, just in general, regardless of your sex creed orientation or preferences, don't do it. It's just, don't do it, okay? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it goes both ways. I dare you to take a body shot off of me? To get out of this, you have to take 2 shots.
What does that mean?
What's a body shot?
Like drink out of your belly button?
Oh, these two for sure still fuck. They for sure still fuck. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You think he's gay? People who are really good at body language reading is just their brain doing it subconsciously. True. It's usually like right lobe is very good at fast emotional reading. He's ready for that. Oh, yeah. They probably fucked after this. You're probably right. Because they got drunk too. Oh! Okay, girl, you should have said no. But fair enough. He wanted to go for it. Like,
All right. So I'm just gonna go in. Turn your head to your right. No, that's to your left.
What did your friends and parents think of me?
oh. Damn! Why did you two come on? Why are you here? Why did you come on this panel? And why do your butts look the same for some reason? I don't understand it. It feels like there's a correlation going on here. Butts look the same. Does anyone else's butts look like this? They're sitting very deeply. They're both trying to sit as far away as possible from one another. Yeah.
I don't want to say. I'll just... If we were the last two people on Earth, would we become lovers?
Presumably there's no internet.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
I agree. That's
Oh.
Easiest question ever.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sounds great.
not even last two.
Like last 5,000 probably.
5,000?
No, well, yeah, there's no Netflix. I mean, worse things could happen.
But only recreation.
Oh, she is so into him. And he's like, I mean, I'll take it. But she also is so mad at him. Yeah, I guess so. But man, no. She sits far, but he sits too far to compensate. Yeah, it's blonde guy, his hair is punching. Yeah, he is, he's not the type you would expect, but he might be a bit of a fuckboy in some regards. He might not be a fuckboy in like body count necessarily, but I think he is fuckboy in mentality. That's what I'm gonna guess. Whereas the first guy with the two are like, obviously they have a ton of sexual chemistry. He's just obviously a fuckboy. I mean, it's just
not for humanity.
No feelings or bullshit like that.
Is there anything you want to apologize for?
I can't really think of anything to apologize for. Is there
These two probably got back together after this. I'm gonna guess.
anything I should?
I think you were a little bit of a dick in the end.
Oh, please don't. Do I ever bob into your head when you masturbate? Please drink that. Please drink that. I don't want to know either way. Thank you.
I'm curious about. Yeah?
Sometimes.
You know, you could call me when that happens.
No.
She does want to know. That girl totally wants to know. This is so funny. Oh man, this guy is charismatic. I was surprised when I saw how cute she was and how like not cute he is, but he is charismatic as fuck, man.
Oh, it's me time.
No.
That's good. That'd be weird, right?
I think so.
Probably distract you.
Yeah, you would just be like,
You'd be like, I hate this. This is so bad. Why am I doing this?
Hop into makes it seem like
Like I'm just
but
masturbating, thinking of something, and then you popped into my head.
Yeah, like
These two should date. They have such good chemistry. I wonder why she's not into him. And she also has a really cute laugh. Like, I clearly don't, but...
Where do you see us in the next 10 years?
I feel like I see us maybe growing apart.
That's a sad thing to say.
Do you regret going out with me?
No, not a bit.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Oh man. These two for sure fucked after too. 100. Look at her eyes. She's like, the sex was really good.
But because it was good. It was good. I mean, if nothing else, I ended up with a really good friend. I think we both learned a lot of things together, had a lot of really good experiences that I enjoy thinking about and enjoyed at the time.
I dare you to kiss me on my mouth.
What?
Gosh, that girl is cute. I don't blame him for being caught up in her little spell. She is cute. Holy shit. I swear normal people are not like this bubbly and happy all the time. No, but I think she really likes him. I think like I think she's the type, she's like, I had a really fun time with you. I just can't actually see myself settling down with you. That's going to be my guess. Is that like maybe he's got like a bit of like damage or something and she just won't settle.
Which one, this? Mm-hmm. Why, because your boyfriend will be mad?
No, he wouldn't be mad at all.
Oh, we saw it. We saw why it doesn't work out between those two gay guys right there. Because your boyfriend would be mad. Well, that's actually a pretty valuable thing to be concerned about, is respecting your partner, my friend. Totally over-the-top giggles are such a dead giveaway. I don't know. I don't know if they're over-top. They could be contrived. You guys are harsh. You're harsh on a white woman. I don't think she's being over the top. I think she's just cute. And if it is over the top, it's also cute, so she wins in my books. They might be awkward giggles. I think
he wouldn't be mad at all.
Maybe, but I think she's got pretty good rapport.
Do I drink too? I hate you. Why don't you just come out? Oh, I would so.
Oh, damn! That girl. Okay, these girls you gotta watch out for. Okay?
Do I drink?
These are red flag girls for sure, because they'll always keep you around. And guys do this shit too. They will always keep you around as a plan C or D. And they will always let you waste 4 years of your life hoping that they'll want to be with you. And they don't. Because if they wanted to be with you, they just would. This guy, my brother, you gotta You gotta let her go. She's cute. She has great aesthetic, but you gotta let her go.
2. I hate you. Why did you just kiss me now? Oh, I would so much rather kiss you on the mouth than take that shot of whiskey.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay. All right, 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bam.
All right.
Ooh, there for. Ooh! Hello.
Shot time. Good friends.
Yeah.
Here's the friendship. And kissing.
Oh, rough. Girl, you gotta let him go. I mean, you sent him a polite email to demote him, but yeah. She leaned in so much more than him. She did, but he wants her. She's still saying no. That guy has aesthetics. I did talk to people like, I'm Mr. Girl, so I just can't relate to these interactions. I imagine not. I wouldn't recommend talking to people like Mr. Girl does. I mean, you can, but...
Ooh. Do I ever pop into
Most
your
people
head
don't.
when you're masturbating? No. Like, no offense, but you literally disgust me.
What is this? What is going on now? All right. Do we want to watch another one with the exes? I really enjoy watching exes. Does anybody know anyone know any other good channels that look at like relationships that we can analyze? La 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 la, Beyond Jubilee. Send them to me. Blonde Girl feels like a red flag. I think you guys are being too hard on Blonde Girl. She's okay. If you're wanting to settle down and have a long-term relationship, Blonde Girl is for sure a red flag. She's not ready for that. But Destiny, Fresh and Fit. Ooh, let's do Fresh and Fit. And then they're gonna try to TOS all my shit, but they can't because they tried that with Abram Preach and it failed. Let's for sure do Fresh and Fit. Gosh, they're terrible. Let's talk about all of the really bad advice they give on everything.
Hey, what's up?
Sort by most popular. These are shorts. We don't want to do shorts. High value man. Gosh. You know you're in bad territory when you're watching something that says high value man. I always find that very cringe. Gosh, these men are so... They make me angry. Okay. Okay, let's start here. Oh, man. Oh, guys, I'm going to get heated with this. I haven't dealt with like conservative, like misogynists in a long time, like actual misogynists in a long time. I've been dealing with like lefties where they think that I'm the conservative recently, and I'm not at all, but damn. I think I'm going to do Kevin Samuels. I don't mind. Yeah, I can do Kevin Samuels. I haven't watched a ton of him. I've heard mixed things. High Value Man makes me think of, yeah. Okay, we're going to do this. 99% of girls can't answer this question. We'll do that one after. I'll go, hold on. Let me just do this 1 second. Let's do this one. And then just pause it quickly. 99%. It's just 99%. Where is it? There's one on this page. Yes, but where? We'll look it up after. Okay, there we go. We'll do this one after. Is this with ABBA? Okay, gosh. Oh, I hate these two so much. I shouldn't say that. Sorry. I'm gonna watch. Let's not poison the well. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. I can't believe it. No, if I give that, I need to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. That is best practice. Okay. Goth vegan girls like Mr. Girl's personality. Maybe. We're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they're using really clickbaity titles. I don't think so.
Why are men so intimidated by the idea of coming home to a independent woman?
We're not intimidated. It's
I
a
would
headache.
think that an independent woman, like independence is an attractive quality.
No. How would you define independence?
I mean, in simple terms, a woman who doesn't need a man but wants a man and wants to be also. I mean, I can provide in my own ways, and the man will provide in his own ways. However that dynamic works, it'll work.
Okay, so you said a woman who doesn't need a man but wants a man.
Yeah.
So what do you mean by I'm trying to understand what do you mean by not?
I mean, I'm not
a woman who doesn't need a man to provide for her financially because she's fully fiscally come on, dude, you know what she fucking means by this. You're trying to do a gotcha. Just fucking make your point.
Child. I don't need a parent. You know, I want to be in a partnership. I want somebody who will, if I'm younger than him, for example, I want him to strive to raise me to his level. Just like I feel like a top tier men are drawn to people who they want to be their peers eventually. They like lifting people up. And I think that in a relationship, it should be the same.
Well, I think for me, I think
I mean, I disagree with her take as well, but especially when she expanded on it. But
viewing it as a woman, I think it's hard to view it as a man. I think it's a reality thing because there's certain things that you value that men wouldn't value. So, for example, if let's say you made $200,000 a year, right, and your man made $50,000 a year, you would eventually want him to get there. Is that fair to say, ladies?
Absolutely.
Why? Why the fuck, if you're making $200,000, does your partner also need to make $200,000? Holy shit. I'm going to be honest, in my relationship, I absolutely bring in more money. We don't need more. I don't need him working because then we'd fucking never see each other because we'd be working all the time. Like, her take is bad. But the thing that I don't like about Fresh and Fit is they bring in a bunch of women and then they dogpile them on their positions when they're like Instagram models who aren't political advocates. They're not debaters for the most part. And they just trash talk them. And then they think they're alpha chads because they're dunking on women who aren't even debaters all the time. It's just it's so cringe. You're an anomaly. I know that I'm an anomaly, which is why I'm saying her idea is dumb. I'm arguing her position and I'm arguing I'd fucking take them all on, right? Set me up on a Fresh and Fit, I'll do 10v1, right? And I'll still probably do better because all of these positions are dog shit. Women don't need their men to bring in the same amount. Over 200K is insane. It's insane. You're lucky if one person in your partnership can bring in 200K. She's pretty, yeah. She's just got a bad idea. And here's the thing. Is she's halfway there to a good idea. Which is she's talking about egalitarianism, but then she doesn't really want egalitarianism because everyone is so fucking in these circles are so fixated on money that they don't realize that there are multiple other things in life that you can contribute to and intervene on that are also not about money. I'm just going to shut my window. Oh, I'll play this for you first.
And if he was lazy and he didn't want to get there, he wanted to stay at 50,000, would that be a turnoff? If he didn't want to get better?
Yeah, it's not about laziness. Here's another example. If I wanted to study something and I knew that I wouldn't be able to work for the next 8 years, medical school, for example, then if my man is willing to support me, I want him to eventually be happy with my success.
Yeah. So let me finish.
Okay, so now she's not talking about that shit, right? This is the problem is she doesn't really know what she thinks. She has a bit of an idea and she's not a debater. She's an Instagram model who isn't advocating certain ideas, I hope. And if she is, she's doing them fakely, right? She's got dumb ass ideas, right? What she's saying is she wants an egalitarian relationship. She says, if I'm going to school, I want him to be willing to bring in enough income so we can manage it. I want him to be excited for me when I get my medical career, right? I want him, if I'm doing all the work, I want him to help me more with the home labor. If he's doing more work, I'm hoping that she'd be willing to say, I would be doing more of the home labor, right? She's kind of saying, I want egalitarianism, but I also want a high tier man. That's what she's kind of saying. She just doesn't really know what she wants. And so this guy's dismantling her position a little bit, but he's dismantling it in the worst way because she honestly has literally said inconsistent ideas already. To be honest, I'd be like, girl, if you're saying that this is what you want, all these other things that you said don't fit with that. right? They're inconsistent with it. So you have to pick on which ones you actually value. The dude in the hoodie is going to make people mad. Okay, it gets worse. Okay, let's
My
go.
example, and I wanted to answer your question. So the point is that you guys want a man to get on your level. So guys, if a woman was making $50,000,
And here's the thing: this guy's fucking on the right. Is that fresh or fit? I don't know. This guy with the CEO shirt. His smug little face always makes me so mad because I've watched a bit of it and he's just like obviously like a pretty insecure kind of man, maybe a little bit. He's just a little cringe. And then when like he sees other men dunking on women, he's like, yeah. And it's just like, dude. Just everything about this, like the women are often super toxic. These men are toxic. It's just like this toxic sphere, and it's got 899. Now I want to hope that maybe like even 10% of these are just hate views, but I can't believe that all of them are hate views, right? Even if 50% are hate views, that still means 400,000 are viewing this as like a good, like, yeah, get dunked on.
Is that a priority for you guys?
No, not a priority.
So you see, guys, they don't view it that way. They, like you got to think about it. Men are conditioned to protect and provide for thousands of years. So men are not looking for a teammate who can do what they do. You know, like it's like the best way I can break it down.
But it's not about doing. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah.
I apologize. But it's not about doing what they do. It's about doing me and being supported and
So
supported emotionally. And
here's a problem. A man with options can choose, and unfortunately, you're the worst option. No disrespect. No disrespect. Because here's the reality. There's two guys, right? There's a guy that makes 500,000. All things are equal. They're both handsome. They're both tall. They're both successful in their own sense, right? One is a successful teacher making 50,000. One is a successful doctor making 500,000. Which one is more attractive?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I blinked out a second ago.
Okay, cool. So there's
my brain went to
two
La La Land.
guys, and everything is equal. Okay. One of them makes 50,000. One of them makes 500,000. Which one?
I can't decide if this guy is genuinely trying to be good faith by being patient, or if he's trying to like, because the reason she's blanking out is I think she's getting stressed out, right? Because she's realizing she doesn't really know what she thinks. She's not a debater or anything like that. She's not an advocate. So she's like, oh fuck, he's not wrong right now. No, he's not.
More attractive. Everything is equal.
He's not wrong about traditional relationships. Here's the thing. Like to say like men are like biologically driven to protect and it's just like, yeah, but like we do things in civilization all the time that overcome our biology. Like, so like if people want to move towards more egalitarian relationships, if more men like want to be stay at home and like fathers and take care of the kids and the family and the women want to work, like we can do that. We just have to figure out how to make it work in our society because we do things all the time that defy our biology. Which is why I don't really like the traditionalist argument as this is what only works for relationships, because it's just like obviously not true, and our society has used technology to overcome biological proclivities constantly. So it's just like a bad argument.
It's okay to say the truth.
I know.
It's okay.
Listen.
The feminism in her won't allow it.
I'll answer honestly.
She still want an equal partner.
Okay, this shit's gross. Like just fuck. You're a bad person. I think he's actually a bad person.
Mesmerized by fancy shiny things as any other person is. I find that sometimes men who have a lot
No.
become entitled.
Listen. I just said everything was equal.
Okay, then yeah, for sure the man who has more because life would be better.
Because you value that more. So what you got to understand is women who think independence, you like that in men. Yeah. A man being independent, a man not needing you, a man to be able to take care of his stuff on his own. That's what you value in men. Men don't want that in women. Because the reality of the matter is, when a woman is really turned on by a man, when a woman is really in love with a man, when she really respects him, she becomes utterly dependent upon him because she does not want him to leave.
So here's what I don't like. My biggest.
Okay, that's not necessarily true at all, and it's a really toxic idea to like promote that. Like when a woman becomes infatuated with a man, she becomes utterly dependent on him for anything. That's not necessarily true at all, and to be honest, it's probably a really unhealthy thing to have in your relationship. In general, in 2022, there is no reason for somebody to be entirely dependent on their partner, and it doesn't seem like, yeah, his take is like he's dangerous because he's got like half a truth, right? Which is like, he's right. There's like this inconsistency in what she's saying. She's saying women want this with men. And it's true. Men don't seem to care that much what women make. But that seems to be changing in large part because men are financially and educationally doing worse than women in our society. So I imagine that that's going to change. Yeah, like this shit is so toxic, right? Where it's just like, he just wants women to be in a traditional relationship. And here's the thing. If you want one to be in a traditional relationship, just look for a woman who wants a traditional relationship. You can have a traditional relationship and work. I wouldn't recommend having it be the case that a woman is fully dependent on her man. That's just really unhealthy and really, I shouldn't say unhealthy, because I imagine that maybe there are some cases where that might work in a relationship. But broadly, it seems to me to cultivate mindsets and behavioral patterns that are not healthy in a relationship and aren't going to lead to like best outcomes for both partners. Because we see a lot of women who historically have not liked that in the relationship. That's part of why we have this cultural revolution, is women have been dissatisfied with relationship. And they still are, right? And the problem is that this guy wants to basically go back. Like, he wants to go back to old time. And they also give these girls alcohol. Oh, that's terrible. I mean, nobody should be looking at Fresh and Fit as a goal for literally anything. They're bad faith actors. They engage with people poorly. They're unethical all the time. They're liars. They've been proven to be liars time and time again. And they're actually misogynistic and sexist. They're both of them. And so if you're not sure what's the difference, misogynistic means there's a hatred for women. And I think Fresh very obviously is misogynistic. I think he actually kind of hates women. And it's beyond clear that most of the men that come on this are also sexist. They think women are just a little bit less able, a little bit more stupid, not able to conduct themselves well. I've heard there's one video where there's actually a woman who comes on who is very well spoken and that she just like cleans the floor with them, which is great. Guys, we should make a movement to get me on Fresh and Fit. I want to go in and just
His fear is to lose my
politely
independence
and respectfully
and to rely
be
on
like,
somebody else.
And where that comes
stop
from?
being a misogynist.
Where does that come from?
Chill out.
I don't know. I mean, I've been independent since I was 18, and I think it's a very important thing to
I know,
do.
but where does that fear come from?
I don't know. I don't want to rely on anyone. I wasn't brought up to rely on anyone, and I don't think
Exactly. That came. So what happened in childhood? Either your experience showed you, or somebody communicated that to you. Because you're talking about, I have a fear.
The same is true for men.
I can't live
You
your
can
life
argue the
according
same
to
thing
fear.
for men.
Imagine me saying, I have a fear of crashing on a plane. I can never get on the plane. Damn. So your whole relationship movement is based upon a fear. That's unhealthy. And so what I've noticed is a lot of women, when they move in a relationship, is based out of fear. You can't live your life based upon fear.
I think it's unhealthy to put yourself in situations where you could potentially be left with nothing.
But that's the mindset. You see how you're living your life?
That's fucking realistic in nuptial arrangements now with how our legal system works. It is absolutely fair to be worried to be left with nothing. Now, I would say that the legal system seems to protect women more than men on average, particularly when there are children. But that's a good idea, Griffin. That's funny. That would be a good emote. I should write it down. Politely and respectfully. And respect. Goblin, though. Yeah, these takes are so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. Because I'm sure he's going to make a biological essentialist. He's going to be like, women, your independence movement is driven by fear. You don't want to be left out to hang, right? You don't want to be financially desperate. Whereas men pursue independence because of biology, which is just like, that's not a sound argument. The reality is, like, obviously biology is important. It absolutely informs phenotypic expression. You guys have seen me argue about the fact that, like, men tend to broadly be more aggressive because it seems to be the case that both genomic and testosterone increase aggression, which is why they're dominantly in charge of, like, crime. Whereas when it comes to independence, it's not nearly as obvious that this is like a clearly different thing within the sexes. And it's also not clear to what extent the lack of female independence historically isn't just based purely on somewhat oppressive structures and also just certain biological limitations women had, particularly tampons and birth control have really freed up women to have a lot more choice in their life, which I'm very for, by the way. Yeah, most of these women are here to promote their Instagram and modeling. They're not here to debate. They're not here to get dunked on. They're here to look good, and they're drinking, which is just shit. It's just like you're literally bringing in these women to treat them like shit, and you give them the worst possible chance.
Living your life,
which is just
worst case scenario thinking. Imagine me saying, I don't want to start a business.
And then you try to sell it to men like this is some fucking gold standard of relationship and being an alpha male. You're not an alpha male to bring in women who aren't ready to debate, who aren't debaters or advocates, who are mostly there to be attractive, feeding them alcohol, and then also it's your show, so you can just kick them off. Oh, fuck. This shit is so slimy. This culture is really, really shitty. This is why people are getting hurt. This is absolutely hurting women, and it's obviously hurting men. Mostly because the reason it's hurting men is because it's fucking over women so much that they don't give a fuck about men anymore. And I don't blame them a lot of time when you see this shit. Ugh. Yeah, like these guys are being like, we're alpha males. And it's like, no, you're tyrants. You're tyrants.
because if I open a business,
and maybe it works in your relationship. Maybe in your relationship, you're kind of alpha and you have a woman who's much more willing to be in a traditional role and you actually respect it and it's great. And I hope that for them, obviously. But like what they're advocating for is unquestionably tyrannical, dogmatic relationships, which is terrible.
I can lose all my money because that's a risk of starting a business. You can put all your time, energy, effort, and money and resources into a business and lose it all. So what happens is a lot of women have seen either from divorces in their family, either from their mom whining, complaining, or they've seen a woman being in an unhealthy situation, and now their fear is a worst case possible
So
scenario.
here's another worst case possible scenario.
But do you not see how living like that is a problem?
I do understand. I completely agree, but I do think that there's a place for responsibility. And women in relationships, because there is a power dynamic, oftentimes can be put in situations where they can't get out.
So here's the problem. You said oftentimes. That is your personal experience.
It's not my personal experience. All of my relationships have ended amicably, and I respect all of my exes. I've never been abused, thank God. I've never had any like negative situation like that where I relied on someone. Never.
So let me tell you why this is personal experience. Because when it comes to divorce, if you can look it up right now, we have all the data. Women divorce men at higher rates than men divorce women. 70 to 80% of divorce are initiated by women. We have Google right now. We can go ahead and pull it up. So the reality of women being left by men is a misnomer. It is feminine mythology.
Okay, but nobody's talking about this. Like, just because women are divorcing men more often doesn't mean that they're completely disenfranchised with the relationship, right? Like, she's not talking about, like, are women divorcing men more often? She's concerned about basically getting into relationships with men and getting fucked over. And the reality for women is if you get divorced at 28 and you still want to have kids, there is a little bit of biological pressure on you to start having more kids. That's just the reality. And it seems with modern medicine that this biological risk is getting pushed further and further back, which is, again, another way technology is allowing them to have more and more freedom. But there unquestionably is pressure on women after their first divorce of being like, well, if I still want to have kids and family and that whole dream, I got to get on top of this shit. And so, to be honest, I've had these conversations with my friends who are over 30, and they're like, fuck, it's so stressful dating because I don't have time to fuck up again. Like, I don't have time to get into a relationship with somebody that I can't spend the next, like, 10, 15 years with. I don't have time. Yeah, men abuse women at higher rates too. Yeah, his point is weak. He's kind of like using a side stat to make it seem like I have science on my side, but the science isn't really supporting his point. It's kind of his point is like a side piece of a potential inference you could make, but it's for sure a jump. It's not. His statistics aren't supporting his position at all.
My concern is not being left by a man. My concern is jumping head on into a relationship where I'm feeling like I'm being supported and helped, eventually losing my independence because I'm relying on him. I don't need to work if somebody's paying my rent.
What does that mean?
So I'm explaining. Wait, I lost my train of thought. What did you say a second ago?
What I said is that your fear, you literally said the fear.
Oh, okay, I remember what I was talking about.
See, that's so shitty. Like, what did you say a second ago? She's just clarifying. Relax, dudes. Let her clarify. Her positions aren't great, but she's doing her best.
Okay, my fear isn't that I won't be able to my fear isn't that my man will leave me. My fear is that I won't be able to leave because I'll be put in a situation where I can't leave.
Okay, so that fear.
Okay, so that's a really bad argument too, right? Like, there's what circumstance is she afraid that she won't be able to leave? Abuse situations, that would be the main one that I would be concerned about. And I'm guessing that that's what she's implying because she said this isn't an anecdote. I've never been abused. So I think she's talking exclusively about getting into abusive relationships with men, which is a valid concern of where there is financial abuse that happens in abusive relationships, where sometimes the abusive partner will also take control of finances to prevent their partner from being able to leave in any way possible. Usually it's not an intentional thing. It's like a control piece that gets taken over time that makes the abuse victim have a really hard time leaving. An inane count. Oh gosh. Thank you.
Adan 2090 peerly pressured me into donating these bits.
Thanks, Headless. Dayon, pressuring people to give money. Dangerous. You're a hustler. No matter what she says, he's going to try and fit it into his framework. Yeah, and like her arguments are bad, right? Like women don't need to be. So, yes, there's a certain level of financial dependency. This is why I'm extremely pro prenuptial for everyone. Get prenups. And if you don't have a prenup because you're too young, you don't have any aspects, get a postnup. Like, that's something Nick and I need to do, is get a postnup. It's just really, really important to do that, right? Because there are situations where women run away and they're left with nothing. The problem is that they're the rare case. And in those cases, it's really fucked up, but there are resources that are broadly available to them. And I'm all for finding more resources to make it available to them. Most women shouldn't be deciding their like financial status with their partner based on fringe case experiences. Not even fringe case experiences because she hasn't had it. Fringe fringe examples of these really extreme abuse situations where somebody literally couldn't get away because they were like rural, they were abused, they couldn't get a car, and they had no money, right? Like really, really fringe cases. And like those cases are really fucking tragic, and we definitely need to figure out what to do about like particularly like rural individuals who are in abuse situations, because it's way harder for them to get away, especially if they don't have access to a vehicle and stuff like that, right? But like women shouldn't be deciding their relationship based on like less than 3% of relationships. Like that's not a good idea. So her arguments here are weak. What she's trying to say is I don't want to be like, women can be financially independent and it's fine for women to value that. Of course it is. She started by basically saying, I want an egalitarian relationship. And now she's been pigeonholed into this weird thing about like abuse, which is just like, how'd you get here? And like, just stick to your original argument, because this isn't the
Based upon a
response to
worst
give him.
case scenario.
Just back him back.
You're living your life
Bring him
on
back
a
to
worst case scenario.
egalitarianism.
If you take that energy into business, you'll never be.
He told you were living on a worst case scenario, and then you went with it and said that, I guess it's what I'm believing, which might be because she's drinking. Thanks, Red Penny. Yeah. This is so frustrating. Like, this girl isn't making the good arguments, but she's not on there to like be a strong debater or anything like that. She might be drunk a little bit. So he like started making arguments about like your fear is fringe case situations, and that's not actually what she's saying at all. Because you can want financial freedom from your partner in a relationship, not because you're afraid of abuse, but because even if it does end, you don't just want to be fucked out of more than 50% of your share of income. Like, that can just be the reason. It has nothing to do, which is a much more valid, much more reasonable take. You need to watch more stuff you hate. Trigger to Erudite is 10 out of 10. Okay, well.
Successful.
But
let me finish. If you take that energy into finances, you'll never have any money. If you take that energy into friendship, you'll never have any friends.
Mm-hmm.
So what happens is that if you're living your life based upon a scenario that a fearful thing could happen, that's on you. But the wise thing is to be like, okay, that's a possibility. So how can I, as a woman?
Okay, my dude, being cautious in any type of major decision is completely fucking valid. And it's not true to make an argument that if you're cautious in relationships, that you're just not going to have them. I'm cautious with my friendships all the fucking time. That's just reasonable. Oh, he's big mad. I'm big mad. I want to talk to this guy. Fuck this shit. Yeah. Maybe if I can argue with people more often, then people aren't going to think I'm some like pick-me conservative female, which I'm not, by the way. I just threw a peppermint on the ground. I'm so mad.
Find the right kind of man who will support me and help me not make that happen. There's no way possible you're going to find a guy where 100% of the time he will never do anything wrong.
So
Life is a risk. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Number one, I do think that being a woman in the world, you do have to live not in fear. Maybe fear is the wrong word to use.
No.
You do have to be very, very conscious and cautious of all the dangers around you. And
Yes, kind of. Okay. Yes, more for women than for men. Obviously, particularly when it comes to physical safety. Obviously, women have to take more care, but not broadly, not in friendships, right? It's not likely that in a platonic friendship, you're more likely as a woman to get fucked over. It's not more likely in most like using like fringe case abuse. There's a piece where I'm like, yeah, women probably need to be a little bit more careful of physical abuse than men. However, we do see that men also get physically abused, and it's also serious. And so, yes, but you don't want to make your decisions based on being like I guess there's an extent of like, you want to be cautious because, yeah, you don't want to get into an abusive relationship, but there is a lot other steps of caution that you can take as well that are also super valid. Like, I don't know why she's getting stuck on the fringe stuff. It's not an argument for her to make.
Relationships can turn dangerous at a certain point. That's number one. I'm not saying I'm living out of fear. Not at all. Every relationship that I've been in.
What does that mean, though? You just said relationships can turn dangerous at a certain point. No one's
abuse. What the fuck do you think it means?
Very fascinating about this, what you just shared. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by dangerous? You mean domestic violence?
Also.
Okay, so let's talk about domestic violence. You know what's fascinating? Mm-hmm. Do you know domestic violence in lesbian couples are the highest of all couples?
Fuck's sakes.
I mean, whether it's lesbians or straights or anything, it doesn't matter. Being in a relationship where you're relying 100% where you're codependent is unhealthy, in my opinion.
Codependent.
Do you know that most of the women who are murdered by their partner are murdered by their male partner? It doesn't fucking matter if lesbians abuse them. If you're a woman looking for a straight man, it doesn't matter what happened in lesbians. This sucks. I don't know why that's happening. But, like, that is not the argument. Like, being like, well, lesbians hit each other more. Okay, that doesn't change the fact that men are still dominantly responsible for most of the fucking crime and almost a large portion of the domestic violence. This guy's use of stats is so frustrating.
Codependent. See, this is what happens.
This is like if I was, like, talking with somebody and say I was trying to, like, make an argument against, like, I don't know, fucking environment. Say I was really anti-environmental change. And then I was like, okay, I know that you're saying that the planet's getting hotter, but did you not experience in 2014, we actually had a record cold winter. And it's just like, okay. I'm like, gosh, yeah, I used science. And you're like, no, you pivoted. You pivoted delicately with science.
Happens when you create straw mans. When you make an extreme. So on one end of the extreme is codependency, where I have nothing without you. Another end of the extreme is where you're probably at, independency. I am without you. But the healthy medium is interdependency. Is that I could exist without you, but I not only want you, but I need you.
So thank you, Chucky.
Let me finish. Because I'll be honest with you, right now, the energy that you're on is masculine energy.
Oh God, no.
Oh no. Oh no. Where did he go? He's like, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And the reason you're wrong is in part because you're engaging in masculine energy. And it's just like, oh my dude. Here's all she needs to do. She'd be like, hey, you think I'm doing masculine energy right now? Don't you think that maybe that's part of the problem? Maybe when men engage in masculine energy in relationships, that we engage in more dangerous practice. It seems like you feel like I'm engaging in dangerous and unwise thinking patterns. Is that possibly because I'm engaging masculinely? Which isn't fucking true, but you can just flip it on him. He literally made her point for her if she wanted, which she doesn't have a good point either, but fuck. He thinks she is right because masculine energy is always right. No, he thinks she's wrong and she's fighting with him. I don't know what his point. Let's just see where he goes with masculine energy because literally it works against him in every fucking way. Let's see. Okay, I got this. I'm so mad.
No, why? Because you're comfortable. And this is the problem. You're comfortable with having to usurp your way. So a lot of times there's no, when there's a relationship, when women say they want equality, there's no equality. There's no two kings in one castle. There's no two presidents in one country. There's no two CEOs in one company. There's always
I'm sorry that the relationship isn't a company or a country. Fuck's sakes. That's not how relationships need to work. They can work that way if you fucking choose. And clearly this girl is saying, I don't want a CEO relationship. I don't want a hierarchical relationship in my marriage, which is fucking fine. And he's saying, I do, which is also fine. You just have to find a partner who agrees to that. Hierarchies aren't necessarily bad. They've just been like historically not great for women, which is why women seem to say, I don't want it, but they're like mixed because they like want certain things that come with that. But yeah. Fuck. How much are we gonna, I'm gonna guess he's married, to be honest. I'm gonna guess he's married. I'm gonna guess he's married and in a like decent relationship that like is more traditional in nature. It's just like, there are lots of women I know that want a traditional relationship and would be happy with that. And I'm willing to bet that like maybe he's not a total douche with his family. Like maybe he's like a really good dad and husband, right? And he's just like getting hot and heated because it's like a woman he doesn't care about, right? He might be like kind of gloves off because he's like, I don't give a fuck about this woman.
There's only
a leader and somebody submits.
Thank you for this. Oh, turd. Oh, Ramo. Thank you.
Your leadership. You want to be in charge.
I don't. I absolutely don't. I will say my dating style, I love a man who will support me, lift me up, help me. But at the same time, I'm not going to relinquish all of my power. I understand it, but what I'm saying is that what you're communicating is an idea which you feel like you represent. But I'm telling you right now, from even communicating with you, from this conversation, talk to hundreds of women, the energy that you have is very masculine energy. Oh my God. You can say all that you want, but the idea is you want somebody to join your team. You want
God, here's the thing, my dude. Ideal human psychology is to engage in both the positive feminine and the positive masculine. Seems to be the case that is historically, even just from literature, something that we value the most. But no. My skin starts glowing. I'm a vampire, guys. I'm so mad. I'm so charged right now. Fuck. Women are allowed to engage in masculine energy. The problem when women engage in like more masculine energy things, which sure, being argumentative and assertive is, we can call that lower masculine energy. I'm totally fine with that. I think that fits broadly within our cultural zeitgeist of masculine versus feminine. Here's the thing, masculine and feminine have nothing to do with male and female or woman and man. It's healthy for men to engage in positive feminine traits, like nurturing. Right? You want a man to be nurturing towards his child. You want a man to be nurturing towards his loved ones. You want him to be sensitive and caring about their emotions, which we maybe would call feminine energy in this guy's things. And you also want women to be able to be assertive. The problem for women right now is that there isn't a good model, and there also isn't a ton of even like traditional wisdom, at least not in like dominant, like more like white culture or like Western culture that tells women how to be assertive in a healthy way. And so a lot of feminism teaches women to be assertive by basically being a bitch and being rude and being like overly domineering and tyrannical, which is not good being assertive. That's called being aggressive and being a tyrant. Right? But this woman's actually doing a pretty good job, actually, of being assertive, because you can be assertive and respectful. There's completely fine. Men can do this, women can do this, and we can be. I'm willing to give it the cultural zeitgeist of calling it masculine energy, but you can any gender can engage in any energy. It's fine. There are different needs for different situations, right? When I'm in a counseling situation with a client who's crying on my couch because of trauma, I don't want to use my masculine energy of being like assertive and firm. I want to engage in nurturing behaviors. Whereas when I have a client who's being threatening and trying to tell me what to do and trying to bully me, I do want to engage in more masculine energy and be more assertive with them. That's a good thing. You just, different strokes for different folks in different times, right? That's just called being like socially more like dynamic and capable. And like, you don't have to do it. Oh, man.
Somebody to join your program. You want someone to follow.
I want to join someone's team just the same. I think
that's not how it works. That's not how it works. When two companies merge, one company joins one company. When two kingdoms merge, one kingdom joins one kingdom.
And that's fine. But I'm not.
My dude, have you never heard of like a co-op? Like there's you're being like companies work this way, and it's like cool. That doesn't mean relationships necessarily. Like, just because one system works this way doesn't mean another system has to. Like they can just be separate systems. It's a dumb analogy. You can use the analogy if that's how you'd like your relationship to work, but lots of people are saying, I don't want my relationship to look like a business hierarchy.
I'm not going to put my personal well-being in jeopardy.
Which
is healthy, I think.
Your personal well-being is not jeopardy. It's just what you don't want, which is fine and valid.
Healthy. Why is it an extreme to care about yourself?
No, you're making an extreme argument. You're saying that I'm putting my personal well-being in jeopardy. You're not. A lot of women who are in happy, healthy relationships, they're not putting their personal well-being in jeopardy by being with a masculine man and submitting to them happily. They're actually putting their personal well-being at the forefront of their life, and they're benefiting from it from that masculine man's lead. But in your situation, let me tell you what's going to.
Some women, yes. Absolutely, that is the case, and that's probably the women you've experienced. There are also women who don't like that and wouldn't enjoy that relationship. That would not work for me, 100%. Oh, they make up it's just, so dumb. I run my company like a dictatorship, so we should have a dictatorship in government. Yeah, exactly. We run things differently. Different systems run differently. It's like that would be like me running in and being like, look, education is great. And the system we've organized for education is the best. And relationships should look like that. And it's just like, wait, first of all, what the fuck do you mean? Are you talking about a teacher to a student? Because that's weird. I certainly don't want relationships to look like that, right? That's a weird imbalance of power, kind of pedophilic maybe. Are you talking about the system's organization between teachers and union members? Like that. These systems are so complex, and they don't need to look like each other because different systems need different organizations to achieve different goals, and an intimate family system might need to have a different look. And most relationships have to figure out what that system looks like for themselves a little bit. If you emasculate your man, he will be scouting new options. Maybe. I mean, if you emasculate him, but that's kind of like, if you humiliate someone, they might not want to be in a relationship with you anymore, which is fair. It has nothing to do, like it has for that man, it might be about the emasculation, but fundamentally that's about like if you humiliate your partner and treat them like shit, they might get out of town, which fair enough, kudos to them. A lot of single mothers raise kids, especially with physical discipline, can create pent-up. Oh, interesting. I wouldn't be able to comment on that, but it's an interesting take, Al.
Going to happen. Unfortunately, you're going to have to find a feminine man who's going to have to follow you, who's going to have to be led by. And you know what happens? Of course, you don't want that because no women does. But the number one problem is, though you don't want that, the man that you want won't want you. And
I'll be honest, I've never had any of these issues in any relationship in my life.
Okay, then why are you so single right now?
What? Well, I didn't say I'm single.
Okay, so you're not single.
I mean, I'm seeing a person in my life.
So you're single.
I really don't want to share personal details of my life.
This guy sitting beside her is just like mocking her beside her, which is just like so fucking pathetic. Like, just sit there and let them talk. And if you want to make fun of her, just fucking say it. If you're all about masculine energy, why are you being fucking passive aggressive? God.
But I am in a very good place right now.
Let me be honest with you. You're doing what women try to unfortunately do when in a social setting. You're using
You're generalizing, but go ahead.
Well, this is just common knowledge between men and women. what you're doing is you're using the English language to shape reality instead of to express reality. You see that you don't want people to look down upon you for being single. I'm not shaming you for being single. So therefore, let me finish. So therefore, you're trying to share. Well,
dude, she didn't say she was single. She said she's in a so she's obviously like in casual open relationships. I'm guessing something like casual and open. But she's not saying that she don't fuck. She's just not in a committed one-on-one monogamous relationship right now, which doesn't mean that she's single either. Fuckhead.
I'm single. I may be single. You're single. So moving.
Don't fucking tell people. Fuck. I hate when conservatives do this and now leftists are starting to do this shit. And it drives me fucking crazy. You don't get to tell people what their lived experience fucking is. They get to decide. And you can decide to respect that decision or not. You might be like, yeah, I know you're saying that, but I don't really think you are. You get to do that, but you don't just get to like decree to other people what they are. It's the same shit where like people like, you are traumatized. And it's like, you don't get to decide that for somebody else. If she's saying that she's not really single, believe her. Now, I think what he's trying to do is a gotcha, and he doesn't think that she's single because he thinks he's trying to back out of it. But it's like, which maybe that's what she's doing, which sucks, but she's not a debater. To be honest, girl, just own it. Be like, no, I am single right now. I don't want to be in a relationship right now, you know? Or maybe she does, you know? Fuck, I don't know.
Forward in this conversation, use English to express reality, and the reality of the matter is, yes, you are single. That's the truth.
Okay, can I ask something?
Go ahead.
I keep losing my train of thought. You're confused because you're talking at me and then you keep telling me not to interrupt, and then my train of thought like loses me. So I do apologize. But why is it so important for people to strive to be in a relationship? My priority at the moment is.
But gosh, if I was here sitting next to this derp who's laughing beside me, I'd like turn to him and be like, I'm sorry, what's so funny? And I was just like, I fucking hate this shit. Like, it's just like you're literally all laughing at her for like her masculine energy and being so obviously wrong when she's holding her own pretty well in a tense situation where nobody's coming to side with her, and she can see that she's in a slight dog pile because there's all these men laughing at her, and the women are just kind of like comatose, basically. They don't want to support her, which, like, to be honest, like, girls, like, if you agree with her, get in there and be like, yeah, no, I agree with that, just to like give her some flesh. She's doing super well. She's been drinking, and this fucking loser in the corner is like like laughing like to the side, like turning away and laughing, which is so fucking lame. Like, gosh, you're literally a biological essentialist, essentially, about gender roles and about your masculine energy, and then you're chuckling in the corner passive aggressively at a woman like a fucking loser. It's so lame.
But let me just say, you preach this to men as well. You say, man, if you want a high value man, work on yourself, be better yourself. So I'm saying my job right now in life is to work on myself, become a better version of myself.
I love it.
And eventually, hopefully, I'll be able to be with a person who will deserve that.
I love it.
That's
so my question to you, what are 3 things that you're working on today that's going to make you desirable to the high value man that you want? What are those 3 things that you're working on today?
Well, fuck. I fucking hate high value man and shit like that. Because all it is value of your money. Like, it's fundamentally it's money. And it's so lame. And this is the shit that they've all bought into, this girl included, where it's like, you don't need a high value man. You might not want it. If you actually want to be like the career boss woman, one of you has to take care of home stuff. You might not want a high value man. You might actually want a man who maybe prefers more domestication. And maybe you're a girl who's like, I want a guy who's like willing to help out and like take care of the house stuff, but also like, I kind of want to get thrown around in bed a little bit. Just fucking communicate that and be like, hey, you know, I am the one like bringing home the money, but I want you to like kind of be like a little dominant in certain circumstances because it turns me on, you know, which is fucking valid. Like, just ask for whatever you want. Like, if you want a guy to like throw you around a little bit in bed, just ask him to. If you want a guy to like be like, hey, I know I'm the breadwinner, but I actually want you to make a bunch of the decisions on these things because it like helps me respect you more. Like, I want you to make more decisions on money and maybe like certain values that we decide on. Then like just say that. As an instant model, you're suggesting you don't see her dated. Oh, yeah. That's funny. I've been given the same recommendations. And I'm not even an instant
social
model.
circles. I think that networking is very important.
Okay.
Another thing is I hope that I will be able to be successful in my life. And I mean, it's pretty shallow, but also I think that looks are important, and I take care of myself.
Cool. So out of those 3 things that you mentioned, you said social circles.
It's not shallow to think that looks are important and to take care of yourself. It's shallow if that's all you care about and you put that over everything else. That's where it gets shallow. To some extent, right? Like, if you won't move on any physicality thing and you just pass up really solid partners because of it. That's it.
Success and looks. The only thing that really relevant to a high value man is going to be the looks. So the unfortunate reality is that a lot of women such as yourself, they say, I'm working on myself.
Oh my gosh. She might not want a man who literally only cares about looks. And yeah, she's fucking hot. Why are you preaching at her about this? She's obviously got that one in the bag. She doesn't have an issue with looking hot. She's super attractive. She's saying, I want a man who wants more than that, which is fine. And there's lots of men who absolutely value just more than that, other than like these turds, apparently.
To be more desirable to a man. But the things that you're working on, a man does not want. Imagine a man saying, okay, I'm working on myself to be more desirable to women. And you know what I'm doing? I'm learning how to wear fluorescent dresses. Is he?
What do you mean she's not even that hot? Just look at her. She's objectively above average. She's young. She's symmetrically faced. She's lighter skin. She's got blonde hair. Like, come on. Oh, come on. She's not too skinny. She might not be your preference, but be honest. If you put all of the women together, you can objectively say that she's hot. She's not my type either. I tend to like, well, I don't know. I don't really have a strong preference around women or anything like that. But she's attractive. It might not be your type, but we can't say she's not attractive. Right? It's like when men try to like come to me and be like, you're just average. And I'm like, I'm literally fucking not though. And it's just shitty to say that to women who are like much less attractive. They're like, well, if she's not hot, then I'm a fucking troll, you know? She has a lot of makeup on. I mean, most women wear lots of makeup. Okay, that's fair. I'll take it. Sorry. She's too hot. Yeah, based. I mean, it's totally fine, Bright. Like, you don't have to find her attractive, but you do have to be honest that she is objectively above average. And even with her makeup, if she wears makeup most of the time in her relationships, it won't really matter because this is more or less what you're getting. So most women don't get near that with makeup. It's a lot of work. And maybe she's really unattractive without it, but like, if she's willing to if she is, she's probably the type of woman who always puts on lots of makeup all the time. So you're basically more or less guaranteed that that's what your girl's going to look like. Regardless, just looking at her, she just is above average. I can guarantee she's hot without makeup too. Then again, makeup is OP. It is pretty OP. You
doing something?
You don't understand how little my eyebrows show up normally. You wouldn't even think I had eyebrows if I didn't tint them because they're so pale. They're not even white, because if they were white, they'd still stand out against my skin a little bit. They're just like perfectly my skin color.
Make it more desirable.
And Bright, I'm not trying to tell you that you have to find her attractive for you. That's totally fine. That's not your preference. You just have to say, you just have to, you don't have to say anything. I'm not going to force you to say anything, but I think everyone's basically like, even if you don't find her attractive for you, she's objectively above average. Almost all of these women are.
There's probably a woman out there.
Yeah, it's easy to make that argument. Is he doing something that'll make him more desirable to women?
There's probably a woman out there.
Yeah, that's to wear fluorescent dresses. The man saying, okay, I'm working on myself to be more desirable to women. And you know what I'm doing? I'm learning how to wear fluorescent dresses. Is he doing something that'll make him more desirable to women?
There's probably a woman out there.
Yeah, it's easy to make that argument. Let's be realistic. Is he doing something that's making him more desirable to top tier women?
Probably not.
Yes.
And by the way, I'm not disagreeing with you on most of your points.
I know, of course not.
Gosh, top tier anything is so fucking lame. Because it's just like, I make a lot of money. Or I'm attractive. It's like, okay. That's probably why your divorce rates are really high too. Sorry, Bright. I just saw it and I went in. I zeroed in. I got all this pent up rage and I don't have enough spearmints to throw everywhere. Look, I'm running out and I don't want to have to clean them up because that'll make me angry too. So I apologize that you got probably a disproportionate amount of my pent up rage.
I know. So
I just want to make that a point.
We understand.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the comments. Just you and me talking right now.
That's fine. I'm not looking.
So the point I'm trying to make is that when women say I'm working,
you as an alpha male, okay, if he really thinks he's like some high tier alpha male, why aren't you doing your part to call out all these stupid fuckers around you that are teasing her and making fun of her and being like in the corner, just girling out in the corner, basically, being what they would view as kind of girly, pathetic behavior. If you're such an alpha Chad, call these fuckers out because it's so fucking lame. And this poor girl is drunk on her own and she's done pretty damn well against you. She's had some pretty dog shit ideas, but she's also ceded to you. She's been good faith the entire time. She's done her best to be respectful of you. Just fucking call them out. You're such an alpha Chad and you can't even call it your bros for being fucking losers. Get fucked. I love you, Skylar. Thanks for dropping by. I'm sure she would, but they're sealed. They're in little packages. They're single packaged because I hate the environment. Just kidding.
On myself. A lot of times they're not
Because
working
alpha
on
doesn't make
themselves
you
in a
good
way
person.
that's going
I
to
know,
make them more
because
desirable.
alpha is basically just like, I'm kind of a tyrant. I want to like boss people around. And it's just like, you're mostly a bull. I guess like you're alpha, like you're high in the hierarchy probably works, but like, a muted husband for this rant, 10 out of 10. Yeah. Everyone, if you're in Discord, fucking mute Nick. Force him, kick him, ban him from the server, all right? Just kidding.
To other men. So to the point of, yes, our podcast, we're telling men to do things that tangibly, same as Fresh and Fit, we're telling men to do things tangibly that make them more desirable to women. But unfortunately, what you're working on and what a lot of
My hot take about these kind of guys, deep down, they're afraid that attractive, motivated girls can easily out-earn them and price them out of the market. I think some of them, here's the thing, is like, I think a lot of time when we see like tyrannical bullies, we just want to assume that they're insecure. But sometimes people are just tyrannical bullies because they're dicks and they're kind of prideful. They're actually the opposite of insecure. They have a much inflated sense of self, or they're just kind of inconsiderate and rude. And I think you're right, Disappointed Dunsky, about Fresh and Fit. They're totally insecure losers. But this guy here doesn't strike me as insecure. I think he's just kind of a bit of an asshole, and he's kind of okay with it. And the reality is like, if it works in his relationship, that's fine. Like if he treats his women like he's just like, oh, I love, like if he's like, she's my queen, and I just love her, that's fine. It's fine with me. But like, this guy isn't an insecure guy, like taking out his like insecurities on women. He's just an insensitive asshole. That's really what's going on. And he just honestly is kind of sexist. He fundamentally thinks women are a little bit lesser. Like that's kind of what's going on with this guy. And it's just shitty. It just sucks. And it's like, if that's not what you want in a relationship, don't go for these guys. Okay, sorry, ranting. I think there's truth to what they're saying. They're just like taking it 1,000 times too far. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that traditional relationships don't work sometimes, and that broadly it seems to be the case that traditional man-woman relationships work for a lot of people, particularly lots of normies, and they have decently happy enough relationships as long as the man isn't too kind of assertive and cold, and as long as the woman isn't like too kind of like emotionally unwell. Right? They seem to work pretty well. The relationships are decently happy. And lots of people want those relationships. And there's nothing wrong with that. And those types of relationships are totally getting demonized in our culture, which is stupid. The problem is that both of these two are just going like way too far. Where like she at the beginning kind of implied, if I make 200K, then I want my partner to try to make 200K. And I'm just like, why do you guys need this much money per year? Like, if you're making 200K, why don't you just like pay an investment firm to like make your money, grow you more money? You talking about them and you think Kevin Samuels ain't gonna make you mad? I don't think he will, but I'm not sure. I've seen Kevin Samuels be a lot more nuanced, so I might have just seen the best of him. I watched him talk with Abram Preach, and he was decently nuanced there. I'm getting so mad that I'm sweating. I'm literally so hot in here right now. Oh, sorry, fill me. As a guy, I want girls to find me attractive based on looks. Where'd you go? Because it's predictable. I'm always going up and down the social ladder, and I don't want how desirable I am to be tied to that. Yeah, for sure. And I think, like, obviously you want to be attracted to people. Shalon? No. Fuck Shalon. She's basically like, Psychopathy 101. Here's how to be a piece of raging shit. That's Shalon in a nutshell. Sweating is very masculine energy, I know. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Women work on are things that would not make you attractive to men.
Okay, so I will say, like, I don't think that my end goal is to be attractive to men. My end goal is to work on myself so that I have a higher value as a person in my life. I'm happier.
All right, niggas, like the video right now. Bro, you want to know what my fear is? My fear is that you guys are going to ninja watch this shit and not like it. We got 40.
Of course, they're also just like screaming at people to like and follow. Although I guess you kind of have to do that. I shouldn't say that. Everyone kind of has to do that. Fair enough. Okay, we had another one. So here we go. Guys, I really want to get on their show so I can just rage against the machine. Can you imagine? And I won't drink because I have a TBI.
DVO, Maxo, short-term ban.
But I'm not insta-hot enough. There's no way they'll let me on. Because hey, it's ABBA. Oh, this is the one with ABBA. But this, I think he actually does a pretty good job here, to be honest. I'll let you guys watch it.
The attractive guy and long-term married, the rich guy. But what do you bring to the table? That's a very good one. Very good one. We want to go around the table with that one? So, okay, I'll add a caveat to that.
Yeah,
well,
sure,
right?
go
So,
ahead.
for example, what do you bring to the table outside of sex?
Say again?
Okay, what do you bring to the table?
You spoke Chinese for
Foreign question. Okay. Miss Mexico.
Yes.
What do you bring to the table to a man, right, that you're taking serious,
Yeah.
outside of sex?
What do you think she will bring
No,
besides sex?
I'm going on the panel.
Have you ever been in a relationship that you obviously have sex, but what does she bring to the table besides that? Tell me.
Well, I'm asking you the question.
I have an answer, but I'd like to know yours.
Okay, well, let's go on the panel first, and then we'll get back to your question.
For me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm definitely supportive. I'm definitely ambitious, and I like to be a part of your idea. So I can say comprehensive. Yeah, I got my emotions sometimes, and I want to say my opinion. But overall, like I have really good intentions. I want to see you grow, because if you grow, I grow. Obviously, good sex, great communication, and I'm definitely adventurous. So I'm super down. I'm open-minded. I'm down. So I'm fun, and that's what I bring to the table.
Okay, but we mentioned no sex.
Okay, no sex. Besides no sex, okay. Yeah, I'm supportive. I'm ambitious. I'm adventurous.
She literally said
I'm
17 other things. You're going to make her go through all of it again? She literally said sex is one.
open-minded, to a lot of things. So yeah, I'm a good time. Good time.
All right.
My answer is I don't know. I don't know what I would bring to the table. If this is me, you like it, you don't, let's find out. Let's figure it out together.
Okay, you're keeping it real. I like that. You're just being honest.
Wait, you said you have
No,
boyfriend, right?
Fit. You're just like her because she's reinforcing your extremely sexist position.
Yeah, I do.
Well, what do you do for him then?
Oh, a lot of things. Do you want to know?
I mean, we literally asked you that.
Do you want to
So
ask?
here's the thing. Fit or fresh, whatever. The guy on the right here, whichever one that is, he's sexist. I don't think he's misogynistic. He's too desperate for women to hate them. This dude over here, this guy is dangerous. This guy is both sexist and very misogynistic. Like, even as he's like fucking a woman, he's probably like, oh, I fucking hate this. I hate her.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I mean, you said I'm not sure what I bring to the table, and then I'm like, wait, aren't you in a relationship?
Honestly, when I'm in a relationship, I'm not like, what am I bringing to the table? Is he happy if I do this? I don't question myself all the time. I'm like, this is who I am. Maybe today.
But you know something interesting?
Yes.
When you were asked what you're looking for long term, you had a laundry list of stuff you mentioned. But then when you're asked what
I
do
just
you
said fun, good sex, and somebody who would like change with me, and we both like grow together.
Okay, so let's say you brought 4 things, but then when you were asked what do you bring to that person, then you're like, I don't know.
Is my
Do you
camera
understand how there's
weird?
like a confusion there?
Yes. Yes, it is.
It's not confusing for me. I don't know if there's somebody else that's not as confused as you.
All right, I'm the confused one. I'll take that.
All right. So I think I bring a lot to the table.
See, I actually like ABBA for the most part. Thanks, Filmy.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I see what I really appreciate about ABBA is I find he's very good faith, and he's not sexist or misogynistic. He's quite traditional in some of his values. He is smarter, but he's trying to like back off, and she's got a pretty bad take here, right? Like, what do you bring to the table? Like, you should probably know what you bring to the table. Like, I know broadly what I bring to the table. Like, well, first of all, I'm monogamous, so if somebody's looking for monogamy, that's something that I bring to the table. I'm really like fit and athletic, and I'm like high energy. So if you value those things, that's something I bring to the table. I'm high drive, so probably it's either a pro or a con, depending on what you want in a relationship, but I tend to work a fair bit, and I enjoy it, which means I bring in a fair bit of income, theoretically, one day when I'm fully educated. But I also, for a lot of men, that's not a huge plus, right? So that could be neutral, plus, or a negative, depending on the person. ABBA's much smarter than the host. I think in this one, he talks about it later, and he was like doing his best because he was really, really... So ABBA's not going hard on the girls because he was really uncomfortable with how kind of sexist and misogynistic the two hosts are. He hates the host now. And so the whole time he was like, oh, this is not really what I expected, and I'm kind of uncomfortable. So like when she says this dog shit take,
There's
thanks,
only
Griffin.
one type of eel.
I appreciate it very much. I think he tried to push her a little bit, but I actually think he at least talked about like he didn't want to dunk too hard because like these women were actually getting like already shit on by these two hosts in a way that he felt really uncomfortable with. So
I'm super motivated.
give it
like,
to
you just
ABBA
wanna be
for
my man.
not
You just-
adding to that.
You need
at
the
least.
support system, and I'm all about my man. I support him. I encourage him. I motivate him. I push him. I'm there for him. I love him. I'm all about him as long as he's all about me.
Okay, so you cater to your man then?
Yeah.
All right.
Does that include if he wants to have sex with other girls, though?
Absolutely not. You already know that.
Then in that case, she does not support you, my gentleman.
Stop it. We're not going there.
No, because there's a big difference between being monogamous. Women are allowed to have some level of standards, my dude. Women are not just there to like lick your feet and wash your feet with their hair and then pray to you and call you my lord and hope that you'll bless them for a moment with your sick dick. You know, that's not what's going on in relationships, my friend.
In that case, she does not support you. Okay.
Well, for me, it's a best friend. I bring in perspective. I teach them. Also with my current boyfriend, for example, I'm teaching him Spanish. But
yeah, this is before they were beefing, but this is where the beef started because he got uncomfortable. And so he's like, I don't think I want to do much stuff with them anymore. And then they started getting really pissy at him. And yeah.
A best friend, somebody that you can rely on, that you can talk to, that you can play with, that you can just feel like yourself with no armory, you know? You can just relax and be yourself without the stress that goes on in the world.
So no judgment.
No judgment.
Does he like?
There's
Does
a
he
type
talk
of
about
unconditional love.
Does he? Wait, you said unconditional love?
There's a type of unconditional love because when it comes to friendship, when you have a friendship with someone, you love them for who they are, flaws and all.
So you're telling me that your relationship is unconditional love?
As of now, yeah, I would say so.
Okay. All right, excellent. All right. I believe that that's a fallacy. All love is conditional, especially on the female side, but that's okay.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah,
Especially on the female side, females are especially conditional,
life,
unlike me,
because
who
there
said,
exists
I want to
unconditional
even
love.
be able
I
to
agree
fuck other
have
women,
unconditional love from
regardless
your
of how
mother,
you
have
feel about
unconditional
it.
love from a brother.
Yes.
And it
That's
does
family
exist.
love.
And if you
Family
haven't
love.
experienced it, then you would say it doesn't. You know?
That's family love.
I would ask you, if you're married to somebody,
Hypotheticals.
hypothetical, right?
Mhm.
No, 10 years from now, you're married to somebody, you have 3 kids.
Mhm.
He stops working, he stops fucking you, stops talking to you, stops basically being involved with you. Think you would still love this man if he kept that up?
I would still love them, but I would definitely have to love myself more in order to leave and let them figure out their life. Because a lot of times women want men to change, but people don't realize that you can't make people change. People have to go through their own process. And sometimes that process requires them to hit rock bottom. So if that person needs to go through their journey and you not being there is part of that, and you do it out of love, then that is necessary. And when that person is able to change and go back to you, you truly love them, you would take them back because you know who you fell in love with.
And so I broadly agree. Like, I don't think unconditional love is true because of the fact that, like, right, like abuse exists, right? And in those cases, people need to walk away. You could argue, though, that perhaps unconditional love can exist with parents towards their children because there is almost no transactions going on there. Yeah, sorry, Nick is raging. I don't know what he's raging about, but do we ever know? Alrif, I think that's what Ab is getting at. Alrif, based, thank you. Big takes.
You know who that person is. And everybody has downs. Everybody goes through depression. Everybody has bad moments, you know.
Yeah. All right, let me translate that womanese for you guys. Basically, what she's saying is, as long as you continue to be who you were when I first met you, then I will be
I don't
there.
think she said that.
No,
I did not say that. That is meant.
Okay, here's a Stramanese for you. Other take that she didn't give strong take, but now I'm going to be just a giant fucking dick brain. That's his take. Gosh, he's so bad faith. He's so bad faith.
Yeah, well,
And
and basically what I am saying is that, I'm just translating because you said a lot there without really saying much, but what really true.
I heard a lot. I don't know about you, but
Okay, she did say a lot without saying much. I agree. Basically, what she was saying is more or less, I want a relationship that is unconditional love. I have a pretty naive perspective. She basically has a naive perspective of what relationship. She wants unconditional love, but she has a few conditions of basically she wants it to stay healthy. That's about it. Yeah, this is why it exists. But this isn't mansplaining. I have an issue with mansplaining because usually it's just, it feels like getting mad over like small potatoes mostly. He's not even mansplaining. He's straw manning. That's what he's doing. And I don't even want to call it man anything because I don't think men do this more. He's just literally only straw. Like he's just being terrible. But these guys do mansplain a lot because I think the like one area where I'd like maybe willing to call something mansplaining, but to be honest, I'm not convinced that men do it more than women, which is just like telling people what they think. And just being like, I'm ordaining to you your experience. Like I also see women do this a fair bit, so I wouldn't really be willing to call it like mansplaining, but that's the label we use. That's like the main thing I see. Don't shame him because his dick brain don't always work. I will anyways. Make me.
But that's not unconditional love.
That's not unconditional love, though.
What is unconditional love for you?
It means when you love somebody.
No, for him,
No,
you, Mr. Freshfit.
No. It's very simple. There's no such thing as unconditional love. There's conditions to everything in the world. And the reason why I had to say something was because men don't listen to that advice ever. Because women will say that to you. Oh, unconditional love, and I'm going to love you whatever.
As long as you make somebody outside
Can
from
you let me
yourself
finish?
responsible, it's going to be a
Can you let me
conditional
finish?
love.
You let me finish? Okay. So
Please
what I was saying
finish.
is that
Gosh,
love is always
it's
conditional to
so
some degree.
lame.
As a man, you have to bring something to the table.
You literally paused in your sentence. It was completely reasonable for her to jump in. Did she have a good take? No, she had a dumb take. But also, you literally paused. That's how conversation works. Abba feels so. I know he's like, I'm uncomfortable with this experience. These women have. This is the issue. The women have pretty dog shit takes. It's just also the dudes have dog shit takes, and they're being terrible people as well. Oh, it's so bad.
Able for a woman to love you. Now, I get what you guys are saying, the Disney fairy tale. But that's not how the world works.
I think that's what you've learned in life.
Seriously, can you stop cutting me off?
Do you feel like I'm cutting you off?
Yeah,
I think this was like a conversation, not a monologue.
No. Did you not ask me a question? Did you not ask me a question?
Yeah, I was asking you what is unconditional love.
And then you cut me off twice. I counted it.
Are you mad?
Hey, listen.
Not at all.
Because I'm under the impression that you just got like super mad.
No. It's rude to cut people off.
No,
I was trying to just.
Hey, pause. Listen, end of the day, I told you before the show, right? It's a podcast. Don't cut Marin off. I explicitly said this over and over again. Yes, it's me. I'm the producer, okay? Do not cut Marin off. It's bad radio. Now, you get one final warning. If not, we have 3 ladies on the couch.
I don't mind leaving this show if I'm not allowed to talk.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
You gotta respect the platform and not cut people off. Thank you.
I'm myself.
Thank you.
Okay,
Well, go ahead.
yourself, you can take yourself outside.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Look at Abba, he's just like, I don't agree. I'm on no one's side here. I don't like any of this.
Okay, so one down.
One down.
Okay. So, you know what? I thought this was going to be a great show.
I hate the rotating couch of waiting benched girls being like, hopefully I can get on. Like, it's just, this whole thing is so slimy. But the problem is that like these women are like signing up for it for clout, right? So it's like, it's hard to like clap too hard because the women are like willing to do it more or less. And they're not victims here in a large point because they're getting the clout. And they at this point, they know what this is. They couldn't handle pushback. I mean, she didn't interrupt the first time, I would say, and then she got kind of pissy and was being pretty petulant and petty. And it's just like fair enough, you misunderstood. They got butt mad. Just they're still the host, though, so like let them go, you know.
There you go. Let them handle that.
I think it's just
imagine Destiny. Fuck. Imagine if me and Destiny could get on together and we could tag team roast this shit. Ugh. What clout though? They don't get linked in the description. Yeah, but they get to say their names. I think they also get to say. I think they do get to shout out their Instagram. And a lot of people, if they like find them really hot and stuff, they could probably remember their name and just Google them. Yeah. Did that get approved? Okay, thanks, Red Penny. I think a lot of those ladies actually think pretty similarly and feed into these stereotypes, which is so AIDS. That's why Abba. Yeah, here's the shit is like. The women are giving really bad takes. Really bad takes. And then these men are being sexist misogynists and being fucking bad faith and like just shitty to them.
Holds the truth. So let's just keep an open mind.
They know that that's what they're at this point they know. Like they've probably seen enough of this podcast. They know that this is what fucking happens. So much White Claw. Hot damn. White Claw!
Listen to each other and be willing to also change our own perspectives because that's what actually makes a good dialogue. So let's keep it on that note.
I do agree with you, but you did say
reach out to have me and my BFF Destiny True because he sounds like a hot stripper, and then I'll see if Melina's okay with me sending them pictures of her, and then they'll be super bait and switch where they'll be like, damn, because she's hot as fuck, and then it'll be just me and Destiny. I think you could 100% get on. I don't know. Well, first of all, I'd have to fly down to Miami, so that's rough.
Say that there is unconditional love, but then you said something else that said there isn't because you said if he wasn't loving you how you wanted to love you, you would go away.
No,
out of love, but it would be out of love. Because let me know if I paraphrase. I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, sure.
Essentially, for you, if you love somebody, sometimes you have to leave them because it's the compassionate thing to do, so that they can figure themselves out, and you're doing that out of love. Is that correct?
When you try to change.
Oh, God bless sweet Abba. He's like, let me help you out, girl. I'm so uncomfortable. You got a bad take. I think I get what you're saying. And then she's like, no. And he's like,
someone, it puts on more stress for them, the feeling of having to change because you are disappointing your loved one. So sometimes people have to take their own journeys.
He
and
tried.
For that, sometimes you have to leave out of love for them to figure themselves out. And that is okay. It's completely normal. It's just like when you leave your house, your mom, because you got mad at her, and then you go and you figure yourself out and then you come back.
So the problem is that, this girl is
explanation
is not saying much. I have not reached out to Abba. I would love to talk to Abba Preach. Abba Preach got me through this last year. I watched them religiously.
A hypothetical of a teenager that has to go back to the house. But if you're talking about someone that you're married to, as you said in your example, you have 3 kids with them and blah, 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 blah.
It just send a picture of Melina and Destiny and they'll think it's Destiny the girl. That's true. I mean, I would have to ask Destiny and Melina for consent for all this shit first, but I'll ask them. I'll maybe ask
Definitely. If you want to.
Once I can afford a plane ticket, I'll ask people because I'm not going to be like, can I come on your show? Also, I can't afford to come down. It's just not a good look.
Raise your kids in a good way and your person is not in a good mental space and they need to figure themselves out, then it's a personal choice.
There's something crazy. You still love them.
Of
If your
course.
husband...
Isn't that unconditional love?
Yeah, that's a mother and son. But if your husband cheats on you, does a bunch of crap to you, are you going to love him and take him back? Probably not. So that's not conditional love.
It does exist though. Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce. You're aware of it, right?
Yeah, I'm aware.
She took him back.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, okay. Okay, I let
You have a kid with him.
Oh, girl, just be like, yeah, maybe they're. She's got to bite the bullet. Fresh and Fit would have their finger on the kick button as soon as you got out 5 words. Oh, but what would they do if I refused to leave? I should just make a big shitstorm and refuse to leave and then just stay there and like cross my arms. I don't think she's memeing. I think she's being serious. No, I'm not going to do that, Solemn. I'm going to pay my own way. No. Not comfortable with that. Cheeky. But to be honest, let me go on this fucking show. I would love to show up there as my trans femme self and watch these guys struggle through a conversation about queer dating. True. I don't think they ever have trans people on precisely because I mean, to be honest, they're probably... I don't know what their opinion is on trans.
You know what? Listen, there's some women who understand that there's things that matter more in life than whether or not you're man's or. Some people believe in legacy. Some people build an empire. She knows that if she probably left a man, everything that they've been striving for together will probably just not work out and they'd have to do things apart. So sometimes you sacrifice. That's not necessarily an indication of unconditional love. It just means like, you know what, I'm going to tolerate this because I believe that the thing that we're working for is more important. And I would also say this. I'm not mad at you. You have your ideas. You have your perception of love or whatever it is. But I would also say as you get older in life, you start to realize that there are conditions and there are asterisks. Whether it's marriage, whether it's love, it's like if you don't hold up your end to the bargain and it goes on long enough, I got to go do this. And you can say, oh, I still love you and I'm doing this so it can help you change because you need to realize rock bottom. But from the man's perspective, it's like you're bailing because I'm not doing what you need me to do and you don't love me unconditionally. It was based off of whether or not I met those needs.
We really need Dan on this panel. Dan's just going to stir up shit. He's just going to like drop some liner to like, he's probably going to bring up some drama that what he'll do is he'll research the dramas Fresh and Fit have had. And then in the middle of the conversation, he'll just like bring up ABBA and preach for no other reason than to stir shit. You need to have your own copy to be safe for sure.
I think that's just one perspective. Sure. Definitely there's many perspectives to that. If you talk about marriage, then you have vows. And if you break those vows, then it's kind of like breaking love. But when you have those vows and you say till love do us part, sickness and death and whatever, what you're saying is you're staying with that person even though you know there will be disagreements and mistakes. And the thing is, you are promising to work it out. When you cannot work it out.
So what's the uncomfortable question? What assets do you bring to the table other than sex? Because lots of women can answer that question. The problem is that if you're an extremely shallow man and you think women's only value to you is sex, then there isn't an answer they can give you that you think is satisfactory, right? And you might be like, well, men don't want support from their women. And I'm like, that's not true. There's lots of men who want support from their women. In fact, there's lots of men who deeply value that their woman is their major support. Like, I feel like they've had some answers. The problem is that like they don't get the deepest like.
That's when you get a divorce, right? You're breaking your vows. You're basically falling on your own ways because you are deciding to do so. It does not mean that you one day from another decide I'm not gonna love that person anymore. We are all humans, you know. People still love even though they understand that they have to leave each other for the greater good because you don't want to raise a kid with 2 parents married. That's what
you're whole clip just her talking?
So I want to say something here.
Initiate over 80%.
Married. That's what you're promising to do. You're promising to figure it out together.
That sounds great, but women initiate over 80% of the divorces. But you know,
oh my gosh, man, did they love that stat? So fucking what? What does that mean to you?
What it is, right?
So I want to say something here. It is not a debate
was
about
just like, no, that's not how you use stats. Because I was pretty
women against men.
With his
I think
statistics and stuff.
That's something that it feels. I think here it is not a debate about women against men. I think. That's something that I feel it in the table. Like
here's the thing, though. Your feelings are irrelevant to fact.
But I'm not talking about feelings. Mostly, I'm talking about the fact that we are all humans, and humans have feelings, and you are mostly an emotional being. More than you want to think that you are a logical being, you're a highly emotional being. Okay, and you might want to deny that, but the truth is, you just had an
these guys are
altercation
so
with somebody else, told them to leave out of emotion.
No, out of principle and.
Fuck. The problem is that if they ever bring me on, they're gonna watch this video potentially if I put it on YouTube, especially. And then they're just going to be like, so what, you were just saying, eh. They're just going to get butt mad the whole time about me calling them lame losers, because they are being lame losers. Probably because men are more abusive in general than women. Yeah, I mean, definitely. That seems to be the case, that there is more abuse committed by men than by women. However, those numbers do seem to be changing over time. COVID has been really fucking terrifying for it. Yeah. Yeah. Facts don't care about your feelings. Okay, but your fact had nothing to do with her point. You're sounding like a liberal today. You're sounding like a liberal.
Fact. She cut me off twice, and then we said, hey, one more time, and then she did it again. And after we warned her, so
Yeah, and when she left,
boundaries.
you can take yourself home, and that's an emotional reaction.
No, listen, it's a fact reaction. She can leave, physically get up and leave because
no, it was a fact reaction. No, for sure, whatever his face is got butt mad and kicked her out. He got butt mad, and then she got butt mad at him getting butt mad. And then they were all butt mad together. There's no facts going on here. Only feelings. That's the problem with these, like, people like this, is they, like, operate around town like they're, I'm just all about facts. Women initiate 80% of the divorce. First of all, that stat is actually college-educated women who are married. Just so that we're clear on that, because I've seen that stat and I've seen the study. It's 80% of college-educated women are initiating divorce, which suggests to us that women are dissatisfied with relationships. Particularly, and specifically, college-educated women seem dissatisfied with their relationships for whatever reason. That has nothing to do with unconditional love or literally anything else that anyone's talking about. Everyone keeps trying to use this stat like it's a fucking dunk. And it's never a dunk on anything. I want no facts, just butts. Yeah. Why don't they have butts? More butts on this show. Also, doesn't this girl beside our unconditional love girl look almost identical to Selena Gomez? Or am I crazy? Oh, you're reviewing FNF. These guys are goofballs. I am. Does anybody have any other clips of them that I should do? Oh, we're still waiting on School of Life. I don't think it's nearly as spicy, though. It doesn't get me nearly as riled up. She got that look, yeah. Okay, all right, I'm not crazy. What do you think that stat tells us? Curious of your take. I think that stat tells us that college-educated women are unsatisfied in their marriages. I think there is a reality. I'm going to be honest. Women are getting educated at a faster rate and making more money. They seem to be outcompeting men broadly. Sounds good, based to me. I think there is genuinely something going on between men and women where broadly men are making women unhappy. Like men are not meeting the needs of what women want. I think that is the case. It seems to be the case that there are a lot of men who are not being good partners to women. Now, I think there are also issues going on where women are setting up certain standards and expectations for relationships that are not attainable. But I also think that men overall have, for multiple reasons, they need to kind of like figure their shit out a little bit. It seems to be the case that they are overall not being super solid partners. And we need to figure out why. Incel shit. Yeah, I could, but I don't want to just dunk on men too, right? Like I want to put the onus on both. So I imagine, I don't know what factors are going into causing these women to initiate the divorce. So I think that would be really important, is to understand at least what they claim is the reason for their divorce, to kind of give us more information. But yeah, I think women are outpacing men. Women are buying into these ideas about what they want in relationships that I think by and large, they don't seem to actually want. Which is unfortunate. But then men, I think, are, we've done this thing where we've like kind of tossed out all of masculinity, and I think men are in this weird stasis, like almost like, not stasis. What's the Catholic? Where do you go when you die and you're Catholic before heaven exists? Purgatory. Men are in this like weird, thank you, yeah, purgatory state. Okay, where they kind of are in between two cultures, where there's kind of this traditional masculinity That's by and large being attacked within our culture. We basically like, it's not great. We're saying it's terrible. But it seems to be the case that there are certain little bits of traditional masculinity that women still broadly accept and want. They're asking men to be the pursuers. They want men to be the first on the date. They want men to be initiating the relationship. They often want men to be like initiating sexual relations. And then they're also telling men, I want you to be really emotionally available. I want you to be really emotionally sensitive and care about my feelings. So men are trying to do that. But it doesn't seem that there's still enough space for us to care about men's feelings, right? I think in general, when we see like a man get really anxious about something and cry, people are still more likely to laugh at it. And it seems like a lot of women get really uncomfortable when their partners do that, whereas women want men to basically emotionally support them. But I don't actually know if women are always in a space where they're ready to be emotionally supporting their partners. Which I think is too bad. And I think it's because like there's kind of these expectations that women have that men are going to be like less emotional. And that sucks. I think that really sucks for men. I also think like men overall are now falling prey to kind of a victim mentality in relationships. I think a lot of incels are very much this. They're entitled towards women and then they think that they're victims of society basically. Victim mentality ain't good for anyone. And it's shit that I will call out in women over and over and over and over and over. Will you ever react to incel videos? Sure, I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it. I just like, I think men have a shit time, and I don't want to spend all of my time just dunking on men, because I also want to talk about like women's responsibility within all these things too. That's all. If you want, send me clean TOS incel videos. I'm down. I'm totally fine with it. I hope this doesn't go majority react shit. Oh, like all of my streams? No, I think I'm going to do some educational streams going forward. I have a bunch of talks prepared where we'll kind of go through some mental health stuff. I'm going to read research again. We're going to do lots of stuff. I just wasn't feeling very good today. So I didn't want to be like doing tons of like heavy lifting mental work. Lots of interviews, I think. Do whatever. Thanks, Kiki. My stream! Just kidding.
It was don't tell Mario until today. So we walk in, you first see Brittany Renner, and we're thinking you're probably gonna be like, okay, shit, we're gonna have this great debate. But you said initially, like, I don't think there's much to really like debate. Why?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. We've always said it, like, men and women, we're very different. We have opposing goals. Like, girls are trying to, get resources, time, attention out of guys. Guys are trying to get sex. And girls, a lot of the time, are trying to get what they need to get out of dudes without necessarily giving it up. And some girls are good at it, some girls aren't. And then there's other girls that are kind of models for that are good at finessing dudes. And not to say that you're a finesser, I ain't saying that, but girls are able to, run laps around a lot of guys. And that's why our podcast exists, to help dudes out to understand, like, how women operate and how they move.
Now, you have a different point of view. Wait, where do you think she fits in that? Because, I think...
We should probably... Brittany Renner. Is she she's an author, but is she mostly like an Instagram person? Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Answers.
Her point of view would be diametrically opposed to you guys by saying, well, I'm not the exact.
She's an entrepreneur.
You may think dudes are running into her. You're trying to tell people to stay away from.
I should probably clarify that before somebody thinks that I like hate women who do like social media. I don't give a fuck if women want to make tons of money, like being sexy and kind of like being more or less to some extent sex workers online. I think that's fine because the reality is people are willing to pay for it. I just really hate when they call themselves like entrepreneurs and like business owners. If they own a business out of it, so say you're a sex worker who does OnlyFans, but then you also start up a makeup line, that's fine. Then you are an entrepreneur. But if you're just being an OnlyFans, you're not really an entrepreneur. American fitness model, Instagram star, and a media personality. So Brittany Renner only has a book that's about herself, so she's not really an author. She probably had a ghostwriter too. Or did she write it? Who baby trapped an NBA player and proudly boasts about it. It's kind of her brand. Oh, yikes. Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't have an issue with girls going online to other boys. The reality is like people want to pay for it. They like it. So I don't have an issue with that. It's the same, like, I don't have an issue with girls being strippers. I just have an issue when they're like, I'm an entrepreneur. And it's like, yeah, but you're not, right? Like, you're fundamentally working with a company, in this case, maybe OnlyFans or Instagram, to make money for sex work, more or less, which is fine. By the way, But you're not an entrepreneur. Like, you're not like a crazy girl boss or anything like that. Yeah. She's gross, throw her in jail. Well, unless she's done crime, probably not worth throwing her in jail. I don't know. I'm going to say this. I don't know much about the baby NBA thing. So maybe if she's literally done crime, like if you're saying, like, are you implying that she was like kind of rapey? Because I would say like women lying about birth control or like more or less like proverbially like poking hole in condoms. I think that that's definitely like rapey behavior for sure. It's not rape in the same way, like it's something. We probably just needed a different title for it, but it's for sure potentially something that we should say, like, is this criminal? Oh, it's certainly rapey. Do you think Belle Delphine is an entrepreneur? Does Belle Delphine have like a lingerie line? Or do you just mean because she like sells her farts? Because again, her selling her farts is fundamentally still kind of sex work. People are buying her farts because, or was it bathwater? I think hers is bathwater, right? Yeah, it's still sex work. They're buying her bathwater because of sex stuff. She's not like making large amounts of product. Is to sleep with a dumb NBA player and then did it and gets child support now. Oh yeah. That's really yikes. Yeah, she's not a prostitute, right? She's like doing this really toxic behavior where she's like trying to hook up with somebody to get a baby out of it, to get money from him, which is really, really, really fucked up. It's not good. It's very, very predatory. It's obviously predatory behavior. People sell their farts. One of my friends sent me a video of a girl being like, let me show you how to make 6 figures selling your farts. This is my day in the life. And I'm just like, that's okay.
I mean, well, sure, she could tell, she was saying that we're wrong, I guess, about that.
Well,
so you tell us a little bit about yourself.
No, I think you know more about me than I do myself. So you're saying, no, obviously you do though, because you said that you warn guys about girls like me. So tell me about girls like me.
Just women in general. Like, I mean,
well, no, don't women in general, because you literally specifically said before we got on here that you did say that you warn guys about girls like me. So now that we're face to face, what kind of girl am I?
You're not special. You're like other girls.
I'm not special.
You're like other women that are.
So what makes you special then?
I never said I was. But you're trying to say, well, what makes me different from, like, a lot of women operate the way you do.
And how do I operate?
In general, what I just said before, women, it's a dance between the two genders. Men are trying to get sex. Women are trying to get resources, time, attention, whatever it is that they're looking for. And a lot of girls play the game better than guys. We talk about this openly on our podcast.
He's so lame. Just answer her. Just say it with your chest. Just own it. Own your position. If you're gonna call her a piece of, like, this is why, like, I'm making this video. If I'm ever on their thing, I have to own it. I have to be like, yeah, I kind of think you're a piece of shit. Because I do. Just own it. Say it with your chest.
How to not necessarily get finesse and get what they want out of girls, which a lot of times is intimacy, but they're not able to get it. But girls are easily able to obtain money, time, resource, attention, whatever it is. Girls are running life.
Call him a beta.
Which is why
Beta.
podcasts like ours exist.
Do you believe
I don't even like
Britney
beta and alpha
has
terms,
been
though. They're so
effective
cringe.
in extracting, as you say, time, resources, and
This guy, he's just like, content.
things out of dudes.
Yeah, to a degree, sure. Yeah. I mean, like, a lot of girls want to do. I mean, here's the thing.
This host is like, come on, dude, say it with your chest. Just own it. Just say it. Come on. Fuck, say it. Say it. Say it.
I'm so adamant about me being incorrect, and I don't know, and you don't know me, and all this other stuff. Tell me then. Maybe we're off. Who knows?
Well, I think, first of all, let's bring it back a couple notches.
No, he's not saying it, Wish, though. That's the problem. They're like, maybe they're a dime a dozen. I imagine that this girl is uniquely terrible, though, as well. If I can find stats that prove me otherwise, I will lose all my faith in humanity. But he's dodging her because she's saying, what kind of girl am I? What do you, like, just, what do you think of me? And he keeps on being like, well, generally girls. And so he's like, he's saying it, but he's saying it in like the most Weasley damn way. And it's so lame. Her hair is based, Chief. I agree. Micromanaging, deep involvement, extreme consumption of time, etc. Amaranth would be a great example of a sex worker who's an entrepreneur. Totally. Amaranth is absolutely an entrepreneur. Absolutely. I would say she's an entrepreneur way before she's a sex worker. Like, that girl works hard. She owns like gas stations. She fucking reinvented ASMR. Yeah. The guy in the middle streams on Twitch. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I'm dramatic enough to ever go on his stream.
There's really a lot to unpack here, because my first question to you is, what do you gain from telling girls that they're not special? How does that make you feel? I mean, I know everything is a joke, but I'm asking you a real question. So how does it make you feel? Because if I say you're a bitch ass nigga, that does something for me, right? If I insult you, or if I tell you you're not special, you're forgettable, what does that do for me? No, but that doesn't, but that's what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying, what if I call you, if I just say that, again, you're forgettable. That's why I didn't want to do you guys' podcast. Forgettable. Hate the setup. The name is underwhelming. I didn't really see the value in it. Right?
No,
that's how I feel. Right. But so that's fine. But for me, that's okay if it wasn't a fit for me. But I also don't need to, you know, in a way kind of try to devalue what you guys have going on. Because at the end of the day, I may not.
He's so lame. Like, he's so lame. Like, he's trying to be like, I'm right. And it's just like, just engage with her then. Stop being so fucking weaselly and lame. Just engage with her. Because she's at least has the balls. She sounds like a pretty shitty person based on what you guys are talking about. But she at least has the balls to just say stuff. If I send skin, I don't want skin. Please don't send me skin.
Agree with anything you guys talk about. Because honestly, I feel like when you've seen 2 or 3 videos, you've seen them all. But the reality is that I went to your guys' page and I went to the different links and the different services and the courses that you guys.
Amaranth is an entrepreneur because she owns multiple gas stations. She's saving money to make things. She's doing a lot of stuff with her money, is my understanding. I didn't say skin color. Somebody literally said, "Can I send you skin?" And I said, "No." I don't know what that means, but please don't send me skin.
Guys offer. And I do see that there's a place for that. So even though it may not have been in alignment with what I am
and then
about,
I said, if you did, I would throw it out instantly. Maybe somewhere in there it sounded like I said skin color, but I didn't say skin color. I said skin. She's absolutely fucking not an entrepreneur, and I'll fight is most definitely an entrepreneur. I think she is. If she's like owning gas stations, if she's basically taking her money, reinvesting it, making more money, and working super hard. She also literally reinvented the ASMR thing. Like she made it what it is, and I think it's a gross thing that like I don't like it, but she made it what it is. She absolutely treats everything like a business. Yeah. I don't know her super well, so if you guys can come up with actual evidence of how she's not, I'm open to hearing it. Having your accountant buying businesses and not being an entrepreneur. Landlords are not entrepreneurs. I think they can be. Absolutely. How are landlords not entrepreneurs?
Oh, I can still give credit where
it's very different than like an OnlyFans girl who literally just posts OnlyFans and calls herself an entrepreneur. We have to admit that there's a difference between these two.
Do without trying to devalue you guys, because you guys are doing something special, right? Because you guys are, I mean, are there a lot of other people doing what you do? You could consider your guys' podcast special, right?
I think what she's mentioned is like the self-help portion for dudes, where you guys offer services to, help guys, either attract or try to talk to women and really engage with them at a higher rate that you could, potentially bait them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess the point that I think she's disagreeing with, right? When
I'm simply asking her to tell us about herself because we were so incorrect. So tell us about yourself. That's all I'm saying. And then she went into attacking us. And
no one's attacking you, because like I said, I never listen. There's a lot of people that will not sit down and have a conversation with you just because of the comments that you guys made. Well, you made, and you chimed in, so you guys are tweedling and tweedle down kind of, right? So I'm here to have a conversation with you guys, because for me, I feel like what a lot of male-dominated podcasts are missing is the bridge of understanding. So I came here not to argue you guys or to call you out of your name or to disrespect what anybody's doing, because I felt like the interview I had with him, there were things that he said I didn't agree with, but I wanted to sit down and hear his point of view. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So for you to say you're not special, well, I'm special.
Yeah, but you're like, if you're telling women to be predatory with men, you're literally them, but the other side of the coin. So like there ain't no bridge to make other than like maybe you guys like realize you're both predatory together in a beautiful moment of great friendship, and then you're like, we should both stop being predatory, yay! And then the world is better because Brittany Renner stops engaging in predatory behaviors with men, and these two stop engaging and encouraging predatory behaviors with women. I mean, that would be the best of both worlds, but like, I don't know. This is a weird fucking conversation. How many subs will it take for some ASMR content? If my throat gets dry enough, I might suck them in. I'm actually getting quite dry in the throat already, so. She really is she's literally kind of doing the same thing. Like, very different, but fundamentally she's encouraging for women to engage in predatory behaviors with men. To basically take advantage of men, get as much money with them as you can, and do things basically against their consent, which is fucking terrible. And rapey, and predatory, right? These guys seems like they're doing the exact same shit. Except they're kind of being like, women are dog shit and garbage and they should lick our toes and go back to the kitchen, basically.
Someone, just like you're special to someone, just like he's special to someone. So for you trying to generalize all groups of women, then we would have to take it back to where this even began. Like why you even have this view of women. And like I said, you have a bunch of dumbass bitches on your guys' podcast, and I get it, they don't challenge you. And I know you're a really smart guy, but it's like, I feel like you need to kind of just be honest and show people who you really are. Like, I know that for people to be dragging you guys and say, take this little clip and say that's who you are, that's not true. So that's why I sat down and had this conversation. I'm not here to degrade you. So when you make comments, but I'm saying when you make comments like, oh yeah, no women are special. So no woman is special, but yet you guys have a whole podcast dedicated how to get women just for sex. That's all you guys are. So you're saying men are just limited to just sex. That's all they care about is sex.
Yes or no? That's all you guys care about. There's no emotional need. It's just my dick, cum, sex. I want a hole.
Wow, you are triggered, man. Wow.
Oh, fuck off. She's got you. She's fucking right. Fucking Brittany Venner is right. Damn it. You guys are so lame.
Honestly, it's just I speak with conviction. Yeah, I mean, for you to say girls like me, I'm just like, okay, well, I'm assuming if I go off of what people have said.
I don't know what to do with this, and she's right, so I'm just gonna degrade her by being like, oh, woman triggered. It's just fucking lame.
About me, I'm a gold digger who finessed my boyfriend, who I lived with, and wanted to marry me, and still would want to have more kids with me if I wanted to stay with him. I finessed him, and I guess I'm a gold digger. And so all girls
right,
like
let's bring this back full circle, because you're speaking with a lot of emotion right now, and to be honest, you're not really making a point. I said at the top, men and women, it's a delicate dance between the two genders to get.
Oh, he's just gonna be like, look, you're asking here, what? I'm over here, bitch. And then she's gonna be like, okay, here. And then he's like, what? I'm over here. You made your argument over here? I'm over here. It's so lame. That smug look on his face. I know he's like, I'm so triggered, A4. Holy shit, I'm so mad. I'm raging.
What they want, correct? I said men want sex, women want resources, attention, money, time, whatever it is from men. It changes per girl. Some girls want money, some girls want attention, some girls want time, some girls want a hot guy, whatever it is. But there's a multivariate requirement from women of what they want in men. Men typically it's just sex. So in that regards of intersexual dynamics between men and women, I'm saying you're not special because you're like every other girl. You want to get resource, time, attention, or whatever it may be, commitment from a man, and a man wants to get sex from you. So when it comes to that, we're talking about biology of what men want from women. You are not special. You are just like every other girl, just like I'm every other guy. The difference is this. I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm special, I'm more engaged, I can do this and that. We say it all the time, city boys up, like we don't sit here and try to make ourselves look special. We're regular guys. We want sex. It is what it is. But women run around and say, I'm special, I'm different. It's like, nah, bro, y'all don't live in reality a lot of times. You guys say, I deserve that, I deserve.
If men just want sex, why aren't prostitutes legal? Based. Oh, because old white men don't want sex. No, because old white men want to keep women down. That's why. All right, poll time, guys. Poll. All right, you only have two options. Oh, it doesn't meet guidelines. There you go. Guidelines does not like this. Oh, sex is still not allowed. We're gonna do the goods. Let's try this. Go.
Deserve this. I'm special. Someone looks at me as special. Like, bro, at the end of the day, you're a woman. I'm a guy. You are playing the game to get what you want out of the relationship. I'm playing the game to get what I want out of the relationship or temporary relationship, whatever it is. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm special. That's what I'm talking about. You can say you're special.
Versus me or Destiny. It keeps moving. I'd like to see Destiny or ABBA and Preach versus Brittany Renner. I'd have to do a lot of digging. I don't know much about her story. The problem is that like public drama stuff is so hard to figure out because fuck. Like the poll choices seem limited. What do you mean? They're just empirical. This is an empirical question. That's the point. Sorry, guys. Poll choice is so bad. It's a joke, guys.
In other regards, what I'm talking about between men and women, that is the game. That's how it is.
No. It's just a fresh and fit inspired poll. Either you want sex or maybe you're not a man, you know? Yes. Thanks, guys. It's gone. We just finished. Sorry, crazy. Okay. Wow, that was really painful. Should we do this? A little bit calmer, maybe? I've never seen School of Life. Is it much calmer?
There is a particular kind of person who is always, it seems, unlucky in love.
Only one?
Despite their best intentions and efforts, they seem to move from one unsatisfying candidate to another, without ever being able to settle.
These animations are terrifying me. Could you imagine?
To another.
Look it.
Without ever being.
This is what I imagine if I had a really bad trip on like MDMA that this is what I would see. Just fucking houses staring at me and leaning in towards me like, hello, I'm a house. Like, this shit is scary.
Being able to settle. One lover turned out to be secretly married to someone else. Another, after an initial period of enthusiasm, never called back. A third turned out to be alcoholic and violent.
What the fuck?
We can only express sympathy for what seems like so
These seem like very specific experiences with relationship.
much bad luck. And yet, if one examines the problem at closer range, we're liable to find that bad luck can only explain so much, and that there has, in addition, been a process of careful curation at work. The unfortunate lover has not simply stumbled upon a succession of frustrating or mean-minded partners. They have actively sought these out and invited.
Let's look up dating advice for women and let's see what just comes up. Like, what's broadly... Like, if I was 15, and what would I see? What would I pick? I'd probably pick the attractive women over Psych2Go because Psych2Go is not my favorite. Let's try this. The only dating advice you'll ever need, guys.
There's a lot of dating advice out there that doesn't make sense to me. Always make sure you're the one to text him less. So if he sends you 2 texts, you send him 1. And if he sends...
I really hope that I feel... Now, the female dating strategy subreddit is actual incel fuel. Yeah, I'm sure. Female dating strategy? Oh, no. Is it TOS safe? Let's look. Reddit. I'm pulling it up elsewhere first, just in case. Female dating strategy. Is it real or is it a meme? Cultural misogyny. Okay, I think this is real. This looks like people aren't memeing, at least on it. High value main stuff came from. Really? So is this incel? The only exclusively for women. Okay, so they're not memeing. Block. I did not want notifications from you. Effective dating strategy for women who want to take control of their dating lives. For personal questions, please ask. Okay, so it is real. They're not joking. We're going to give it the benefit of the doubt, first and foremost. It's not femcel. They literally can all get laid. Yeah, it's not femcel. Just looking at police data, that one area, there are almost 40,000 known domestic abuse perps. I guess I just wanted to share that with... So women know how common these men are and what you might feel like you're surrounded by abusive men. You kind of are. This is a doctor. Holy shit. I get real sick of people telling women that it's their fault or that men, they attract men like this or that the common denominator is her as the woman. If tens of thousands of perps live in one area and they are only the known ones, let's see. Let's pick a city. Let's pick Detroit. It's got a high crime rate. Domestic abuse. Let's see. What did she look up? Domestic abuse perpetrators. Is there like a map? Like, what did she look up? What's her source for this? Okay, this doesn't have it. Like, what is her source for this? Just looking at police data, which confirms that within one area, almost 40,000 known domestic abuse perps. If we have millions of violent men in the population, women will be repeat victims through no fault of their own. It's so incredibly likely for a woman and girl to be a victim. Let's see. Can we find this stat? How many people were charged with domestic violence 2020? 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. Let's see. StatCan. So zoomed in. During the pandemic. Please report of family violence in the context of the pandemic. Family-related homicide. Okay. So, number of victims. Okay. Of known in Canada. And this is, just bear in mind, this is all of Canada. 20,000. April was really low. Interesting. That was 1 month after. 1 month after domestic violence went down, and then it went up steadily as probably tensions increased. Oh, no, this is non-family. This is family violence. Fuck, sorry, guys. You probably were screaming at me in the chat the entire time while I'm just being like, duh. 40,000 seems very dubious. Now, I'm using Canadian, but this is... Okay, so it might not be dubious because domestic abuse perps might include anyone who's still alive with any history. So it might even be including people who committed... who had one charge against them 30 years ago, who we can't really say is like an active domestic abuser, right? Especially if they never had any other incidents. So it's very dubious. The problem is just like there's no nuance in this, right? Which like if she's a doctor, is there any resource on this? Like none? Do you have any evidence? You kind of are. Like what a terrible thing to tell women. Oh, man. Who is Dr. Jessica? Is she a medical doctor? She's an author. She's a psychologist. Oh, man. Why women are blamed for everything. Yikes. Holy. Career, domestic violence, Bachelor of Science, honors degree in psych. Eaton Foundation. Male Mental Health Center. Interesting. So she went from male mental health into victim support services. Holy crap. There's literally one car just driving up and down this road because apparently in small town Alberta, there's nothing better to do than just drive your loud ass car up and down one block in town. Sorry, so where's her... Okay, she's got a PhD in forensic psychology as well, which is a really good university. So I'm like, is she intentionally being dishonest? Like, why is she reporting it like this? Because say we give the benefit of the doubt that she has found 40,000. It's got Toronto, which is also the best city. False. Here's the FDS workbook. Oh, no. Do I want to see this? Or are you going to just black pill my entire community? Oh, man. It's real. This reminds me of the same shit. So this is why I'm so, like, aversive to stuff like this. Is I grew up in a fundamentalist church where I was given workbooks on how to be an ideal wife, what you might call a high value woman, but in my dogmatic Christianity, and it was really terrible. Oh no. Being an immovable mover. Oh no. Why are we saying high value women? Why are we doing this? This is like so anti-feminist in my view. I don't even value feminism that much, but like one of the main parts I value about it is like the openness of like women being allowed to have different experiences and positions on things. Broad actions that can be considered on the category of conviction. I could be a guy. Well, that's the thing is this doctor seems very dishonest because she's got a degree from a pretty prestigious university. Like Birmingham is no small time university. So she knows better. She's just so dogmatically like in her worldview that she's not talking about like there's different types of things that are going on in like interfamily violence. She didn't report on whether all those perps were men or not. I think this is going to trigger me because here's the thing: is I grew up in a fundamentalist, dogmatic Christian world, and there's so many fucking problems with it, and it was so damn oppressive. And it convinced me. Here's the thing: I grew up my whole life hating who I was because I thought there was something fucking wrong with me. To the point that like when I was like in prayer and stuff like that, I would pray and beg that God would change who I was so that I would be good enough. This shit smells the same. It's different words, but it smells the damn same. And it really upsets me because it's just as fucking oppressive. That you're saying a high value woman. It's so damn dangerous. And this isn't gonna like black pill me because to be honest, I don't think that this is like, I've talked to a lot of normie women. Normie women aren't buying, like they don't value this shit. Like there's a very eclectic group of people who do, right? Control F low value men. Let's see, do they have, I want to control F low value women. Oh, it's not in here. What do they view as a low value one? I guess it's like implied of like just not these things. Women should be the one in charge of how things go. Maybe. We also realize that women should not be parenting the man. I suppose so, yes, sure. Probably I would say that neither partner should be parenting the other. It's a very weird dynamic. Women should be the one in charge, but also not parenting. We want to be high in the hierarchy, but we don't want to be parenting. We just want to have all of the control of everything. Yeah, this is so yikes. There's one thing a woman should have in common with good parents, but you shouldn't be parenting them. Immovable mover, or that which moves without being moved. She seems trustworthy and reliable because you know how she is. All right, while I read this, I'm going to pull something else up, okay? The same shit that got like beaten into my head growing up. That's so toxic. All right. I'm going to give you this. And hold up. Give me a second. Not that one. This. And this. Okay. Oh, you can't see it. Okay. I'll let you see my screen for a second. Hold on. Okay, I'm just gonna tab in between the two for simplicity so that you're not like waiting on me. Fuck! Stupid. I'm having an issue. 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna pull up Proverbs 31. And we're gonna read between the two. Okay? I don't know why it's yellow. So, a wife of noble character, who can find? She is worth more than rubies. Her husband, full of confidence in her, lacks nothing of value. She brings him good, not harm, all the days of her life. selects wool and flax, works with your hands. She's like a merchant ship bringing food from afar. She gets up while it is still dark and provides food for her family and portions for her servant girls. She considers fields and buys it, and out of her earnings she plants a vineyard. She sets about her work vigorously. Her arms are strong for her tasks. She sees that her trading is profitable, and her lamp does not go out at night. In her hand she holds the distaff and grasps the spindle with her fingers. She opens her arms to the poor and extends her hands to the needy, and when it snows, she has no fear for her household, for all of them are clothed in scarlet. She makes coverings for her bed, and she's clothed in fine linen and purple. Okay? So it goes on to explain. She speaks, she's clothed with strength and dignity. She can laugh at the days to come. She speaks with wisdom and faith, and instruction is on her tongue. She watches over the affairs of her household and does not eat the bread of idleness. Thank you for the chair. She watches over the affairs of her household. Her children arise and call her blessed, and her husband also, he praises her. Many women do noble things, but you surpass them all. Charm is deceptive and beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Give her the reward she has earned, and let her praise be at the city gate. Now let me read you the next thing, okay? And here's the thing. I don't have any issues with Proverbs 31. I have no issues with setting up ideals and best practice for women, okay? No issue with it. You can set up best practice. The problem is that when you get told you aren't worth anything if you are less than that. That's the fucking problem. You're not high value if you don't do these things. She is the immovable mover, that which moves without being moved. She seems trustworthy and reliable because you know she is and how she is, and she won't be any other way, and you understand precisely what to expect from her. This makes children feel safe when their parents are immovable. It makes men feel safe too. If you can direct things while seeming to stay still yourself, you are a calming and safe presence. All right, change the name, sorry. They're about God. Nobody says, man, God is so boring since he's immovable. Rather, after all the two phrases above are religious, they are about God. Rather, the immovable nature is part of what's so awe-inspiring because humans aren't used to that. But humans also have complex dynamics in which one human can symbolize a greater power to another. The most desirable women are immovable movers. And here's the thing, you can set out a dating practice that sets up maybe best practice, most ideals. The problem is that when you set the bar of basically fucking perfect as the bare minimum, because the problem is that no one's gonna reach it all the time. And then it makes you feel like shit. It's the same fucking shit that's a problem. Bastion's gonna trigger the fuck out of me tonight. It's the same dogmatic shit. That's why I'm not buying into it, because I've been there and I saw how crushing it was and I said no, right? And I haven't fully thrown away like all of my religious history and stuff like that. I just interpret these things very deeply. Can't believe people unironically and giving no compromise, never change your mind advice. Exactly. It's so bad. She has character and benevolence, even while staying still in who she is. She respects service professionals. She's kind to animals. She doesn't make fun of the unfortunate. Let's go back to here. Let's just remember. She opens her arms to the poor and she extends her hands to the needy. Why don't they have that in here? They may as well just borrow from Proverbs 31. It's so cringe. Because probably these people fucking hate the Bible. It's just like... A Becky listens, but a dream girl has gravitas. How is this fucking on the internet? How? How is this allowed on the internet? There are tons of other good traits specific men will love, and other men will find meh, and none of those rise above to the level of being thematic. Somebody tell Nick to pay attention to me. I'm Yoni. Thank fuck I grew up before the internet QA thing. Yeah, seriously. A dream girl isn't crazy. She has mental health issues and they are well managed through therapy and possibly medication. What are all these labels? Becky listens, but a dream girl has gravitas. When a man tells a Becky his deepest secrets, she's sympathetic. When he tells a dream girl his deepest secrets, she is silent for a bit and then says, "Thank you for telling me that," before either saying she needs to think about that more or making a serious observation. She may offer a hug, but it's not an empathetic hug. Empathy is when you express, "I am currently feeling what you feel," but rather a compassionate hug. This is so cringe. First point is my current challenge. There's nothing more of a red flag to me in any person than when they say, "I am who I am and I just don't change." And I'm like, yikes. It's patronizing to women. It's patronizing to men. It's very patronizing to men. It's very patronizing to women. It's the same shit. It's so cringe. I can't believe you guys got me here. I'm very mad at you. Qualities of queendom. First X for recovering pick-meshas. I'm guessing that's me. Congrats. One of the first steps towards being a goddess is knowing that you're part of the equation of your cyclical misery. These people need to just hang out with high-value alpha men types, and they could just live happily ever after in their own toxic relationships and leave us, the rest, the fucking alone. Because holy shit. Promise to yourself, never again will you be manipulated or abused. Never again will you endure your discomfort quietly. Sure, absolutely. If you're in an abusive relationship, get out. If you're in a toxic relationship where you feel like there isn't really like space for you, you should give voice to that. You've been surrounded by men who exhibit microaggressions towards women. You've been brainwashed by other pick-me's, but now you know the truth. We are worth so much more than anyone ever said, and you determine where you go from here. I will say pick-me's are for sure a thing, okay? I'm not so like silly as to say that pick-me's aren't real. In my view, though, pick-me's are a very specific thing. Pick-me's are women who throw other women under the bus for the validation of men, okay? So on my thing, this is why it's really important to me that I talk about men and women and toxic things that both of them do. Because I'm not interested in throwing women under the bus. My audience is going to be male dominant because I'm dominantly on YouTube and Twitch, which are exceedingly male dominated spaces anyways. And I imagine that not all women are going to like what I say. Okay. But it's why I'm very careful to talk about both sides, but I'm not here for validation of men at all. In large part because I have a husband. I don't think women are pick-me women, like real ones that I've met. I very rarely experience them as victims of abuse and microaggressions from men. I mostly experience them as women who have actual internalized misogyny. They kind of hate women a little bit. And so they're willing to throw other women under the bus because they prefer male attention anyways. It's like true internalized misogyny. Is even though I've heard it for years, I don't think I have ever met one. You probably have. A lot of them will be kind of like, they're oftentimes the type of girl who's like, I'm chill with the bros. I like to hang out. And then they'll make fun of other girls and be like, oh my gosh, that girl's like such a slut. So they'll engage in kind of misogynistic locker talk with guys and encourage it and laugh at it. They'll toss other women under the bus by being like, oh my gosh, like these women are just like dirty sluts because I like these things, right? And they'll be like, haha, isn't it great that I'm just not like other girls? It's like the classic saying for them. Who cares? Let them pick me. They might be like, my husband is a king and I just want to like spoil him, which is like fine. But then they're like, and other women who don't do that are like dirty, dirty, bad men. Hi, Raisin. That's kind of what pick-me's are. And they're real, and I wouldn't say they're super popular. So they are popular. There's a couple pick-me's I found like on TikTok and stuff, and they definitely are popular, and they definitely contribute to kind of like the male hatred of women, which is really sad. Because to be honest, guys, most women aren't like this. They're not. think about the top 10. Think about the 5 nicest people you know in the world. Like oozing, sweet, lovely humans. A lot of them are going to be women because women are fucking nice. They're so nice. I really like women. So this isn't about saying like women suck. This type of women stuff is really toxic though. And as women, we need to kick them out. We need to be like, this doesn't represent us or our opinions. This shit is trash. Yeah. It got a lot of like LV, NV. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Wow. This is really terrible. Low value, no value. Yeah, this makes me angry. What have you guys done to me? Let's watch another nice guy's top post so that I can bounce back to the other side.
I can't. Want to have a FaceTime conversation as a pre-date so you can decide if you want to go out? I don't know, man. I'm getting vibes off of you. Ha! I think you're just scarred from all the scumbugs you've come across that you can't tell a nice guy when you see one.
Okay, we're going to do a whole other thing because I gotta get away from that. I need to think about it more. Because I genuinely recognize that I have a male-dominated audience that might be particularly frustrated with women, which is super valid, but I don't want to inflame anti-women rhetoric at all. So I need to think about that, which is why we're going back to something a little bit lighter, a little bit chiller, because this isn't about saying women are trash and the problem, because they're not. They're just not. It's toxic men and toxic women that are the problem. Toxic people, actually. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to feed the incels. I want to do this thing where I validate the legitimate difficulty men have. I think men have it rough right now. I can't look at that stuff right now because it makes me really sick, and I don't want to inflame unhealthy things. Thanks for the cheer. Yeah. Get rid of the humans and let us take over. True. Join us. Join the dark side. No, because I think it's really bad. I think any form of sexism in either direction is bad. It's immoral, actually. Regulatory body for psychology similar to a college of nurses. Yes, there's a regulatory body for psychology. There is in Canada and America, there are nationwide regulatory bodies, and then there are also provincial-wide ones. Don't know if you'd be interested in, but I thought it was good. What is it? I'll pull it up and then on the side and then see.
This video is sponsored by...
Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys watch this for a second. I gotta get some water on you.
Respond, you fucking whore! What? Sorry, that was my friend who was on my phone. Oh, I hope you
There's not much commentary I need to outline why this is toxic.
Oh.
So, you're a submissive kitten, eh? I'm the perfect guy for you. Adjusts tie and sips wine. By the way, if a guy ever acts out what he's doing in italics, run so far away. I do love a man in a tie, but I am taken.
Fuck you! This is why the world can't have nice things. It's because of sluts like you giving clear hints that they want to be dominated and then coming out with the, oh, I'm taking bullshit. I've been nothing but a gentleman and you do this to me? I hate being a nice guy sometimes.
I'm a nice... Uh-oh, looking right off the bat with this one. I'm a nice, stable employee.
There's only
guy
one
looking
type
for a
of
nice,
deal.
stable employee girl. I'm laid back. Just be cool.
You're so fucking
Thank
stupid
you.
and pathetic. You'll never ever be happy in your entire life.
Thank
Knowing
you.
that this is the truth about you
Philosopher.
makes me smile. Eat shit and die, you stupid bitch.
Philosophion.
I'm laid back.
Philosophion.
Sometimes when I see a cute girl I like the air out of
When you spend too much time there, need to wash your brain with people memeing on it. Reddit female dating strat pros needed the memes after getting sucked into that god-awful sub. It is... Those subs literally... Like, Fresh and Fit make me angry. But you can rage at them because it's, like, pretty obvious how, like, dumb their arguments are. The female dating... Like, they're just kind of a meme. The female dating strategy really scares me because I think a lot of women buy into it. And it's not going to help things. It's going to make things worse. And it makes me sad because I really care about women. I've worked a lot with women. I want to see women have good relationships and good sex, and I want them to be safer. I want to see domestic violence go down, all these things. And this shit is not it. It's not it, and it's going to lead a lot of women down pathways that aren't going to make them happier. I have not seen it all the way through. It's a bit long. Yeah.
One of her tires, so she gets all sad and asks me to fix it.
Oh,
for
they
her,
have
so
time
she thinks
tonight,
I'm a nice,
basically.
sweet guy. I hope I never get coughed. Caught? Was that you?
If it was, you're a stalker.
I can if you want me to. You don't like me? Some girls like to be stalked.
Don't write me poetry anymore.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Rhyming is hard like I am for you. Oh, sorry, didn't see your last message. You don't like my poetry? I'm just joking around. This one is actually really good. Just remember, it's just a joke. Roses are red, violets are cheaper. If I leave you silent voicemails, don't call me a creeper.
What the fuck, dude? Why are you being like this?
Being like what? You know I've liked you forever, and I just want to make you feel good. I'm a funny guy. I can make you feel good in a lot of ways aside from laughter. I just want to
Holy
write poetry for
shit.
you and have you
I
listen
almost
to it.
spewed my water
I'm sorry,
all
dude. This
over
is
my
too
microphone.
weird. I don't think we should talk for a while.
Hey.
All these girls posting this new trend called Me Too.
No, dude, already. Just no, please.
About how they've been harassed or sexually assaulted.
I'm telling you, dude, you're about to undo a lot of good people's hard work.
Well, how about not dating scumbags?
There it is. You realize a lot of these women are not talking about men that they are still currently dating, right? They say to those who are in love, it can't be true because they're too young. I know that's untrue because so long I was so in love with you. A year goes by, but still, I can't talk about it. Miss him.
Oh, sweet pea. It'll get better.
That guy's literally like proving the Me Too movement and like why it started in the first place. Which, by the way, like even though it got, of course, like every movement, co-opted by bad faith actors and people who wanted to line their pocket rather than actually do good for the people who were deeply affected by sexual assault and sexual harassment, it started from a good place and then it got fucking ruined. But am I drinking water from a wine glass? 100%, because they're very large, and I actually never drink wine.
It just takes time. I know, it just hurts. Loss is always so hard.
They say to those who are in love, they can't be true because they're too young. And I know that's untrue because so long I was so in love with you. A year goes by, but I still can't talk about it. Miss him.
You don't need a guy like that. If he broke up with you, he's the biggest ass in the world and doesn't even describe your sadness.
Car accident, okay? He was in a car accident. He didn't break up with me.
Ah, shit. Sorry. Is he okay?
No, he ended up passing away. I really don't want to talk about it, okay?
Oh. Well, when did he die?
Okay, first of all, why are you engaging with him if you don't want to talk about it? Just stop engaging with him. And I'm glad that it seems like she does. But then he just is like, here's another sign. Boundary pushers. When did he die? Can I slide into your DMs? Seems like you're single now. Could I date you maybe? Would you be into maybe dating me sometime in the future? Please? Please?
I bet she didn't want to talk about it.
Fuck you. I didn't ask you. I asked her. It's none of your business, so kindly fuck off. He was my fucking bro.
This guy is eating every foot in his vicinity right
It's
now.
none of your business. Seriously, guys, stop, okay? I just can't. Please. He passed away in October. October? Seriously, babe, move on. Find yourself a new guy. One that'll treat you right and make you feel like a queen. One like me. Seriously? Just fucking seriously. Dying was my boyfriend not treating me right. You're mental. Just straight mental. Who the fuck says mental? Stop treating people like you're better than them. I guess you think you're just too good for me? Fuck off, bitch. That's it. I'm done. I'm defriending and blocking you. You need some serious help. You're way beyond mental. You're fucking delusional.
Holy shit. Can you imagine being such a piece of shit that not only do you, so here's not just taking your L and leaving, but it's getting an L, verbally vomiting your anger at your rejection all over them, and then making fun of them for fucking having a dead person, a dead partner. Are you insane? There's no way this is real. I mean, to be honest, like half this shit probably isn't real. It's still entertaining.
What is that? That's the most racist thing I've ever seen.
No! Stop. Oh, that's so good. Holy shit. All right, guys. One more. Then we should probably call it, because holy shit. I'm still feeling saddened.
Hello,
by
I'm
that
Stan.
Reddit.
Nice to meet you. You're so attractive to me, and I love your cute face. 20 minutes later. Stuck up, bitch. I would beat the shit out of you.
What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. That went from funny to not funny very quickly. Like funny in like a like holy shit, this person's crazy to like holy shit, this is scary, not crazy.
How come an unfunny nincompoop like you, if this is you, matches with a beautiful girl on Tinder, yet I don't?
Because I'm also beautiful.
Incel X says, come on. This is not real.
The females only care about looks.
I would make the most pleasant boyfriend ever, but because I'm not sexy, no girl would even pass gas in my direction.
Based on your post history, you seem a little creepy, bud. It's probably related.
Did you really have to view my post history? Can't you respect privacy? The dude is like, what do you mean there's a history of everything I posted? Oh my god!
Okay.
Your name is Incel X.
This is a how-to guide. This is like a how to spot a nice guy, okay? Because this is episode 3, I know my shit. Tip number 12. If he frequents words like nincompoop in a non-ironic fashion,
He's probably a nice guy.
I'm tired of girls showing off their bodies and their faces, okay? I have a nice face and a decent body. I also have a duplex, 50K in the bank, 2 small businesses. I study stocks, body language, microbiology, quantum physics. I have a book with about 20 invention ideas, and I'm open-minded as fuck. Not to mention I know the steps to almost any surgical procedure you can think of, or almost any investment activity known to man, and will be a millionaire. Where's your selfie again?
So, you've found success, or whatever you interpreted as success, and you're mad because hot women get more likes than you, even though you have a nice face and a decent body. I don't know about any of that. What I do know is that you had a nice sweater vest and a decent fedora. Also, how does hitting on girls play out in this guy's head? Just, hey, name any medical procedure. Hey, bitch. Hey, bitch, name a medical procedure. I'll tell you the steps. One night you.
Let me tell you this obscure fact about race cars. Please! Please!
You free? Not sure yet, but I'll keep you notified as we get to know each other better. I see how it is. The old meeting a guy off the internet.
Dude, she gave you the best response possible for like maybe being like, she basically was like, hey, that was a bit too forward, but I'm going to be as nice as fucking possible about it. See, women can be very nice sometimes, okay?
That is scary because he might actually be a nice guy scenario. Deeper number 7. If he mentioned a nice
Wow.
guy, he isn't.
If she very nicely says, just wait, relax.
Nice guy. I treat you better
Don't
than
be
other guys, I
entitled
promise.
to other
People
people.
tell me always that I'm a good guy. Very nice and polite. I would buy you flowers too and take you to dinner if you don't like drinks. Ooh.
I'm sure you're nice and all, but I really am not interested.
Because you date girls.
Exactly. Girls will never treat you as good as me. Just give up already, okay? Oh, God,
Oh,
why?
gosh.
Why am I making you talk like that?
Do you like?
Just a fair warning, I'm blocking you right now.
Oh, I'm sure you're ugly anyway. You're lost. Haha. Don't come ask me back when the bad boys hurt you, bitch. Don't you mean bad girl?
Yeah, she's
No
a
boys, no
lesbian, my
drinking.
dude.
No boys, no drinking. No boys, no drinking. Please be smart, all right? I know you will, dang it, but please be smart. This is really hard for me because I've always been a tremendously good person and have never gone to a party. When I text you, you are to answer. The party is not and will not ever be more important than me. You better know what you're doing. Please don't do anything to ruin us. I know you won't, but a reminder never hurt. Around 9:30, text me when you'll be home. Have fun. I love you bunches. I don't know why I allow this, but whatever. Go. No boys, no drinking. And I love you. And you're calling me tonight and I'm getting every detail. And if you
Don't demand levels of detail from your partner. Just trust them. If you can't trust them, go get therapy and then maybe date. Don't be controlling.
ever try to break up with me, I have a feeling I'll be really good at making you feel like it's your fault. Cause I sound like a dick. Fuck.
What? That chick I went on a couple dates with in June that I liked a lot but had to move back to New York is dating someone. I can't believe she didn't save herself for me. Wow, how'd you find out? Women are such whores. I'm such a nice guy and so intellectual. My brain is too high functioning for them.
This girl I went on a
I intellectually outpace women.
few dates on moved and now she's moving on with her life. Because I'm too smart.
You fucking kidding? You know who I am.
I don't really remember.
It doesn't matter. Listen, kid, you don't want to see my other side. I have a wolf inside me with a muzzle on, but the muzzle's about to come off. You broke her heart, and I will break yours. She's a nice girl. How dare you use her like this? How come people like you get to date her, and people like me have to sit in the shadows and be the shoulders to cry on? Listen, kid. Listen, kid. I don't have time for fucking games. I am a nice guy, but when you make a nice guy angry, the world shakes.
Insert fat joke.
Don't do it again.
Okay.
You will regret this the next full moon. You mess with me, you mess with the pack, bud. Fuck you. Get ready.
Whoa.
Ow.
The pack, eh? Fuck. I wish all of my wolf girl fantasies can come true with this fucker right here. Inside you, there are two wolves, and they're both
My
annoying.
wolf howl. Ow.
Stop pushing good guys away because you're scared. Not all guys are bad guys. Aw, come on, this guy's not that bad. He just said something that accidentally sounded really rapey. Oh.
Whoa!
Let me make you feel better.
I wonder if Destiny's gonna ever end up on one of these.
Get you some roses.
For calling women retarded
Give you a
children.
back rub.
No thanks.
I was just trying to be nice. I don't even know you, but thanks for being a mean person like everyone else in my life. Take it easy, bitch.
All I said was no thanks.
When you see a girl sitting alone at the train station, so you go and buy her chocolate and coffee and sit down with her and she rejects it. Fuck me for being a decent human being, I guess. So basically you've been to a bar, and what you took away from that experience was, oh, that's an acceptable way of approaching a woman, is just by buying her a drink. That's the secret. That's what's been holding me back, is these liquids. I'm a shop.
So again, like, I can get why he's frustrated, but he's not understanding the safety risk, right? Think about the safety risk she's taking by taking a drink that you offered that is completely thick and unsee-through. There could be all sorts of things in there.
Ooh, buckle up, baby. This one's gonna be cringy as fuck.
So I naturally love a chick who is fiercely intelligent, strongly independent, open-minded, but also at the same time, someone who lacks life experience. I'm the guy who you first trip LSD with. I'm the guy who you experience your first concert with. I'm your first true love. I'm your virginity claimer. I'm the guy who you find yourself in when you realize how lost you are in life. I'm your best friend. And to a certain degree, I'm your only friend, because only someone like me can understand someone like you. At least only until you begin to understand yourself. I only fall in love with virgins, pure souls, and the inexperienced. I know a virgin when I see one. Oh, whoa, that's...
Holy shit. This is so terrifying. This is why women talk about how scared they are sometimes, right? There's crazy shit on both sides. Fringe, lunatic, both sides. Visual confirm on the virgins. I can smell a virgin. I can smell that she's a virgin. I can smell it in her hair.
That's crazy. So do I.
The best time to wear a striped sweater.
Hi.
All the time. One with a color.
Hi. All right, guys. I'm gonna let, yeah. All right, guys. Wow. That was, it's quite a ride. You guys destroyed my belief in humanity by the end there. So, that's great. Yeah. I think what we're gonna do is I'm going to toss you guys off to Cherry or Prime. What do you guys want to do? Cherry, Prime. Cherry, Prime. Quick. The first message I see is where we're going. Cherry or Prime?
Oh my gosh, this guy's so fucking bad.
Cherry or Prime? Cherry? Okay, Cherry's first. Okay. Cherry. Somebody's screeching in the background, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out how to spell her name. Cherry. All right. Good night, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the subs. I really appreciated it. Make sure you guys are nice to Cherry. Sorry, we will chat again tomorrow. I enjoyed having all of you. Good night, my loves.